Welcome, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're live on Restream and TalkShoe now, and this is officially season 15 of Draft Utopia. I think the first 3 seasons were 30 episodes each. There's only going to be 30 episodes on TalkShoe this year, but that's because we're 30 episodes away from episode 1000 on TalkShoe. So that's why I'm doing 30 episodes this year. But it's only going to be for this year on TalkShoe, and then we'll go back to our usual format. But seasons 4 through 14, I would do like as many as 30 to 50 shows a year, depending on the schedule. And then the year after that, that was when Joey joined me. So it's year 10 for Joey, year 15 for me. And William just completed his rookie season at Draft Utopia and Under the Bleachers. He literally kicked more ass than Jaden Daniels. Literally. Maybe that's a bad choice of analogy, Joey, but regardless, I digress.
Oh, man. I'm honored, man.
All the fans that have created, that have made playoffs in the NFL, you choose one of the nicest guys there is. And Jaden Daniels says, he kicked my ass in Jaden Daniels. Well, no shit, I'll kick my ass in Jaden Daniels. You have so many choices.
I could have gone with Stroud, but that's out of date since Stroud's now in year 2.
What about Bo Nix, man?
Bo Nix is pretty good, but he wasn't as good as Jaden.
Yeah, he took his team to the playoffs. He actually had better stats.
Well, Jaden Daniels had more wins and he had more touchdowns. That's passing and rushing touchdowns.
Well, yeah, but everybody forgets about Bo Nix. They're like, oh my God, the 30-year-old rookie. It's like, Jaden Daniels, Spencer Rattler.
I think Bo Nix,
all of them were
that's
born
a debate
in 2000.
we can get into when we preview the AFC West divisions later in the show, because we are going to preview
Daniels
the
was
AFC
born in
and NFC West. But we'll start off with college, because
Jaden Daniels is 6 months younger than Bo Nix. So I mean,
that's true. But I think Nix and Daniels are the best floors. I still think Williams and May have the highest ceilings, but we will find out what's what with the 2024 quarterback class entering year 2 this season.
I love May. He was,
yeah. So
by far my QB1.
All right. So let's get into this Big Ten preview.
Big Ten.
Bottom feeder in the Big Ten this year is Purdue. Purdue does not have any players in the 2026 draft that project as NFL starters.
They have
guys that are backups. They have good role players. They have good depth players. But if you're looking for a guy who's going to be on your top 22 next season, it's not going to be on Purdue. But they do have role players.
That's because
you guys
Ohio
can pitch
State
me on Purdue. I will give both William and Joey the opportunity to pitch me on Purdue if they'd like to. So take it away, William.
They lost Max Clare to your Ohio State Buckeyes. They stole him. So, I mean, besides that, the only thing I can talk about is from a few years ago when they had Payne Durham and Aiden O'Connell, and besides that, then and now.
They had Nick Sporton too, but Texas A&M poached him in the portal.
Yeah, so I don't know anyone to mention, man. And
they have a running back named Devin Makobi. He's a junior. 80 his potential grade's 84 out of 99. Anything below 85 for me is a backup, but Makobi's probably the bright spot for Purdue's offense and Purdue's football team as a whole. But outside of him, their roster is horrible this year.
Who's looking to poach him? Because that's going to happen.
Well, Devin Makobi, I don't know if he's a junior. Makobi bulked up from 195 to 207, and he had 807 rushing yards. They've only had one 1,000-yard rusher since Mike Allstott, but Makobi is the guy who's projected to make that leap, and he'll probably transfer somewhere else for his senior year. That's probably what's going to happen. He'll probably pop this year, and if he doesn't declare, he'll end up transferring somewhere else for his senior season. That's probably what's going to happen with Makobi, if I had to guess. Because you're right, Joey. If Makobi becomes better than people think. Purdue did have a prospect I liked last year, Gus Hartwig, but I think he went undrafted, the center.
Well, Purdue's great with their education programs, but man, they cannot keep anybody in their football program. Every now and then they get a star that elevates them, but.
Well, they had Gus Hartwig. I had a 90 on Hartwig last year, 48 starts at center. The Jets did pick up Hartwig as a UDFA, though, so that is an interesting. So he's the backup to the Wisconsin center the Jets drafted right now.
But William's right. There's really nothing with Purdue.
Outside of Gus Hartwig, there really isn't anything with Purdue. And Hartwig is the number 4 center on the Jets. They have Joe Tippmann as the starter, Josh Myers as the backup, and the third string center is Liam Forendell, who is also an UDFA. So Liam Forendell and Gus Hartwig are basically both probably going to get cut before the start of the season or demoted to the practice squad. I'm guessing one gets demoted to the practice squad and the other gets cut from the organization outright. Excuse me.
Whoa.
I've had a really sore throat since Monday. It got so ugly that I actually had to go home to my actual parents and then go to a doctor for a day. And then it's cleared up a lot since then, but Monday and Tuesday were hell as far as this fever. All right, we're going to move on to Maryland. We're going to move on to Maryland. I'm not going to give Purdue any more of my undivided attention. Now, Maryland has 2 wide receivers that I love, more than the guys that they had in last year's NFL draft. That's right.
Farouk and Smith.
Yep, Farouk and Smith. Jaleel Farouk and Octavian Smith. But I'm going to look at...
They have more than one guy?
Do they have a quarterback?
They had 6 receivers selected in the draft. Ty Felton was drafted in the 3rd round. I was not high on Ty Felton. I felt like he was a backup at the next level. But Smith and Farouk are both guys I like. And
I remember we had a conversation with Felton and Higgins, and Higgins was by far the one that we liked a lot better.
I like Jaden Higgins. I didn't like him initially, but then I watched the tape as the draft got closer, and then I also realized, okay, I'm completely wrong about this guy. I need to go back and revisit some things.
Yeah. He was the one that we bumped up, and Felton was just kind of left behind. It was like that's kind of surprising.
Yeah. I was not high on Prather either, but both Ty Felton and Caden Prather got drafted last year, and this year Octavian Smith and Farouk are Maryland's draft eligible receivers, and I think they're both better than Felton and Prather. That's just my honest opinion.
Yeah, and Octavian is a high potential draft pick. He is a high potential guy.
I've got him at 85, which is the minimum grade for a starter, but he's a guy whose grade I'll probably end up adjusting at the end of the year if he takes the type of leap that either of the Maryland receivers, Felton and Prather, took last year, because these guys have higher ceilings.
Who the hell going to?
Maryland has a true freshman starting at quarterback this year. Maryland and Michigan are the 2 Big Ten teams with true freshmen starting at quarterback, and Maryland's quarterback is Malik Washington. He's a true freshman, but he's 6'4", 215.
I like Washington. I like Washington coming out, so I think he has a chance. If Washington meets expectations, he has a chance to be an early first-round pick.
Yeah, because I was asking Wes about Malik Washington, what he had to say about him, and he really didn't think much of him. But here's the thing. I'm checking out Malik Washington's profile on 24/7 Sports for high school recruiting. He has a 96 grade out of 100, and he's got a 4-star recruit grade. So he was 54th best quarterback nationally, but he was the 5th best quarterback in the state of Maryland. Okay. And he committed to Maryland in June of 2024. So he's honored his commitment to Maryland. He hasn't decommitted from there and tried to create a bidding war for NIL money. He's been honorable to the school he committed to. That's good. So that says a lot about his character.
That very much does. I mean, some of these players, they want to stay loyal to one school. They want to spend their career,
And
with one
Malik
team.
Washington's
And
high school scouting
it's
report by
awesome.
Andrew Irvins at 24/7 Sports, he projects as a day 2 pick, a second to third round pick in either 2029 or 23rd or 2028, 2029, 2028 or 2029. And he reminds us of Joshua Dobbs. That's the player comp they used for Malik Washington. So that's interesting that they used that exact comp. But he ran a 4.65 40-yard dash, 6'4", 215, dual threat, just like Taulia Tagovailoa, but he's a true freshman. I think Taulia played somewhere else and then transferred to Maryland, but I could be wrong on that.
Do you think
they compared him to an actual rocket scientist?
Yeah, that's what they compared
Okay,
to the high school scouting report.
I'm wondering if they're comparing him to Josh Dobbs when he came into the league and he was just a running quarterback, or the Josh Dobbs that was backup for my Niners, and the guy that could actually stay back and
the
and
full
lead the
report
offense
says
a
he's
little bit.
dangerous as a runner, can make things happen as a scrambler, usually poised under pressure, get the ball out fast, will shorten his release or change arm angles, tends to serve up a tight spiral, has the velocity to attack the perimeter, not a ton of deep shots on the highlight reel, but he has the touch to connect with targets that break containment, turned into an overall showing at the Elite 11's finals and impressed the staff, working the event with his desire to get better. 21-3 record heading into his senior season, and was viewed as an exciting dual threat that can win at the power 4 level with some seasoning. Likely to find the most success in a modern spread attack that wants to move around him and utilize his legs. That's the total write-up on him.
Okay.
And he also
Josh
played
Dobbs doesn't use his
basketball
legs
in
so
addition
much.
to football, averaging 17 points and 9 rebounds a game. He had a career-high 24 points, 18 rebounds, and 5 assists in the quarterfinals of a playoffs, made the finals of a slam dunk contest at the annual Governor's Challenge with a windmill as an 11th grader. So this is just more on his athletic background.
Dang.
In terms of the basketball portion, I have to look at the assists because that indicates vision. And vision is transferable to all sports. So you can see the court, you can see the field. And there are always bodies in your way. So the other stuff you said I didn't really care. But when you said 5, 6 assists a game, I'm like, oh really? Because that is a direct translation to being able to see the field.
And he was also a member of the 24/7 Sports 2025 Freaks list for high school football, which is like the high school version of the Bruce Feldman's Freak list, which is a yearly article on The Athletic where Bruce Feldman mentions the biggest freaks in college football. So, yeah, that's the first step to getting on Bruce Feldman's radar, is getting on that list in high school. And then you continue to work at it till you make it to the point where you're a college freak, because when you're on Bruce Feldman's Freaks list, then you start popping up on NFL radars. Then teams have conversations about, okay, where do we draft you and what's the latest we can get you? What's the earliest we can get you? That's how you get your foot in the door. But yeah, Malik Washington, I'm glad you were ahead of me on this guy, Joey, because we do have a little bit more of a background on this freshman quarterback. And if he plays up to the hype, yeah, he could be in the conversation with Bryce Underwood, maybe Owen McCown if he returns for senior redshirt year in 2028. But that's a long ways away. The point is, if Malik Washington and these receivers click, Maryland's going to be a dangerous team. They open up with 3 non-conference games against Florida Atlantic, Northern Illinois, and Towson. But then they go to Wisconsin on the road. They get Washington at home. They get Nebraska and Matt Rule at home. They get UCLA on the road. They get Indiana at home. They get Rutgers on the road. They get Illinois at home. They get Michigan. They get Illinois on the road. They get Michigan at home. Michigan State at home on the road. Maryland's Big Ten schedule is brutal. I do like this receiving core, and I do think Malik Washington has potential. But at the same token, Maryland's Big Ten schedule is brutal. So, are they the second worst team in the Big Ten behind Purdue? I don't know if I agree with that, but that's where Phil Steele has them projected. He believes if they can get solid quarterback play from Malik Washington, they have a shot at getting back to a bowl game, even with 5 Big Ten road games. But you're looking at a 6-6 season at the best if Washington breaks out. If he doesn't, you're looking at probably 3 non-conference wins and everything goes downhill. But I think the Maryland receivers are going to do their part. And I think whether Maryland makes a bowl game comes down to their quarterback play. Any final thoughts, William and Joey?
No, sir. Let's get on to the next. What do you think, Joey?
Northwestern, I only have one player on Northwestern. It's a player I actually mocked to your Browns. And that is Caleb Tiernan, the Northwestern left tackle. When we did the rough draft for the mock a few weeks ago, Joey, back in season 14, I was suggesting Caleb Tiernan to the Browns. And when I watched his tape after watching Proctor's tape, I feel like Tiernan has fewer weaknesses on tape than Proctor does. I'll get into Proctor's weaknesses when we preview the SEC at the end of the month.
Tiernan is
But
a very good prospect. He is a guy that I could actually seen him going top 10 last year. The thing with him is he is raw. But I have faith in the Northwestern coaches because you can say whatever you want about Northwestern, the coaching staff is top notch. If they bring a talent, they're going to get the most out of that talent come hell or high water. So I trust the Northwestern coaching staff.
I don't think he's as raw as you think he is. I saw 2 games of him against Duke and Ohio State. He looked very good in both of those games. But that's just what I saw from 1 game or 2 games. And he looked good against Sawyer, Tui Maloau, and Tyleek Williams. He was winning blocks against those guys, which is good. That's very encouraging.
Those may be the games where he was starting to come into his own. Because that coaching staff is going to make sure the best players come into their own. You can say whatever you want, that coaching staff is going to make it happen. So, I mean, I'm encouraged, but I'm going to be cautious.
I mean, only thing that looked like an area of improvement was cut blocking, pull blocking, pancake blocking, zone blocking, footwork, run blocking, strength, run blocking, pass blocking, footwork, pass blocking, strength, pass blocking. That all checked out against Duke and Ohio State. Now, is it as consistent as you'd like it to be? No, but it is consistent. Is there area for refinement, improvement? Absolutely. But he was consistent enough to where I said, you know what? He probably is a better floor than Caden Proctor. May not have Proctor's ceiling or Fano's ceiling, but his floor is higher than Proctor's in my honest opinion. Just based on what I saw in the 2 games against Duke, the season opener, and Ohio State, which is his toughest opponent of the year. We'll see what happens with Tiernan this year. What else does Northwestern have besides Caleb Tiernan? They have Preston Stone, former SMU quarterback, transferring.
Ooh.
I know, William, we talked about him last year.
Yes, we did a couple times.
Yeah.
Yes.
Preston Stone got injured and he lost the starting QB job at SMU, but he goes to Northwestern. This is a very good situation. And they have Alex Lyons, a tight end at UNLV that transferred to Northwestern.
He actually, we were expecting him to do something, I mean, a lot of people were, and but the injuries can absolutely kill, man, but now I'm glad to see him. This is a very good situation, and he can.
For the first round left tackle, it's a great situation.
Yeah.
This is what I want to let you guys know. It's like, this is the epitome of a situation where the coaching staff makes the difference. Because you think any of these guys are coming there just for a payday? No, it's Northwestern. They're not going there for a payday. They're going there because these guys can get them the payday they want. This coaching staff is top notch. They are top of the league, top of the country. They are one of the best coaching staffs in the country, and they will make something of these guys. And these guys know it. They're coming here not for a payday. They're coming here to be made into what they believe they can be.
Yeah, and Northwestern, I think Tiernan's probably the only NFL starter on this team this year, but Preston Stone could be a quality third stringer or backup with the right coaching. And one other player to watch on defense is Anto Saka. The defensive end had 9 sacks, a true sophomore last year. How did nobody poach him in the portal, guys? Maybe he's loyal to Northwestern. If he is, credit to him. More power to Anto Saka. But yeah, 9 sacks as a true sophomore. If he can improve on that in his junior year, he's going to be on some radars. I don't know if he'll create enough traction to get an NFL draft grade as a junior, but Saka's going to be on some radars this year. So, and with him getting 9 sacks as a true sophomore, he is a guy teams are going to have to account for. And if they don't account for him, he's going to slip under the radar and make some big plays.
Saka has the same issues that a lot of young guys do, is the lack of moves. They got the athleticism. They got the power. But he's got to learn the art of the spin and rip.
Yep.
Okay, so is he going to learn one? Does he already know one? Is he going to employ them on the game field? Because if he does that, well, his thought goes from Chris doesn't know if he's going to get a draft grade to Chris is saying he might go first round.
Well, Adewabore was a guy at a 5th round grade on heading into the Senior Bowl a few years ago, and then I moved him up all the way to the 1st round grade because he dominated every portion of the draft process. But the teams looked at the tape. They really didn't care about what he did in the Senior Bowl, the Combine, the Pro Day workouts. He still ended up going in the 4th round or 5th round of that draft because scouts were more invested in the tape than what he did in the pre-draft process.
Yeah.
Well, he's also still in the league, so there was
Adewabore.
something to that. There is definitely something to that because he's still hanging around.
Yeah.
He's still productive.
Yeah, he's a backup on the Colts, but he's a good backup with the team that drafted him entering year 3.
Yeah.
And he did look good in Colts camp. I talked about that on the show last week. Northwestern also has 2 running backs in Cam Porter and Joe Hyman. So that's another thing. But I'm going to move on to our next team, the UCLA Bruins. And the UCLA Bruins, they have 2 star players on offense. I don't think either player's going to got.
Real quick. I was unable to get to my mute button in time. But Porter's got potential. I love the potential in Porter. Now, I put the trust in the coaching staff to get it out of him. But his potential is off the radar.
Only reason I sort of overlook Porter is because I'm looking at the depth charts here that Our Lads has, and they have Hyman starting over Porter, but they mention Porter as the headline player. They put like a headline player on offense and defense in each team preview. And Porter was the headline player for Northwestern.
That's why I was a little slow, because I was expecting you to say something about Porter. Like, Porter is electric. Porter is a good pass catcher. Not great. He needs improvement, but he's good. He needs to work on his route running. But when it comes to just getting yards and seeing the hole and getting to the hole, that dude's got potential. If you just watch him and you say, man, he's unrefined. But, man, would I love to have it.
Well,
he's a star in the making. He is a future second-round pick, maybe even first-round pick in the making.
he's a senior this year, 25 starts. So I think he's had 1771 yards in those starts.
He's a senior?
Yeah.
He reminds me of he is so energetic. He reminds me of a sophomore. So if he gets his start, if he gets his flowers, we're going to hear people talking about him as a first, second round pick at the combine.
Yeah, but if Northwestern doesn't feed him the ball and they do a running back by committee thing with Hyman, he could be a day 3 pick too. And if Hyman gets the bulk of the carries, he could go undrafted. You really don't know. Porter's a talented football player at the collegiate level, but he's all over the place right now until we see how he's utilized this season. Like with Tierney, you know what you're getting. I think that's why a lot of people are higher on him than you are.
Don't you love football all seasons, whether it be NFL or college football? This is the type of stuff that comes up.
Yeah.
Don't you love it?
Yep. We'll get to UCLA. They've got Javian Thomas at running back and the Tennessee transfer Nico Imaleva. And those are the two guys they have on this roster for this upcoming season. And Imaleva is interesting because I remember the first game against Chattanooga last year. He was making all 6 progressions, but by the time we got to the 3rd, 4th game, that mental toughness, the accuracy, the arm, everything that you fell in love with in that first game against Chattanooga, you didn't see that in spades like you did in the first 2 games. That started to go away, and Tennessee relied more on their defense and Dylan Sampson to win them games.
Well, yeah.
Rest.
Tennessee's, I mean, this is a
and for everyone saying Tennessee's going to suck because they lost him, I don't necessarily agree with that. They got Joey Aguilar from Appalachian State at quarterback in the portal to replace Imaleva. I had an 85 on Aguilar last year when he was at App State, and I have an 88 on Imaleva right now. So, yeah, Tennessee got Joey Aguilar, but we'll get to Tennessee in a few weeks.
Tennessee might end up, shocking the SEC. I mean, they got Aguilar?
Yeah, they got Aguilar in the portal.
It's going to be...
maybe the steal of the portal right now.
Yeah, everybody's underlooking Aguilar, acting like that's no big deal. He's just another guy. I don't agree with that. I think he's better than advertised. And Aguilar was a guy I was looking at because he was a dark horse to go to the CGA showcase game in the preseason. He was on their preseason list before he went back to college. Joey Aguilar. We talked with the director of the CGA showcase. We interviewed him, if you remember, Joey. And he was on their radar in the preseason. But yeah, I'd love to continue this Aguilar conversation, but the SEC is the final conference we're previewing. But
yes, I was talking about Nico.
Let's get back to Nico Imaleva. William, what happened after those first few games where you saw the traits of a first-round quarterback and then everything seemed to disappear as the season progressed?
He's a young quarterback, man.
That's true.
He's very young, and I'm not sure why he would transfer, to UCLA of all places. Well, besides maybe he has some respect for Sean Foster and that kind of stuff. But I don't know. He's a young guy, and I can't blame one bit. Maybe something just wasn't clicking in his head yet. He showed that he could do it at first, that he is capable of it, and I don't think that's any reason to knock him. This kid is going to be good coming up.
Yeah.
I mean, he showed some flashes last year that absolutely got my attention, and I wanted to see more when I was watching him, and that is something, I mean, yeah, this kid is going to be good, and I won't.
UCLA opens up the season on the road against they host the Utah Utes. The Utah Utes come to the Rose Bowl on August 30th. That's
going to be interesting, and, Kyle Whittingham and his defense, this is this is also, UCLA where Dominic Thompson Robinson DTR was a few years ago, and I really want to see that game right there, man. That is
because we're gonna get
show me a lot.
After that, UCLA heads to UNLV Allegiant Stadium where the Raiders play. Then they host New Mexico. They should beat New Mexico.
Yeah.
I feel like if they could beat Utah, UNLV, they've got a chance to do something. But I feel like they're more likely to beat UNLV versus Utah. They play at Northwestern on September 27th. What does this say? Northwestern is off a bye week because UCLA and Northwestern are both off a bye week when UCLA goes to Northwestern on 9/27. UCLA hosts Penn State. Then they travel to Michigan State, which is the next team we're previewing. They host Maryland. They travel to Indiana, bye week versus Matt Rule in Nebraska, at the Horseshoe in Columbus versus Washington, and at USC. So, yeah, their schedule is tough. And here's the thing. Even when UCLA underachieves in the win-loss record, they always seem to produce at least one or two pro prospects, regardless of sport. Yeah, they're not a hotbed for college hockey, but they kick ass in pretty much every other sport. They always seem to produce one or two NFL players each year. They always seem to produce a player in the NBA draft. They always seem to produce a guy in the MLB draft. And they usually have one or two first-round picks in both the NWSL College Soccer League and the MLS Super Draft, even when they underachieve in the win-loss record. That's the big caveat with UCLA, Joey. And I don't think that caveat's gone away. It's only continued to build within their athletic program over the years. Am I missing something? Is there anything else we need to mention with UCLA? I think we've pretty much covered our bases with the Bruins. But if you want to add something, William, we can.
I agree with you 100%, man. You know, that they always show out, you know, they always attract some players, you know, I mean, well, just being in California, you know, that's a hot spot for college football, man, and all football, everything. So, no, I'm excited to see what they can do this year. And whoa, that was weird.
Please continue.
All right, who's up next, Christopher?
Well, Joey wanted to say something after you were done, William. So.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I didn't know if you were.
Oh, by all means, go ahead. I just didn't.
Joey, go ahead.
Yeah, and UCLA is like that. The outfit. They always find the best athletes, and they do a pretty good job of nurturing, especially wide receivers and corners. You can never discount the skill position.
Guards in basketball, shortstops in baseball, defensemen in soccer, they always find a way to get this talent in their program. Yeah. Even when they have a losing record, they have at least one or two draftable players in each of those sports. So I have to give their athletic program some credit.
My big question, as it has been for years, can their offensive line hold up? Because we have seen year in and year out where no matter how much talent they have, their offensive line, their defensive line, their linebackers, every now and then they'll get a great linebacker. But for the most part, their linebackers, they don't hold up. They've got the skill.
They have three returning starters on the offensive line. Two guys that are juniors as first-time starters. They have a senior at center, a true sophomore at left tackle who started as a true freshman, and they have a right tackle entering his junior season that started 26 games over the last 2 years.
So do they have any walk-ons?
I'm not sure if they've got any walk-ons. They lost John Michael Sturdivant to the Florida Gators. John Michael Sturdivant, their number one receiver last year, transferred to the Florida Gators. He's no longer on the Bruins.
So I'll be seeing a lot of him this year.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Thank you. Because OSU training for skill positions is elite. Outside of skill positions, they struggle. So the question is, how much they got to struggle this year? Because no matter what they do, there's going to be some struggle.
They did pick up a I thought they picked up a corner. I thought Joshua Eaton's a junior, but he was a corner at Oklahoma last year who had 13 deflections in the last 2 seasons in Oklahoma, but wasn't getting enough playing time, so he transferred to UCLA. So they got an Oklahoma corner. I'm not sure if it was a lack of playing time or if he got off on a bad foot with the director, the new athletic director at Oklahoma, former Senior Bowl director Jim Nagy. I don't know what the deal is there, but Eaton is now on UCLA. So that is a player they are going to rely heavily on since, he's a corner and he transferred from Oklahoma.
I could see that with this situation because Jim Nagy I always loved Jim Nagy as an NFL executive, scout, head of the Senior Bowl, whatever he ended up being. But he was a tough cookie. He's always been a tough cookie. And he's a little rough around the edges at times. So I can definitely see if somebody who was there had a problem with Jim Nagy because he was a little rough around the edge when it came to personality. But he was a smart personnel guy. So, I could see both sides of it.
Yeah. Interned with the Lions, worked with the Packers when they were on Super Bowl 31. That was his first entry-level scouting position as an area scout. Then he went to the Patriots as a Southeast area scout, and then he went to the Seahawks as a Southeast area scout, and then he went to the Senior Bowl. So all the players from the SEC that the Patriots got and the Seahawks got under his tenure. But yeah, let's move on to Michigan State. They've got 3 players on this offense that excite me, that I have starter grades on whenever they turn pro. Aiden Childs at quarterback is a guy I have heard people go head over heels for when it comes to his talent, his skill set. Christian McCrary Jr. at wide receiver, I have an 87 on him out of 99. And Jack Veiling, their tight end, I have an 88 on Veiling. Veiling is the player I think did the most last year, but everyone's talking about Childs, how he's a dark horse to crack the first round of this year's NFL draft. I like Childs. I don't see that yet, but we'll see what he does with this Michigan State team. They also have Nick Marsh, a returning receiver from last year who, Nick Marsh, he was a player who showed a lot of promise as a true freshman. He's back as well. And it's just this Michigan State offense. It is loaded with playmakers in the passing game. I think the last time Michigan State had this much talent in the passing game, you have to go back to maybe 2000. Who is the guy? Not Drew Stanton. The guy after Drew Stanton that was on Michigan State. I think he was on the Browns one point for most of his career. Drew something.
Henson? No.
Drew Henson, I think, was before Tom Brady, but Michigan State.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. I knew I was screwed up on that. Let me look that up.
Drew Henson was Michigan.
Yeah, Drew Henson was Michigan.
Yeah.
I'm getting the actual. I'm on Pro Football Reference. I'm getting the actual name. I know. I'll know it. I just don't have it memorized on the top of my head at this very second.
The best Michigan State ever had was when they had.
Because they had another quarterback before Kirk Cousins took over. They had Kirk Cousins and Nick Foles both competing for the starting job before Foles went to Arizona, but they had another guy in the room before that. It was
and the receivers were the same because the receivers kicked over into Cousins. So there was an overlap right there. I forget the name. but they were all really good.
Brian Hoyer was their quarterback in 2008. That is who I was
There you
thinking.
go.
Hoyer was
That's why I was getting the Brady thing from, man.
history of the NFL. That dude never made mistakes, but at the same time, he never made a splash. He was about as consistent as anybody who has ever played the game. It's like, I'm here.
When's the last time Michigan State had so many weapons as well as a good quarterback? I would say either 2006 when you had Drew Stanton and then you had some other guys, or maybe when Hoyer was there. Because they had weapons before Cousins arrived. They weren't great in the NFL, but they were good college players that were on NFL teams' radars.
Oh, yeah. It was a good time for Michigan as a state when it came to football. I will not ever deny that. You had a lot of talent at the time.
Yeah, Devin Thomas and Kellen Davis in 2008, and then Javon Ringer in 2009. This is probably Michigan State's best supporting cast around a quarterback since that time period.
Yeah, I may not. I don't think I can think of a time that was better. I mean, that was a hell of a time for Michigan football.
They had Jalen Naylor in 2022, Jaden Reed in 2023, and they did have Keon Coleman before he transferred to Florida State in his draft year. But, like, as far as Michigan State prospects, I think the last time they had multiple weapons and a good quarterback was probably 2007 or 2008. Probably 2007 after Stanton got drafted, but those weapons were good even with Stanton and Hoyer, so it just really didn't matter who was the guy at that point. But yeah, looking at that, Aiden Childs, Christian McCray Jr., and Jack Failing, they do have some players. Michigan State is a team that could get to a bowl game. They have a veteran quarterback and a very underrated defense, and despite their tough schedule, they can get to a bowl game, but they're not ready to get back to contending for a conference championship. If they beat Boston College, Western Michigan, and Youngstown State, they should be 3-0 heading into conference play. They open up with road games against USC and Nebraska. They host UCLA. They travel to Indiana. They host Michigan. They travel to Minnesota. They host Penn State. They travel to Iowa. They host Maryland. I think Michigan State can win 5 games like last year, but what game are they going to steal to get that 6th win? Are they going to beat someone on the road? Are they going to upset Michigan at Penn State at home? They have the talent to get back to a bowl game, but I don't see them contending for the conference title.
They have the talent to win 8 or 9 games, but their schedule is brutal.
Yeah.
I can't see over 6 games because the schedule's so brutal.
Yeah. I think if they get a bowl game against an ACC team or a Big 12 team, they probably win it. But I can't see them, like you said, competing. All right. I'm going to move on to Rutgers. Rutgers, there's only 4 players on my radar. DT Sheffield, a wide receiver. I have a 90 grade on him. Gus Salinkas at center. Eric O'Neill at defensive end. And Jet Elad, a safety that could play both strong safety and free safety with his versatility. So Rutgers is interesting. They obviously are losing a lot of talent from last year. And Athan Kalaminkas, the sophomore quarterback, actually started he started at 12 games and threw for 2,784 yards as a true freshman for Rutgers last year. So he's back. I don't think he's a breakout player, but he's one of the 2 players that got mentioned as a headliner in the Rutgers magazine. So if Rutgers' sophomore quarterback continues on what he did as a true freshman, the last few years have been easy for Rutgers because they could just feed the ball to Kyle Monangai. And Rutgers actually did get off to a 5-0 start last year under Greg Schiano. And I do like this team, but, I mean, the schedule, they got to play Minnesota on the road. They get Iowa at home, Washington on the road, Oregon at home, Illinois on the road, Maryland, Ohio State on the road, Penn State on the road. Their schedule's just brutal. They might make a bowl game, but, yeah, their schedule's brutal. But they do have some fun players. I think DT Sheffield in particular, he's a player who I'm looking at and saying Sheffield could be a breakout player for Purdue. And I'm kind of curious to see what he does, because DT Sheffield had 822 yards for North Texas last year. And he comes to Purdue. And yeah, I am looking at some notes while reading this stuff, but it's like I'm trying to get all my facts in play. Sheffield was a guy who impressed me at North Texas last year, and he comes to Rutgers, and he's going to be the star of that offense. They had Kyle Monangai as that headline player, because that's the thing with Rutgers. Rutgers, few of their teams, they have one star player on offense that isn't really has enough upside to be a Pro Bowl player, but they need a lot of things to go their way, and they can't just build their offense around one player. But that has been the classic Schiano way of building that Rutgers offense, even dating back to the Ray Rice glory days, William, when Rutgers was a powerhouse back in the Big East.
Right. And now, I mean, it's the same thing. Yeah. I'm actually kind of surprised, McCord, he came back home to be a little bit, or, because his dad played for Rutgers, but instead he ended up going to Syracuse where he showed out. But back to the whole Rutgers thing, last year with Kyle Monangai, I mean, he's a hard running little guy, and for what it is, who definitely has some potential, I mean, it was surprising seeing this guy drive, a few people, deep, and every time he hit, he comes in contact. I mean, there is a little pop. So, I mean, as for this year, I mean, I'm not quite sure what they're gonna have coming up. Let me take a look at this.
Yeah, the next team that we have after this is Wisconsin, I believe.
Oh yeah, Wisconsin. That's where I first heard that Matt Sluka was going to end up, before he ended up at James Madison after the whole UNLV.
Yeah, but Wisconsin got Billy Edwards. He was the starting quarterback on the Maryland Terrapins last year. And because he didn't want to compete with the freshman for the starting job, guess what happens? I mean, he ends up losing that job, and
gotcha.
But he gets another chance to start at Wisconsin, so we'll see what happens. The Badgers, despite losing Hunter Wooler, they have 4 defensive backs that do have upside to develop into starters. Ricardo Haldman, a guy we talked about last year. Nizier Quarren, I got an 87 on him this year. I had an 83 on him last year. Preston Zachman at safety, and Austin Brown, another safety. Both safeties can play either safety role. The best player on their offense is right tackle Riley Mahlman. I've got an 89 on him for potential. But outside of Riley Mahlman, they have Vinny Anthony, a wide receiver that had 771 receiving yards last year. And they do get Billy Edwards from Maryland in the portal. So what do you think of Wisconsin? Because they have a freshman redshirt taking over at running back, and they are a run-heavy team historically speaking. And they got Tanner that Wisconsin's produced great offensive linemen. I know they had Jack Nelson at left tackle last year, Tanner Bortolini the year before. I got that Colts autograph Bortolini ball at Colts camp last Saturday. But yeah, it's like Wisconsin, they're known for their offensive linemen, and I would say they're known for their secondary. But the fact that they don't have that headline running back, I mean, Luke Fickell, he left Cincinnati to come here, but it's just been a tough sell. I mean, they could beat Maryland, They get Michigan on the road in Ann Arbor. They're going to lose that game. They probably lose to Iowa. They probably lose to Ohio State. They get Oregon on the road. Wisconsin has a brutal schedule. They have the Big Ten's toughest schedule, but they do have 5 Big Ten home games. But they still play a lot of tough opponents. So I'm kind of out on Wisconsin as far as a contender goes, but they might win enough games to make a bowl bid. And look, I love Wisconsin's secondary. Wisconsin might have the best secondary in the entire Big Ten. But outside of that and their right tackle, nothing impresses me. And that's why I'm sort of fading them as a contender. And even though Wisconsin's secondary is good, it got picked apart by Milroe last year. So we'll see what Blake Sims does when they go to Tuscaloosa.
Well, that's one thing Milroe was always good for, was testing DBs. But this defensive back, I mean, they're very experienced, you know, and that's why they're that good, and that definitely stands out, the most, like you said, to do with this team. You mentioned Billy Edwards, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. But
I was my reaction too, William. I thought Joey was going to make an attempt to sell us on Billy Edwards. I'm surprised he didn't. But after how bad Wisconsin's previous quarterback was, Graham Mertz at Florida, I could see why Joey's in agreement with us on fading Wisconsin quarterbacks.
Tanner
no, it's not a Bo Callahan thing. So don't you dare turn this into a Bo Callahan thing.
For real. But yeah, man.
Let's move on to the Washington.
I was disappointed that Saluka didn't show up. I mean, I was impressed by his play last year and sticking up for himself, even if that happened. I mean, he was just making a statement.
Yeah, and Washington's up next. This is the first team where I could see them being a dark horse to contend. I don't think they're going to do much, but they are in an interesting spot. They had Damone Williams start as a true freshman last year at quarterback. Decker DeGraff showed a lot of promise as a true freshman tight end at Washington, but the 2 stars on their offense are running back Jonah Coleman and wide receiver Denzel Boston, who some have going in the first round of their mock drafts for 2026. But Coleman and Boston at running back and receiver are the 2 headliners, but they do have a decent quarterback. They do have a decent running back. Defensively, they have Tariq Al-Ukada. Tariq Al-Ukada is his name. That's his full name, Tariq Al-Ukada. Yep. He's the middle linebacker on the Huskies. They've got Tacario Davis, the Arizona and Texas corner on Washington. Effians Prysock, another good corner I like, now the number 2 corner. He's really had a few good seasons as the number 1 corner. And CJ Christian, the strong safety, is the strong safety. So Washington, they've got a good secondary. They could do some things. Their non-conference schedule's pretty easy. They do play Ohio State in the Big Ten conference opener in Washington. I don't think they'll upset the Buckeyes. Maryland on the road, that's a tough game. That could go either way. I do think the Huskies win that game, but if Maryland's freshman quarterback gets red hot, I do think the Terrapins can pull the upset in that one. Rutgers at home, I think they can beat Rutgers at home. They get Michigan on the road in Ann Arbor. I don't think they can win that game. Illinois, it might be the Indiana of the Big Ten this year. They got to play the Badgers in Wisconsin at Camp Randall. They will be able to run the ball in Wisconsin, but they will not be able to stop. Wisconsin may have the defensive backs to shut down Denzel Boston. They should beat Purdue at home. UCLA is on the road. If they can beat you and they get Oregon, I think they can win 7 games. I think Washington can win 7 games, but their schedule's too tough for them to make a serious case to win the Big Ten. This is the first team where I looked at the schedule and said, hey, they could be a dark horse, but them having to play Ohio State, Michigan, and Oregon 3 of the Big 4 in the Big 10 along with Penn State is why I'm selling them as a contender.
Yeah, for real. And just the coaching drop off from when DeBauer left and, Jed Fish came up from Arizona.
But to be fair to Jed Fish, you're the first team I actually considered to pick to win this conference out of all the teams we previewed. I wasn't going to pick you, but I was considering it before I looked at your schedule with all the talent you have. Be proud of that. Be proud of that, Jared Fish. Be proud of that.
I liked what Fish was doing at Arizona with Noah Fafita and McMillan and just that whole cast, Tanner McLaughlin, the tight end. But, following what DeBauer did was just, a task, and implementing what you want to as a coach. I think that, maybe this year that they could come back, it certainly showed. But this year they're that much closer to getting what he wants and, establishing himself with the quarterback room that he can work with and that he can get the most out of, so.
Yep, the next team on the list is the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Minnesota's interesting. My top 3 players for Minnesota, 2 are running backs, Darius Taylor and AJ Taylor, and their receiver, Javon Tracy. I think all 3 of those guys could develop into starters, but the headline player in the Phil Steele magazine is Jamison Gears. Jamison Gears, he's a tight end. That's 2 E's in Gears. But Jamison Gears, a senior tight end, that is the player. That's the other guy in this offense you got to take into account. So they got a lot of playmakers, but they have a redshirt freshman at quarterback who's entering his first year as a starter. So that's why I'm kind of fading on Minnesota for this season. It sucks that they can't have all these playmakers and this quarterback for more than one season, because if they did, I think Fleck could do some damage. But the conference is just too tough. And a few years ago when Minnesota had that 10-0 season, they couldn't close the deal. And that was really Fleck's best window of opportunity to do something with the Golden Gophers, and he just never was able to. That was really the peak for Minnesota, because the Big Ten's just gotten a lot tougher since then.
Yeah, for sure. With new teams coming in, and the Big Ten anyway is just trying to push their way up and compete, with the SEC for the best rivalries and everything that they can, to get those TV contracts. It's not a division for conference. That's for the faint of heart. We'll put it that way.
Yep. Next team I'm going to mention is a team William's a fan of. It's the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Iowa Hawkeyes are an interesting team because, I do have a bunch of players on their team, but
I always have to come to the Hawkeyes to see who they have at tight end and who they have at linebacker.
I've got 4 players on Iowa with 90 or higher for potential as far as Pro Bowl grades, but I have 4 on Indiana. I have 4 on Michigan, and I have 5 on Ohio State, and I have 9 on Penn State. That 9 is not an outlier. Oregon had 4, but Evan Stewart suffered a season-ending injury, so that really limits them. So really, you got Michigan, you got Illinois, and Illinois only got 3, but they do have a very well-rounded roster. But Indiana, Iowa, and Michigan all have 4 players with a 90 grade or higher for potential in this year's NFL draft. So
I see.
That's why the Big 12 we're finally at the part of this, William and Joey, where this is where we begin to have these conversations of picking the positioning for these teams from this point. This is when it becomes a challenge. This is when it becomes a motherfucker if you enjoy foul language. But yeah.
There's first F-bomb. Nah, man.
First F-bomb of season 15. It's a good thing I didn't do like a trading card giveaway where we went to see who could go the longest without cussing because I would have lost. But like Iowa's interesting. They've got Logan Jones at center, Jennings Dunker at right tackle, Aaron Graves at defensive tackle, and Nwangpa, a guy we mentioned on Under the Bleachers, and Draft Utopia last year as their one returning defensive back.
Yeah, I see Mark Gronowski is coming over. He played for the Jackrabbits or
South Dakota State quarterback. That's right.
There you go, man. I watched a little bit of him, and he's definitely an intriguing kind of guy. He's one of those underdogs that just, I mean, that he has something about him, and I like to see him at Iowa because it definitely fits Iowa's quarterback.
Yeah, and Kamari
he fits his team, man.
473 yards last year as a backup to Caleb Johnson. Now he's going to be the bell cow for Iowa in the running back. So they get a new running back as well.
Yeah, I wasn't so much a fan of Caleb Johnson.
Joey liked him. I didn't. You didn't either. But we'll see what Caleb Johnson does with the Steelers tonight.
He's kind of plain. He doesn't have any outstanding, traits. He doesn't have any. I mean,
I agree, but we'll see what he does in the Steeler game tonight. But looking at Iowa, they do have some guys on both sides of the ball, and right now Iowa's schedule's just brutal. They got Iowa State on September 6th. That could go either way. They should beat the snot out of Albany and UMass. They get Rutgers on the road. That could go either way. Iowa should win that game, but Rutgers, they do have DT Sheffield, and Iowa really doesn't have a corner that's considered an NFL draft prospect this year, unlike in previous years when they had Cooper DeJean and they had that other corner I remember at one point. They don't have Castro anymore either. So DT Sheffield, if Sheffield can go off, Rutgers can steal that game. I do think Iowa can win the one-on-ones against Gus Linkus. And I do think Rutgers has some defensive guys that can force some turnovers too. So that game's really going to come down to which quarterback can make the better decisions for Rutgers. Did you trust Rutgers freshman redshirt, or do you trust Gronkowski, the South Dakota State quarterback? I'm leaning Gronkowski there, so I will give Iowa the road win. They get Indiana at home. This would be a tough game to pick. That's probably a big game because Iowa could steal that game, but they could also lose to that game. They get Wisconsin and Camp Randall, and historically speaking, that is a game Iowa's lost, but I just think this Iowa team's too well-rounded to lose to Wisconsin, even on the road. Yeah. They get Penn State at home. They're probably going to lose to Penn State. Yeah. They get Minnesota at home. That's a win. Oregon at home. If anybody upsets Oregon, this is the team that I think has the best chance to upset Oregon because it's a home game for them. I can
agree with that. For real.
I'm not saying they will upset Oregon, but I think of all the teams on Oregon's schedule, the team with the best chance of upsetting them in front of their home crowd is probably Iowa.
I can see that.
They get USC on the road. That could be a trap game, though, but I think the Hawkeyes handle business. Yeah. They get Michigan State at home, and they get Dylan Raiola in Nebraska to end the year. Ooh. And speaking of Nebraska, that's the next team we're going to preview. And Nebraska really has two players I'm looking at on offense. They have Dylan Raiola, the quarterback in next year's draft that does the Patrick Mahomes rituals. But the big acquisition they made was in the portal. Remember Kentucky wide receiver Dane Key, Joey? He transferred to Nebraska, and he is now Raiola's number one weapon for this season at wide receiver. So Nebraska's a quarterback and a receiver they could depend on.
Joey's still with us?
He's still on the call, but I think he muted himself.
Oh, okay. I accidentally think I did there for a minute too.
But yeah, Nebraska, they are projected to get they could get 5 to 8 wins. The floor is 5 wins, the ceiling's 8 wins. They should win all their non-conference games. Cincinnati, Akron, Houston Christian. They host Michigan. Now, that's going to be a fun game because that's Bryce Underwood's first Big Ten game, and it's a home game for Nebraska. So that is a game Nebraska could steal if Underwood performs poorly and Raiola just lights it up. Because remember, Raiola beat the pants off of Shedeur Sanders last year. Nobody talks about that, but that Colorado-Nebraska game was ugly. And I'm aware, Joey, I am aware that Shedeur had a good night last night, but he didn't have a great night.
It's preseason.
But
they're putting him in situations.
Carolina's two best players are Derek Brown and J.C. Horn. They were both out.
Yeah. Oh,
that
actually makes a lot of.
But Nebraska led 28-0 before Colorado had 10 points in the second half.
Yeah, I kind of follow that game for a minute.
That's why I say Raiola and Raiola and Key are going to be big. Michigan could beat Nebraska, but because that game, Michigan would beat Nebraska in a late season game, but because that's an early season game, Nebraska has a fighting chance. And they have Emmett Johnson at running back. I'm not expecting Nebraska to win. Emmett Johnson did have 1,009 yards at Nebraska last year. They get Michigan State at home. They get Maryland on the road. They get Minnesota on the road. I think they can beat Maryland, Minnesota. They get Northwestern at home, USC at home, UCLA on the road. They get Penn State. They get Penn State on the road. Nebraska does benefit from an easy strength of schedule.
Yeah.
Here's what's interesting. Nebraska hasn't had a double-digit win season in 13 years, but they have a chance of getting there this season. They are capable of getting there this season. That's what it says in the Phil's forecast. If they can win their home games in the Big Ten, if they can win all their home games in the Big Ten, well, if they can win every home game in the Big Ten, I don't think this is going to happen, but let's say for hypothetical purposes, Nebraska's undefeated heading into their final two games. You get Penn State on the road, you're probably losing to Penn State, and then you get Iowa at home in what is likely a game you have to win if you want to make the Big Ten championship. So,
yeah.
They probably will lose to Michigan, but I think there's a chance they beat them because that's early.
There's a chance, I mean,
because
Matt Rule
is the first game of the conference. If it wasn't the first game of the Big Ten conference play, I'd say there's no chance, but there's a chance because Underwood's a true freshman, and you don't know what you're getting with a true freshman.
And
Underwood
Matt
could
Rule
be the best freshman since Warren. Like Wes has been saying for 3-4 weeks now. He could be that good, but at the same token, he may end up struggling against Oklahoma and Nebraska early in the season, then getting red hot down the stretch when Michigan hosts Ohio State. That could also be what we see with Underwood.
Matt Rule and the coaching staff and Dylan Raiola are not going to want to lose that game to Michigan and Bryce Underwood. I mean, that's going to be one thing. I mean,
and they got Dane Key and Emmett Johnson. They've got some other playmakers on this offense, and the strength of schedule for Nebraska is very good.
Yeah.
If they can beat Michigan, I think there's a chance they're 10-0 heading into the final two games against Penn State and Iowa.
Luckily here in Colorado.
But they're going to have to win one of those two to make the Big Ten championship this year. They're not guaranteed because they probably will lose both of those final two games. And they're more than likely going to lose to Michigan, but they at least have a fighting chance against them since it's an early season game. But those are the three toughest games on their schedule. Everything else is winnable.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting because being here in Colorado, Nebraska turns into our almost local station. So when if Raiola and them really start the season off hot, I mean, that's going to be a lot of the local games I get. So,
you want to say anything about this Nebraska team, Joey, before I get to the USC Trojans? The USC's got a lot of weapons on offense this year. I mean, they've got Jaden Maeva taking over for Miller Moss, the UNLV quarterback who took the job from Sluka. He transferred to USC. You got Eli Sanders at running back, Mekhi Lemon and Jacoby Lane at receiver, Blake McCree at tight end. This might be USC's best supporting cast of weapons and quarterback. I don't want to say since the Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush days, so I'll go John David Booty, Steve Smith days to make our audience feel better.
Nice.
Mark Sanchez days too. But yeah,
It's going to be
their best player on defense is DJ Harvey, a corner. Bear Alexander did leave USC in the portal. And USC could do things early in the season, but they get Illinois on the road on September 27th. Even if they're 4-0 entering that game, they are going to struggle against Illinois. I think Illinois may win that game. And then you get a bye week, then you host Michigan, and then you travel to Notre Dame. Then you get another bye week, then you travel to Nebraska. Then you host Iowa, then you travel to Oregon, and then you end the season against UCLA. I think USC could start 4-0, but they could also lose the rest of their games after that and be 4-8. I think they'll beat UCLA, but they are going to have to win one of those tough games against Illinois on the road, Michigan at home, Notre Dame on the road, Nebraska on the road, Northwestern at home. They probably beat Northwestern at home, and they probably beat UCLA at home, and that gives them 6 wins, and that's how they get into a bowl game. But they lose all the games that are tough conference games. They did beat LSU last year, but they also let Miller Moss leave and enter the portal, and now he's at Louisville. And he's going to do much better there than Tyler Show did. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
Well, you tell me, how do you get worse than Tyler Show? I have not seen a man that has powered his
Instead of praising Miller Moss for outdueling Garrett Nussmeier and leading the Trojans to a victory, you just want to get straight into roasting Tyler Show. You just want to die. You just want to get straight into that.
Well, Shug.
That's fine. I respect that, Joey, but come on. Bring some more originality here.
Shug was 25 years old and never finished a season long, and then all of a sudden, he's getting picked in the second round. And it's like, dude, I understand at times he flashed, but he's an injury risk, and he's like 50 years old.
On this situation.
Well, Miller Moss is better than Tyler Show. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh well, yeah.
Just based from what I saw in last year, but that's not the point. The point was
he doesn't have the physical skills, but he's definitely better.
Yeah. The next team's Indiana Hoosiers, the surprise team of the Big Ten last year. Indiana's got a lot of talent returning. Indiana was the other team with 4 players with Pro Bowl grades. Elijah Surratt, wide receiver. I have a 93 for potential on him. I have a 92 for potential on Mikhail Kamara, the edge rusher. I mocked the Patriots. Mikhail Kamara's motor is out of this world. Like, everybody says TJ Parker's the best pass rusher in the draft, and he is. At this point in the draft process, he's the best pass rusher. Highest upside, 10 sacks, 10 tackles for a loss. But the thing with Parker is his motor's kind of inconsistent, whereas Kamara's motor is very consistent. He's out of this world when he gets the quarterback and he gets that open room. They also have Aiden Fisher, a right outside linebacker, could play 34 middle linebacker, and they have D'Angelo Pons at corner. Those are like the star players with the Pro Bowl upside, but they also got Roman Hemby, the Maryland running back in the portal. They got Fernando Mendoza taking over for Curtis Rourke. Is that it? I'm surprised I remembered Curtis Rourke. I think he's on your 49ers, William. But yeah, Mendoza's taking over for Curtis Rourke. And, Curtis
That's gonna be interesting.
Mendoza he was the quarterback at Cal last year. He almost beat Cam Ward in that shootout, if you remember, the end of the season.
Yeah. I remember him now that I pull up his I see his profile picture.
And Mendoza's from Cal. Roman Hemby's from Maryland. They got Elijah Surratt back. They got Carter Smith at left tackle. Kamara and Fisher are the pass rushers. Well, Kamara's the edge rusher. Fisher's just a pure linebacker. Hosea Wheeler's the defensive tackle, and they've got Pons and Farrell at corner and Boykin at strong safety. Indiana's got a lot of talent returning. If they could beat Illinois in the conference opener, they should be 4-0 entering Iowa. That Indiana-Iowa game is going to be a real test. Indiana could win that to be 5-0, but they could also lose that. They're going to lose to Oregon following the bye week, even if they beat Iowa. They're not beating Oregon in Oregon. Michigan State, they should beat Michigan State and UCLA at home. They should beat Maryland. They play Penn State on the road. They host Wisconsin. Indiana could go 10-2 if they beat everyone outside of Oregon and Penn State on the road. But their schedule's much tougher than last season.
Well, I think they beat Oregon. Because let's say Oregon's offense relies on checkdowns and superior athletes. They lost Captain Checkdown to the NFL draft.
But they have Dante Moore coming in to replace him. And Dante Moore was a 5-star recruit who trained with both Trey Lance and Patrick Mahomes in high school.
But look at the offense they run. It's throw to the line of scrimmage, throw within 5 yards, and throw behind the line of scrimmage.
Oregon's projected to finish third in the conference, but I do not have them in the Big Ten championship game either, Joey.
And convince them to expand their offensive reach. I think Indiana can come in there and say, you know what? We know you're limited offensively to the weapons you have. So we're going to come in there and we're going to take away your weapons because we're just that good. And if they got good enough coaches, which I think they do, they could end up upsetting Oregon. And if they upset Oregon, you're looking at 11-1. And you're looking at potential playoffs.
Yeah, Kurt Signetti, he turned around James Madison, and then he went 11-2 at Indiana in his first year. Only lost to Ohio State and Notre Dame in the playoff. Had a very good first year with Indiana. And I love the culture he's building there. I really do. He is building an amazing culture there, but I still think Dan Lanning's the best coach in the Big Ten. I can't say that about Ryan Day, even though he just gave my Buckeyes a national title, because he still hasn't beaten Michigan yet. But Ryan Day's putting together recruiting master classes like Urban Meyer did. But, yeah, that's because Ohio State's a powerhouse. But we'll get to
Dan
them.
Lanning is absolutely the best coach in the Big Ten.
I think the Indiana group, I think you're underestimating them. And I think you're underestimating what Oregon has right now because they don't have the coaches, I don't think, to capitalize on the talent. I think their coaches.
It's very close. Both Indiana and Oregon have 4 players with Pro Bowl grades for the 2026 draft in my rankings. But both teams have a lot of stars, and it may just come down to home field. It may come down to coaching. We'll see. That's what's going to be fun about that Indiana-Oregon game. But I want to get to the first team I have in the Big Ten championship. It's not my Buckeyes. It's not Wes's Wolverines.
Oh.
It's not the Oregon Ducks either, ladies and gentlemen. Representing my first team in the Big Ten championship this year is a sleeper, and it is the 2001 Big Ten champions, the Illinois Fighting Illini. Yes,
Dang.
Brett Bielema.
I love it.
Brett Bielema has a master class of a roster. Luke Altmaier at quarterback, Aiden Lowry at running back. He has J.C. Davis at left tackle, a player that was on our radar last year, has improved his potential grade from an 85 to a 90 in the offseason. Josh Kreutz, the son of Olin Kreutz, enters his senior year. Gabe Jacos, their edge rusher, has received a late first-round grade in some mock drafts. I think one mock draft gave Howie Roseman and the Eagles Gabe Jacos, which Gabe Jacos is their highest-rated player. He has a 92 out of 99 for potential. He's an edge rusher, and Jacos had 16 sacks last year. So,
I love hearing you excited like that, Chris. I love
Jacos to the Eagles is not cool. We do not need to give Howie Roseman an edge rusher who had 16 sacks, who's their best player on defense. He already has enough pass rushers with Jihad Campbell and
Altmaier's quarterback that just absolutely.
They also have
caught
Xavier
my eye.
Scott, a true number 1 corner with high upside. So that's the third player with Pro Bowl upside. And then they got Torrey Cox at corner and Matthew Bailey at strong safety. But a very well-rounded Illinois Fighting Illini team. The only thing that's going to keep them from getting to the conference title game is the fact that they lost Pat Bryant and Zachary Franklin at wide receiver. But they do make up for that with Tanner Arkin at tight end. He's a senior tight end for Indiana who spent 2 years at Colorado State, was actually the backup tight end at Colorado State the last 2 years, and now he's transferred to Illinois, and he's going to take over as the starter.
If he played for Colorado State, they know what they're doing at tight end over there.
do you think, because you said they lost a lot of receivers, we saw last year Harold Fannin had 120-some catches. Do you think Harkin can repeat that type of production for a tight end and carry his team offensively?
I like him more than the tight end they had drafted in the third round, Tip Raymond, but it sounds like he's going to be the bell cow of that offense in the passing game because you got Colin Dixon, a true sophomore wide receiver who only had 264 yards as your only returning starter. He was a slot receiver last year. And your other two receivers, Hank Beatty and Malik Alay, they did not start a game for Illinois last year.
So many of these college quarterbacks don't know how to use their tight ends. It's just that simple. So a lot of tight ends that are that good don't show out. They don't overwhelm in stats. They don't do anything like that. But what they have here with Luke Altmaier
for 2 years, because he may have started at Colorado State last year, but remember, Colorado State had a tight end in the 2020. Was it the 2024 or the 2023 draft that we loved? I think it was the 2024 draft. They had a tight end in the 2024 draft we loved, but he went undrafted. And then before that, they had Trey McBride.
Yeah. And McBride is simply the best tight end in the league right now.
Yeah, he is. I got him in the 7th round of my fantasy league last year. The one Battle invited me to. He fell all the way to the 7th round.
Wow.
My team lost the championship game, but we got to the championship game.
Yeah.
And it's like,
no, man.
Luke should not fall that far under any circumstances.
Yeah. And
7th round.
Luke Altmaier is going to do well.
Jason Kerm, a lot of Jason's friends.
Jason's friends need to be educated. We were sitting here beefing up McBride for how many months? I think 2 years. We were beefing up McBride for close to 2 years. And they let him fall to the 7th round?
Well, it's the Cardinals. To be fair, it's the Cardinals. And Marvin Harrison Jr. went third round of that draft, by the way. So before we roast any more of Jason's friends, just got to look at Illinois' schedule, too. Outside of the game against Indiana on the road, every game winnable.
I will throw kindling on it. I will throw some oil on it to make sure it never goes out.
All right.
Do not tempt me about roasting people because I will roast them to the point that I'm eating their ass for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get back to
Illinois. But Illinois is interesting. They should dominate their non-conference opponents. They get Indiana on the road on September 20th. That's the only game I think they lose on their entire schedule. They get Purdue on the road they get USC at home, Purdue on the road. Indiana and versus Ohio State are their two toughest games the entire year. If they win one of those, if they beat Ohio State, they get the tiebreaker for the second spot in the Big Ten championship. Even if Ohio State beats Penn State, they would get the tiebreaker for one of those two spots in the Big Ten title game. If they beat Ohio State and lose to Indiana. Now, if they beat both, they're 12-0 entering the Big Ten title game. We're talking about freaking Illinois as the feel-good story of college football before they lay an egg against the team I am picking to win the conference this year.
Let's just put it in perspective. Illinois and Indiana, they have the best. They probably have, outside of LSU, the top athletes in the country playing for them. But they've traditionally not been able to develop these athletes.
Yeah, because after they play Indiana and Ohio State, their only opponents are at Washington versus Rutgers versus Maryland, at Wisconsin versus Northwestern. I don't see any of those teams beating a roster as stacked as this Illinois one. So and they don't play Penn State or Oregon or Michigan. That is a huge advantage for Illinois. That's basically what Indiana had last season.
Well, the question is, Chris, isn't the talent involved? The question is, how do they develop and how do they use them? Because traditionally, they've not been very good at that. So what do the coaches do with it? Because they've always had the best athletes. They've always had the best players.
Yeah, but in previous years, they've had quarterbacks that were basically game managers.
All right. Let me tell you
Allmeier's
this.
actually good. I'm not saying he's going to be a star, but I think he could be a good value pick in rounds 5 through 7 of 2026.
Look, man. Look.
William, what do you think on this subject?
I was talking up Luke Altmaier at the end of last year. You know, I saw this kid do some things very, very well and flashed, and I see him absolutely developing into one of the best quarterbacks in Division I football. And that's the reason why I love what Chris is doing, picking them for the Big Ten championship game. I mean, that is
because if we're looking at who's going to upset Ohio State, who's going to upset my Buckeyes outside of Michigan and maybe Penn State, who actually is to go to the horseshoe.
Well, Luke Altmaier and
Texas, outside of Texas, Penn State, and Michigan, who on Ohio State's schedule has the best chance of upsetting them, catching them off guard? It's probably this Illinois team. And
Luke Altmaier and
of all those four opponents, Texas, Penn State, Michigan, and Illinois, who is the team that Ohio State's most likely to overlook of those four? It's easily Illinois.
Yeah.
So that's why I think Illinois upsets Ohio State. Because the team that usually upsets Ohio State is usually a team they overlook. And I think they're not going to overlook Texas. They're certainly not going to overlook Michigan. They are going to go to hell and beyond to try to beat Michigan. And they've had Penn State's number in the horseshoe since 1993. So out of all of those teams, the team they're most likely to overlook is Illinois. That's
Absolutely.
why I've got the Illini upsetting the Buckeyes this year.
And who's the quarterback going to be for Ohio State?
Julian Sayin.
I like that pick too.
I like Sayin coming out of high school. He's a 4-star, 5-star recruit.
Buddy.
But at the same time, I feel like Illinois, they have more experience, and that matters when it's a home game. Because they've won some defensive shootouts, defensive slugfests against Penn State in this Illinois stadium. And I feel like they can do that against this Ohio State team.
I made my plea for Julian Sayin when I did my evaluation on Max Clare. I said he should absolutely be starting at Ohio State. Well, I didn't say absolutely.
But Max Clare's not even their best player on offense. They've got Jeremiah Smith, the top receiver in next year's draft, and they got Carnell Tate. The Buckeyes offense are stacked. But we'll get to the Buckeyes later. We still have 4 other Big Ten teams. But spoiler alert, Illinois is my first team in the Big Ten championship. All right, next up, we've got the Michigan Wolverines. They've got Underwood. They've got Giovanni L. Hardy. He's a left guard. I've got a 91 on him. Derek Moore, he's a pass rusher. Rayshawn Bentley, he's a defensive tackle / 34 defensive end. And then their highest graded player is Rod Moore, a safety I mentioned last year who came back due to season-ending injury. I've got a 92 on him, but they've got TJ Guy. They've got Barsham. West says they're 3 deep at edge rusher. They're probably the deepest team at edge rusher in the conference. But they lost Donovan Edwards. I feel like there is some turnover in the passing game. They do have Max Bredesen, the former Max Bredesen's Michigan starting tight end. That name sounds very familiar. And Justice Haynes, the former Bama running back, is the new running back for Michigan. And Michigan's got a good experienced group with 3 returning starters in the offensive line. They've got the best kicker in college football in Dominic Zavada. There's a lot I like with this Wolverines team.
Yeah, Chris, don't discount the running backs that Michigan had last year because the ones that didn't go into the NFL draft were really damn good.
Donovan Edwards did not get drafted, even though he was good enough to get drafted. And this year they have Justice Haynes. He was a freshman at Alabama last year, and he transferred to Michigan.
I like what I saw of him.
But also look at the guys that didn't play. They had some guys that didn't play that were recruited, redshirted, and such that were really freaking good.
I agree.
They didn't get to play because there was so much talent there. So Michigan eventually have the best running game because they also had a really good offensive line. They got a lot of offensive linemen coming back.
3 starters back at left tackle, a sophomore Evan Link. They have Greg Crippen at center, and they also have a left Giovanni El Hardy at left guard. And their backup left tackle's Andrew Babola, 5-star recruit who's a true freshman. He's the backup right now, but he may end up starting down the road if Spragula struggles, because Spragula's only a freshman redshirt at right tackle.
And don't blink if Griffin is the top center April. Because Griffin's damn good.
Crippen is good, but I still like Slaughter a little bit more. But Crippen's good. I would argue Crippen's probably 2 behind Slaughter. I just think Slaughter's that freaking good.
That's fair. That's fair. So let's not dismiss.
But I think El Hardy, if any of Michigan's linemen crack the first round, it's not going to be Crippen. I think it's going to be El Hardy. But that's just my 2 cents. But they do. But those 2 on the interior are beasts. I'll say that much.
Yeah, like we're not gonna. We might argue draft position later, but the fact of the matter is, you said it best. Those 2 guys are beasts, and every running back and whoever ends up being
Michigan's toughest opponent's Ohio State. They have the benefit of not playing Oregon or Penn State or Indiana or Illinois.
Yeah.
Michigan's toughest opponent's Ohio State. They get the Buckeyes at home, but they get Nebraska on the road. They get Oklahoma on the road early in the season. But if they come through those 4 games with wins, they should run the table. Versus Wisconsin at USC, versus Washington at Michigan State, versus Purdue at Northwestern, at Maryland, versus Ohio State to end the year. If they can get through those 2 September games against Oklahoma in Norman, Oklahoma, and at Nebraska, the first Big Ten game of the year against Matt Rule, Dylan Raiola, if they can come through those 2 games with wins, they should be 12-0 if they beat Ohio State in the season finale.
That's wild that they don't have to play the top 4 teams. Well, the top 3 teams that play Ohio State in the last game of the year, but it's wild that
they don't have to play Indiana, they don't have to play Illinois, they don't have to play Penn State, and they don't have to play Oregon this season. So if they can get through Nebraska and Oklahoma, those 2 road games early in the season when Underwood's going to be the least experienced, because he's going to have enough experience to beat teams like Ohio State down the stretch by the time the season finale takes place. He's going to have enough experience by then. But he'll be the most vulnerable in those 2 road games against Oklahoma and Nebraska. So as long as Michigan doesn't slip up against Oklahoma or Nebraska, they could go 12-0 this season. I think they will slip up in one of those 2 games, though. And if they lose to Ohio State, you're looking at 9-3, but that's the worst case scenario for the Wolverines. That's the single worst case scenario. Even at 9-3, they might still get in as an 11 or 12 seed in the playoff.
Yeah.
With how stacked the Big Ten is.
I mean, I don't know, man. Michigan is coming out. They've got all kinds of, everyone. I mean, there's so many question marks about how they're going to take on it and how much further they are from Harbaugh and what they had, I mean, and showing if Sherrod Martin is just coaching Harbaugh's team or if he's doing something on his own.
Because Moore went 7-5 with a Harbaugh team that won the national title and had a lot of talent coming back. But to be fair to him, he has a much better strength of schedule this year versus last year. And he still beat Ohio State and Alabama and Milroe last year. So in his defense, he did end on a strong note.
I think that,
but those games against Oklahoma and Nebraska, those would worry me more than beating Ohio State if I was a Michigan fan. Just given the fact that
this team is built to beat Ohio State. Harbaugh's team was, and if he continues,
but at the same time, Ohio State just might be hell bent on beating Michigan this year.
There's that too.
So I think the
part about rivalries.
Michigan's 9-3, but the ceiling's 12-0.
They finally have to put that to sleep. The thing that that
And
Michigan
Illinois
is always their
Illinois
kryptonite.
is 10-2, but their ceiling's 12-0.
Yeah,
I mean, Illinois and Michigan, those are the first two teams that you could argue have ceilings of 12-0. I do not think Oregon has a 12-0 ceiling.
Mm.
But we're about to get to Oregon.
Oh yeah, we'll talk about
They got
Oregon.
Makai Hughes at running back. Evan Stewart is their best receiver, but he's out for the year. Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end, is going to have a much bigger role with Stewart out for the year. Isaiah World, the Nevada left tackle, is their new blind side with Connerly going to the Commanders. Pregnan is their left guard. Mateo Ugalele is the defensive end. Bear Alexander, the former USC defensive tackle, is now on Oregon. Tafim Tuolele is the left end / edge rusher. Bryce Bottcher is the middle linebacker, and Dylan Thienenin is the strong safety. And they do have Dante Moore taking over for Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah,
They went from Bo Nix to Dylan Gabriel to Dante Moore,
UCLA.
which is like the exact opposite of a Pokemon evolution. It's a de-evolution at the quarterback.
Yeah, Dante Moore didn't exactly excite, at Oregon or UCLA as much as perhaps everyone was saying he would.
I agree.
So I'll just put it that way.
And Oregon gets Penn State on the road. They are going to lose that game. They get a bye week after that game, though, and then they play Indiana. So they could lose potentially both of those games. I have Iowa beating Oregon, so I have Oregon at 10-2. But if they lose to Indiana, they'd be 9-3. So that's why I agree with Joey on Oregon being a pretender for this season.
Yeah,
our thought process may be a little bit different, but our conclusions.
It ends at the same result. Yeah, definitely.
You want to add anything to that, Joey? Since you did say that you thought Indiana could beat Oregon. If you don't want to add to that, I'm going to get to my Buckeyes.
The Buckeyes.
All right. We got Julian Sand at quarterback, Carnell Tate at wide receiver, Jeremiah Smith at wide receiver. We have Chris Henry Jr. committing to Ohio State next fall.
Add that when you and I agreed on the end result.
Okay. Fair enough.
There is no reason for me to add on the absolute humiliation that is going to happen.
Yeah. And, it's interesting because Max Clare's their tight end. They do have a left tackle coming in to replace. They do have a left tackle I like. Ethan Oninwa. He played 12 starts at right tackle last year, and then he played 13 starts at right tackle in 2023. 10 starts last year. Transfer from Rice. So Oninwa was the left tackle at Rice. He transferred to Ohio State, where he's taking over for Josh Simmons. So Oregon got the Nevada left tackle in the portal. Ohio State got the Rice left tackle in the portal. The Rice Owls left tackle.
Well, hopefully they can protect Julian Sand and let him do his thing.
He has an 85, which is higher than Simmons had at the beginning of the year. But then I realized Simmons is much better than what. And Simmons didn't even have a grade at the beginning of the draft last year. So I was kind of confused. Then I watched the tapes like, holy cow, this guy's better.
Yeah, you talked about
heading into the year, I watched his 2024 tape. It sucked. His 2023 tape, I apologize. His 2023 tape sucked. His 2024 tape was amazing. And then he got drafted by the Chiefs. And then the Browns tried to get him. Browns wanted him at 33 over Carson Schlesinger, but the freaking Chiefs. And if Barry was that adamant on drafting him, he should have moved up for him.
It's kind of interesting because Bo Nix, his Auburn tape was terrible, and then you move on to Oregon and it was like, holy shit, is that the same guy? So that's interesting about Simmons. And I remember you talking about him
Simmons
a lot last year, dude.
Great 2024 tape, but in 2023, his tape was bad. He was listed at like 90 on draft boards at the beginning of the year last year. And now he's the starting left tackle in the Chiefs. He's a front runner to win that job because he's been that dominant, not just last year, but so far in camp with the Chiefs. But we'll get to that later today. Sonny Styles, right outside linebacker. I have a 90 grade on him. Arvell Reese, middle linebacker. And then the secondary, you have Davidson Iguanohu. You have Jermaine Matthews Jr., two really good corners on this Ohio State secondary. And you have Caleb Downs, the best free safety in college football, as well as my top prospect in this entire draft class for 2026. So Ohio State is loaded. They do lose some pieces in the backfield, but their passing game is stacked. They have a really good tight end. Carson Hinsman's a junior center. He could emerge this year. But yeah, Ohio State's floor is 8-4. That's if they lose to Texas, Illinois, Penn State, and Michigan. That's 8-4 would be the floor for Ohio State if they lose those games. Ceiling's 12-0 though if they win all those games. I think Ohio State will end up at 10-2. They will lose 2 games. They'll lose to Illinois, and they will either lose to Michigan in the season finale, Penn State, or they will lose to Texas in the opener. But I think they will finish 10-2 regardless with that schedule. I'd love to see my Buckeyes go 12-0 and prove me wrong, but I don't think it's in the cards with all the talent they lost in the defensive line, with all the talent they lost at running back. I don't think 12-0 is in the cards for my Buckeyes this year.
Interesting.
And since I have Illinois at 11-1 and Ohio State at 10-2, and Illinois beating Ohio State head-to-head, I think I have Michigan losing 2 games. I don't know what 2 games it'll be. 2 of 3 games versus either Oklahoma, Nebraska, or Ohio State.
Okay, just for the record.
But I think
just for the record, I can see this going a completely opposite way.
Yeah.
And, and that's what I love about football. There's always next year.
That's the thing. This conference has 5 teams that could win the conference. Maybe 6 if you want to throw in Indiana. But in Illinois, Michigan, Oregon, Ohio State, Illinois, Indiana. So Indiana, Illinois, Oregon, Ohio State, Michigan. So Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, Oregon, Ohio State. Those 5 could win this conference, but the favorite, a team that has 9 players with a 90 rating or higher, and the number 1 team not just to win the Big Ten Conference, but the favorite to win the national championship, Penn State. And outside of the road game against Ohio State, the Nittany Lions will be favored in every game. Penn State's got Drew Aller at quarterback. They've got Nicholas Singleton and Katron Allen at running back. They've got Devontae Ross, who I've got a 90 grade on at wide receiver. Probably Penn State's highest graded receiver since Godwin. They also have Trebor Pena. Oliva Vega Ione Jr., left guard for Penn State's really good. Donnie Dennis Sutton, he played edge rusher next to Micah Abdul Carter. I almost got Abdul Carter and Micah Parsons mixed up for a second. That would have been horrible. Zane Durant's a pretty good defensive tackle. They've got Tony Rojas and Amari Campbell at linebacker. A.J. Harris is their number 1 corner, and Zakie Wheatley's their free safety. But they have 9 players with a 90 grade or higher. That is the most by any individual team since 2005 Texas or 2004 USC or 2005 USC. In fact, the only team over the last millennium with more players with Pro Bowl upside than Penn State in the 2000s millenniums, the 2000 Miami Hurricanes, the Miami Hurricanes in the early 2000s. That's it. So Penn State's absolutely stacked this year. And the Nittany Lions, I think they may lose 1 game to the Buckeyes in the horseshoe. But outside of that, if they beat the Buckeyes, they're a 12-0 team. And they're probably the number 1 team, not just in the playoff, but the favorite to win it all. To be fair to Penn State, they're not the overwhelming lock. The Simpsons made their first football prediction since Super Bowl 51 when they picked the Patriots over the Falcons. And they've got Texas beating Penn State in the national title, and Arch Manning with the orange Texas jersey beating Penn State. So the only thing that can keep Drew Aller from winning a national title is if the Simpsons college football prediction for this season with Texas beating Penn State comes true. Because they predicted a lot of things in advance, including because the Simpsons have predicted a lot of things ahead of time before they actually happened. There was an episode in 1998 that mentioned 9/11 in a Simpsons magazine or something. But Simpsons have been ahead on a lot of things, whether it's sports or current events or whatever it is, William. So if the Simpsons are saying Texas is going to beat Penn State,
You got to do it, man.
this year, that
That's
might
it.
be the one thing that keeps Aller from becoming a national champion.
Oh man, and you know I like Drew Aller. He is a very tough quarterback, a very tough individual.
I'm not even sure if I'm going to pick Penn State to win the whole thing, but on paper they do have the best team, and I think they're going to win the Big Ten. I have them over Illinois in the Big Ten championship, but Illinois has beaten them twice in front of their home crowd. That's the irony.
Yeah.
So I think if Illinois made it to the Big Ten championship, I think Penn State's the one team they'd want to play the most. They would not want a rematch with an Ohio State team they got lucky against in front of their home crowd. They would not want to play Michigan either. I think they would want Penn State. And I think they'd give them a hell of a game, but I just think Penn State, just too much talent this year, and they'd win out ultimately in the end. So I do have Penn State over Illinois. Do you guys have a Big Ten title game prediction that's different from mine that you'd like to share before we get to our NFL previews? Because it's about that time for us to get to our NFL previews. It's noon, and we'll start with the NFC West since I know you're going to be on limited time, William, and I also know
Penn State is the most talented team in the NCAA football. Any conference you want this year. Penn State's the most talented. They got the best quarterback. They got the best defense.
I mean, it's been 20 years since one team had 9 players with Pro Bowl upside on their roster. It's been at least 20 years. I can't think of a team in the 2010s that had that much star power. Maybe the Alabama teams in the early 2010s, but outside of that, I can't really – it's blank. The Florida teams with Urban Meyer never had that much star power. They did have good players, but I didn't think they had that many good players in consecutive draft cycles.
Their coaching staff has one of the worst offensive philosophies on the planet. Yeah, it's all run-oriented. Great. I'm all for that. But the run-oriented offense sucks. The blocking scheme sucks. If the blocking scheme sucks, it doesn't matter what your run scheme is because you got to coordinate those. It's not coordinated. You know, and so you have one of the best quarterbacks in the nation, one of the best groups overall in the nation, some great receivers, and you can't coordinate them.
Sounds like you're going Penn State, Michigan, but leaning Michigan over Penn State for your Big Ten title pick, Joey.
I am leaning Michigan over Penn State not because Michigan is more talented, but Michigan is coordinated. Penn State's discombobulated. Penn State should be the consensus number one team going into this year.
But because James Franklin is the Rocky and Bullwinkle version of Jeff Fisher, and I mean that in the most literal way possible. He's the college football version of Jeff Fisher, but he's not like a smart, savvy Jeff Fisher. He's like the Rocky and Bullwinkle, tiddlywink version of Jeff Fisher. And that's like the most demeaning thing you can say to James Franklin as a coach and a person.
And it irritates me because I love their players, but they are never going to be shit. Not that easy.
So Joey's going Michigan over Penn State. I'm going I'm going Penn State over Illinois. What's your Big Ten title pick, William?
Oh man, as much as I don't want to put Oregon down, I just don't feel that team, you know, and Dan Lanning, I mean, being the best coach in the Big Ten, you know, it's
I think
so
he is
hard
the best
for me to
coach
pick
in the Big Ten, but the
against
problem
that.
is they got to play Penn State on the road. They got to play Illinois. They got to play Indiana. I think that's a home or road game, and the rest they got to play Iowa on the road too, and I think that's a trap game for the Ducks.
Yeah, I've got to say Ohio State over Oregon would be the one.
If Lanning goes into Happy Valley and beats Penn State in Happy Valley, that could definitely happen.
Oh yeah, and I think that probably will. I'm not sure that Franklin, can outcoach him, and he doesn't, have the team so much. He has a quarterback, that can absolutely do it. But
and this is a team he should be able to win 10 or 11 games with. But the problem is, if he loses to Oregon, Ohio State, you're looking at 10-2. And if those teams do better in conference play, then you're just looking at Ohio State, Oregon, Big Ten championship.
Yeah, and Ryan Day, and this team is just, it's going to be too much, again. And like I said, Julian Zan is who I made my plea for. Max Clare is an absolute ghost underneath, and he runs over a few guys before he gets stopped as well. And
the weapons on Ohio State are just unreal.
Watching him come out,
and the tight ends.
I had to rewind the film multiple times to see where the hell he came from to end up where he did. I was like, wait a minute, and rewinding it, like, dude, it was crazy. But yeah, I just see that as too much.
And Ohio State's wide receiver factory is not going away anytime soon. Chris Henry Jr., the top wide receiver in the 2026 recruiting classes outside of Tristan Keys, is already committed to Ohio State. And Jameer Brown, the top receiver in the 2027 recruiting class, is also committed to Ohio State. So they're just going to reload when Tate and Jeremiah Smith leave. Maybe those receivers won't be as good at Ohio State as Tate and Smith, but the point is they're reloading. And if they're reloading at wide receiver, there's not going to be a drop-off in their wide receiver talent anytime soon.
All right, guys. I guess this just all leads to the question that needs to be asked. Because we know it's going to happen at some point. First, Big Ten teams going to play in the national championship game. Because we just named off 4 or 5.
6 if you want to throw Illinois, Indiana in the conversation. Penn State, Ohio State, Oregon, Michigan, Illinois, Indiana. That's 6 contenders, I think, for the conference title. I think there's everybody else. And there's I'd say outside of those 6 teams, there's about maybe 5 more that can make bowl games.
I'm just tired. I'm already tired of beating around the bush. Okay, we know the Big Ten is going to represent in the national championship game. We know the SEC is, but we're not on the SEC yet. So,
well, we were going to either do ACC or Big 12 to open things up, but because I went to Ohio State's campus last week on the vacation I was on instead of Bengals camp, William and I decided we're going to open up with this conference first. And I'm glad we did.
Who is it? Who is it, guys? William, Chris, who is going to be in the national championship game here 8 months from now?
I believe it will be Penn State. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's my Buckeyes again, but I'm not expecting them to go on another title run this early. I do think they could get back to the Final Four. Or
reverse psychology, man. Reverse psychology, Chris. I love it.
Sounds like you got my Buckeyes back in the title game, but losing to the new eventual champion, if I had to guess.
Well, we'll have to see about that, but definitely in the national.
You got Ohio State winning the Big Ten over Oregon, but we don't know. We don't know if they're going to go all the way.
Yeah, well,
that's a wait.
We'll have to talk about that.
To be continued on Under the Bleachers. Okay, it's 12:09 p.m. We're almost at the 2-hour mark on Restream, so we're jumping straight into the NFL. We're jumping straight into the NFL preview. And since William may be on borrowed time, I don't know if he is or not, but since he may be, we'll start with the NFC West, since if I had to guess, if William only has enough time to preview one division, between the AFC West and the NFC West, I'm guessing he'd prefer to start out with the NFC West because the Niners are his team and Milrose in his division now. If I had to guess, that's
Let's
the route
do
we'd
it.
take.
Let's do it.
On borrowed time because that really
I'm definitely on borrowed time.
Borrowed time is
Everywhere.
borrowed time is an acronym for his phone's about to die soon. He's not in any danger, okay? And I should have used a better choice of words, but his phone.
Oh well, no, not so much the phone. Just a few things to do on this lovely Saturday. But yeah, we're all on borrowed time. You know, I mean,
We
we're
all are on
getting
borrowed time.
so.
That's true. And Joey just hates the fact that we're beating this borrowed time drum like a dead horse.
As soon as you're born, you're starting to die. So that is, yes, so William, you are correct. But, you know, there's scientists in me saying, yeah, the generation is starting as soon as you're born. But I just don't like to think about it as much.
Yeah.
And when Chris brings up, it's like, yeah, it's going on. It's going on quick. I don't like
All right.
that.
That's fair. I can respect that. Okay. Seattle Seahawks. I have the Seahawks finishing last in the division at 7-10. But looking at Seattle's depth chart, you got Darnold at quarterback, Kenneth Walker at running back, Locke and Milroe are the backup and third stringers. Jackson Smith and Jigba, Cooper Kupp are the 1 and 2 receivers. Valdez Scantling, they have Kupp listed as a slot guy, and Valdez Scantling listed as a number 3 guy on Our Lads, but I don't agree with that. The backup to Valdez Scantling is Torrey Horton, and frankly, Torrey Horton actually looked good in preseason. I would play Torrey Horton over Valdez Scantling because Valdez Scantling has had way too many drops over the years, whether it's with the Chiefs or the Saints. I would not start
definitely going to overtake him.
Start Torrey Horton. As bold and as idiotic as that sounds, I would start Horton.
It's not idiotic at all, man. Torrey Horton.
He is a good player, but he has way too many drops for my liking.
Yeah, Horton's going to overtake him.
Number 4 receiver, I wouldn't have an issue with Valdez Scantling in that role as a number 4, high-end backup. But I would start Horton.
Yes,
if I'm being completely honest. I'm not gonna say anything bad about Scantling or say he shouldn't be starting over Derek Young or Bobo. I'm not gonna hate on Scantling that badly, but I do like Horton that much that, you know what, I would start him over Valdez Scantling. And maybe that decision would get me fired, but I would go for it.
I just don't want anybody to think that, you know, Scantling is a bad player.
I'm not saying Scantley's a bad player despite his drops. I just think Horton's that good, and he's been that impressive in the first preseason game. Even though the Seahawks-Raiders game was a very bland, mundane preseason game, Horton did stand out to a degree in that opener.
We call it bland and mundane. I would look at the Seattle players, and I would say, the hell is with their depth. Their depth is horrendous.
Well, Torrey Horton's a second-string wide receiver. He was not horrendous, but the rest of the depth wasn't overly. Arroyo was the backup tight end. He had his moments. I was not high on Arroyo, but Seahawks did take him in the second round. Charbonnet was good as a backup the last few years. He's proven himself.
The result, I was watching that game, and I was like, these guys got issues. They were getting beaten by their opponents. And it's like,
I'll look at the Seahawks defensive depth chart now because we can get into Seahawks offensive, defensive players all we want. Because the offense has some bright spots. It is, for the most part, the second team offense isn't great, but there are a few bright spots. I'll give the Seahawks offense that much love, that much props.
They do.
On that team, it was just the overall product. It was like, I'm like.
But yeah, the first team offensive line to the second team offensive line, there's a huge drop off. This year, you have Cross at left tackle, Zabel at left guard, Oluwatimi at center, Christian Haynes, who sat out all of last year, is the new starting right guard, and Abraham Lucas is the right tackle. And then the backups are Satoa Lauema, 6th-round pick. Jalen Sundell, an undrafted player. Michael Jarrell, 6th-round pick. Anthony Bradford, 2023 4th-round pick. And Josh Jones, the Ravens backup left tackle. So their second-team offensive line outside of Jones and Bradford isn't great. I'll give you that, Joey, but I do like Jones and I like Bradford as backups.
I like Sunday. I don't like him as a second-team guy, but I like him as a third-team developmental guy. I think he has a lot of...
well, it's either Sundell or Federico Maranges, who was an undrafted player in 2025, and you have 2 undrafted guys in 2024 and 2025 competing for the backup center job. Maranges went to Florida Atlantic, so Florida Atlantic Center is competing with Sundell for the backup center job. So if Oluwatimi gets injured, the Outland Trophy winner, who I was high on, you were questioning until he started in the NFL, but he looked good last year. If Oluwatimi gets injured, you've got a 3rd-string developmental center as your backup, and then Maranges, a practice squad guy, as your backup to Sundell. That's not good.
It is not, and it is...
What? Christian Haynes played center at the Senior Bowl in addition to right guard. Why don't the Seahawks slide him over to center if Oluwatimi gets injured and start Bradford? That would be the smartest thing they could do in that situation.
That is a very good question. I wish I knew, because I'm looking at this and I'm like, you guys are not very good right now, and your fans are...
Sundell could be a good backup down the road, but he's not there. He's not going to be there this year, even if he wins out the job over Maranges as a backup center. But yeah, Bradford and Jones.
Yeah, and this, I think, tells you more than anything. When fans are bringing signs and screwing with the guy that saved your franchise from a major rebuild and a preseason game, what does that say about the state of your rebuild?
Yeah, Geno Smith never won a playoff game, but he did have 2 winning seasons in 3 years after the whole Russell Wilson debacle, where he got traded to Denver.
Like, he kept you from a full rebuild. You are working right now on what he built. Why are you insulting him? And what is the case here? Because right now, you're working on what he built.
Robbie Outs is the tight end at Alabama, has converted to fullback. He is so Zabel and Outs' 5th-round pick are the 2 projected starters on Seattle's offense. But I'm going to look to the defense, because I'm sure William wants to pick apart some of the defensive flaws.
I just want to clarify something real quick.
Okay.
They're pretty much zoned out. These guys are basically H-backs now. And if you can't cut it as an H-back, which is basically a fullback tight end hybrid, then you're not going to be able to make it. And to label somebody the fullback, that just seems like you are either trying to put out talk, or you like somebody enough that you don't want to cut it.
All right.
You're making it for them. So, am I wrong in that assessment?
No, you're right in that assessment. But I'm looking at the defense here. You've got Leonard Williams, Byron Murphy, Jerron Reed on the defensive line as your starters. Your backups are Riley Mills from Notre Dame, who I like, Jonathan Hankins, who you got in free agency, and Mike Morris, a 2023 5th-round pick, is your backup 34 left into Leonard Williams. I do like the depth Seattle has on the defensive line. I like DeMarcus Lawrence and Uchenna Nwosu as your 34 outside linebackers. Boy Mafe and Derek Hall as your backup edge rushers is good. The problem is the inside linebacker spot. Your starters at inside linebacker are Tyrese Knight and Ernest Jones the fourth. Your backups are Patrick O'Connell and Drake Thomas, who honestly have no business on a roster, but to their credit, they held Ashton Ginty to -3 yards. I'm guessing Knight and Jones did not get a lot of snaps, and O'Connell and Thomas got a majority of the snaps. And then De'Aaron Jackson, Josh Ross, the third string guys, ended up playing the second half. And all four of those inside linebackers outside of Knight and Jones. I didn't like Knight coming out of UTEP, but he had a good rookie year.
Who did they take number 1 overall? Their number 1 pick.
Seattle's first round pick was Gray Zabel, the left guard.
Because
North Dakota State.
I'm watching the team, and I'm saying, right now, Carson Swester is looking like a first-round pick that got overlooked. It's like, you just said Seattle needed a linebacker.
Seattle had Ernest Jones and Tyrese Knight. And Ernest Jones was good with the Rams, good with the Titans. But outside of Knight and Jones, who probably weren't playing since they're both pretty much guaranteed starting spots, the backups are Patrick O'Connell, undrafted free agent. Drake Thomas got cut by the Raiders. De'Aaron Jackson, undrafted 2025. And Josh Ross, a Ravens player who got cut. Those are their backups and third string guys.
What Seattle may have been able to do based on what we see in camp. And when it comes to linebackers, you say that the linebacker position's a weakness. Right?
Outside of Knight and Jones, it's a weakness. But if Knight and Jones are healthy, they can do enough to limit the damage in the regular season. But as soon as one of them goes down, their inside linebackers are going to have a hard time stopping the run. Even though their 34 defensive line is good, if you have depth on the interior offensive line, you can neutralize that defensive line. And then if your running back can win one-on-one against one of those second-team Seattle linebackers, he's off to the races. So that's...
Yeah.
Is he going to be healthy? That's what I'm saying. It's like, just based off camp, and this is...
I didn't like Knight initially, but he had a good rookie year, was one of the few rookies that did win player of the game on Draft Utopia last year. And Ernest Jones has had a good... He's not a star linebacker, but he's had a few good starting stints with the Rams and the Titans. Maybe he'll turn things around with Seattle, but if he doesn't, you're in trouble because these backups and third stringers are guys who'd be third stringers. Your backups would be third stringers in most NFL teams. Your third stringers would be fourth stringers in most teams. And your fourth stringer would not be on any other NFL team. Your fourth string middle linebacker, Michael Dowell, probably would not be on any team.
Just to let the audience know, it's still early in the preseason.
Yeah, there's still time to turn things around. I think the secondary is a bright spot, though. I mean, they've got starting secondary, Josh Joby, Julian Love, Kobe Bryant, Rick Woolen, Devin Witherspoon. Those are the starting defensive backs. Second-team defensive backs, Nehemiah Prickett, Auburn corner I liked. Nick Eamon-Warries, the backup strong safety. DeAnthony Bell, former Browns, the backup free safety. Shaquille Griffin's back with Seattle, the team he began his career with as the backup to Rick Woolen. And Demarion Williams, undrafted 2024, is the backup nickel corner.
Bell is amazing. I love DeAnthony Bell. So I think I told you, I don't know if I told you on the podcast or privately, DeAnthony Bell is going to make a difference for this team.
Seattle's got good secondary depth and good defensive line depth. And their edge rusher depth behind Lawrence and Nwosu with Boy Mafe and Derek Hall isn't bad. And they've got Tyreek Smith on third string if he makes the final roster. Honestly, at this point, I'm open to moving Mafe or Hall to middle linebacker if Knight or Jones gets injured. That's how depleted Seattle's inside linebacking core is.
Mafe might be a little bit interesting there. I mean,
I'm not saying it permanent, but that's just how thin the depth is inside at middle linebacker. That if you put 5 edge rushers on this team with Hall, Tyreek Smith, Boy Mafe, Lawrence Nwosu, who are all good enough to make the final 53-man roster, you take one of those guys and you plug them inside. You're going to have to because you don't have any depth behind Knight and Jones, and that's the weak point in your defense.
There hasn't been a whole lot of
It's
middle
very
linebackers
strong.
coming out of college
And this
lately,
they run
you know,
heavy division
either.
too, William. You've got James Conner twice a year. You've got Christian McCaffrey twice a year. You have Kyron Williams twice a year.
Yeah. And then
As long as those three avoid the injury bug, this is not a team that matches up well against those guys.
you need a middle linebacker that the defensive line can funnel runners to and just let them pop. But there hasn't been a whole lot coming out the last few years.
Player for me coming out of UTEP, so I'm not sure he builds on that rookie season. And Jones is a journeyman. He's still effective. We'll give him and Knight the benefit of the doubt, but you have nobody else behind those two that's any good. So if those two are awful, then you're really screwed.
Revisionist history based on what I've seen from Seattle and Cleveland. I say, why didn't they pay Schlesinger? Because you have.
I didn't like Schlesinger either. There were a lot of linebackers I had graded above him. Schlesinger was one of the few guys I had a backup grade on, but in your defense, that is looking like a guy I missed on. In your defense, so far, that's looking like a guy I missed on.
That's what I'm saying. Revisionist history. Revisionist history. If we look at it the way it's turning out, why wouldn't Seattle hit on that? That's revisionist history. I don't normally like to go that way, but with Seattle's case,
Seattle was confident in what they had at inside linebacker, and they wanted a left guard more than a linebacker because they lost Lake and Tomlinson, so they figured let's draft Gray Zabel.
Yeah, I normally don't like to do that, but in Seattle's case, it just looks pretty obvious that.
And I gave Seattle an edge rusher in my 2026 mock, not because Nwosu's a free agent and there's just an edge rusher I love, Kyle Lewis, the Pitt edge rusher. We'll get to him next week when we preview the ACC. But I have Seattle at 7-10. I do have Seattle starting the year 4-3 with 4 home wins. I have Seattle 7-1 at home, but 0-9 on the road. I have them beating San Francisco, beating New Orleans, beating Tampa. If Wirfs comes back, Tampa could steal that game, and they beat Houston on Monday Night Football. But after they get Jacksonville on the road, Arizona on Thursday Night Football, and the Steelers in Pittsburgh, I think they lose those games. Then they get a bye. Then they get Washington on the road. They get Arizona at home. They get the Rams on the road. They get the Titans on the road. I think Cam Ward upsets them in a trap game in Week 12. I've got the Vikings. I've got Darnold beating the Vikings. That's a revenge game for him. Falcons probably beat Seattle at home. Seahawks should beat the Colts at home. Seahawks do host the Rams on Thursday night, but I have the Rams sweeping Seattle. I just think the Rams are too good. I think the Panthers beat Seattle at home in Week 17, and the Seahawks, they play the Niners in Week 18. So I have the Seahawks at 7-10, splitting with San Francisco and Arizona, but getting swept by the Rams. But if they lose to the 49ers in Week 1, that 7-10 outlook looks very generous. We're talking at a team that could be 5-12 or 6-10. 6-11.
Look at a few of the teams I have potential playoff teams that shouldn't be playoff teams because you know there's always going to be 1 or 2 teams that make the playoffs that shouldn't make the playoffs.
I don't think San Francisco should make the playoffs, but because they have the NFL's easiest strength schedule, they will make the playoffs. That's kind of.
Are they going to be one of them? How many teams?
I have 3 teams in this division making the playoffs, and spoiler alert, they are the next 3 teams we're previewing: San Francisco at 10-7, Arizona at 10-7, and the Rams at 10-7. So I have a 3-way tie at 10-7, but the Rams, 5-1 in the division, win the division tiebreaker.
I may question the Rams because, man, they are looking.
Well, to be fair, you have a valid reason for questioning the Rams. Matthew Stafford, he's been dealing with a back injury. I'm putting 0 stock into it. You're putting a little, but not a lot of stock into it. For you, it's like a 2 or 3 out of 10 right now. It's escalating to a 4.
Yeah, this thing.
But if it's a nothing burger, the Rams should do enough to challenge for the division again.
I know back injuries, and I haven't heard any details, But coming from a guy who has spinal compression, 360-degree curvature, chronic subluxation, upper and lower lumbar, and other issues, I know back injury. And once I hear what the actual issue is, I'll be able to give a more thorough process on it. Right now, I'm sitting here saying I am cautious. I'm not cautiously optimistic. I am cautious.
It is an aggravated disc. That is what CBS and Yahoo have reported. It's an aggravated disc. That's what he's been dealing with in practice.
Oh, my God, man. That is... My sister has disc issues. That is devastating.
Basically, unless he goes on IR, I'm considering it a nothing burger. That's how I am. When I look at a roster...
I'm looking at the medical situation. That means the disc is deteriorating. It is starting to deteriorate. It is in the beginning stages. How many hits is he going to have to take for that disc gets accelerated in deterioration?
We got to preview the 49ers next. I know since I have 3 10-7 teams, it does feel like we can rant about whoever. But
it is, but at the same time, it's like...
I would agree this is probably the biggest story in the division. In your defense, I'm in agreement with you. This is probably the biggest story within the entire division right now. The back disc, how it's going to affect Stafford. Because everyone's been reporting this on X the last week. ESPN, NFL.com 3 days ago, ESPN 2 days ago. He's expected to practice, but they are watching the situation very carefully.
Well, this was something that everyone expected.
Like me, have a history of pain issues with back injuries that can give you this straight out. This is not good news. This is really bad.
Yeah. You have Jimmy Garoppolo as your backup, though, and he's been there. He's done that. He's got a good supporting cast with this Rams team, but he's not Stafford.
Yeah.
He's not there, but he's solid. He's solid.
I could see him getting 10 wins with the Rams. Maybe they don't win the division like I'm projecting, but I could see Garoppolo winning 10 games. But if they win the division, they would lose in the wild card round if Stafford was out the entire year.
A little known stat.
I gotta ask you, William.
We got to get to your Williams Niners soon.
Is Jimmy Garoppolo still the most handsome quarterback in the NFL?
He's also has one of the most winning records as well, and that's a little known stat. But yeah, he's definitely the most handsome. And if I were gay, I mean, anyway.
Yeah. If ABC wants to launch an NFL Bachelor edition for post NFL players that no longer have an NFL career but want to get back into dating life, like an NFL Bachelor edition, that's how you win back your male audience. And if you make Jimmy Garoppolo the first NFL Bachelor, assuming he's still in the market, I'm not sure if he is or isn't.
He is literally.
That's his business, not ours. People will watch that.
He has one of the highest winning percentages of quarterbacks
I don't
all
think
time.
he did, but I'll look it up.
Yeah, please look it up because
I know Jesse Palmer took over for Chris Anderson, or the guy that used to be on the show for years on The Bachelor. But yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo was not a contestant on The Bachelor. You're thinking of Jordan Rodgers, Aaron's brother.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, you're thinking of Jordan Rodgers, Aaron's brother. I could tell you about how one rumor I heard from a Steelers fan is that Aaron Rodgers told Tomlin's kids about a darkness retreat at a practice. If it's that brutal in Pittsburgh and Tomlin's not keeping Rodgers in line, it's going to be a long season.
Is he telling them how to commune with the Sith Lords of the past? Because I'm pretty sure that maybe one of the things is...
I feel like that's crossing a personal line, though. If you tell a coach's kids about a darkness retreat, I feel like that's crossing a line. If you want to do that with your teammates and Pat McAfee, fine. But
even Pat McAfee is like, you. It's like, we're not going there. It's like, I have long since thought that Aaron Rodgers was communing with the Sith Lord. I mean, he probably had a thing with Darth Bane or Darth Vader or, any one of them that, helped him regenerate his body. I'm just not sure. And he should not be communicating that with the coach's kid. Just
any of the coach's kids. Doesn't matter if it's Tomlin or if it's an offensive coordinator, even one that's as bad as the former Falcons head coach.
Absolutely not. And as far as Arthur Smith goes, Arthur Smith was a horrific head coach, but he is a very good offensive coordinator. And we should not bring his kids into Aaron Rodgers' web of treachery.
Now, if you wanted to do that with Matt Canada, you'd probably get a pass for that because Matt Canada was that awful of a coordinator in Pittsburgh. But yeah, exactly. All right, but let's get to the 49ers. Williams' team. I have the Cardinals.
William, I know, loves this. William's going to give us some good shit.
Yeah, Pearsall, Ayuk, and Jennings are the starters. Robinson, Watkins, Cowling. Jordan Watkins is a player I love coming to Ole Miss. Deep route guy.
Very much.
What's up?
Wait, what?
Niners have just a ton of depth at receiver. I'm not even upset that they... Well, Equanimeous St. Brown's listed as a fourth stringer on their depth chart, but they have so much depth.
Yeah, they just signed the other St. Brown, yeah.
Funny. It's not even funny how much depth they have. Trent Williams, Ben Barch takes over for the Notre Dame guard that they let. The Packers got the Notre Dame guard that they had. Who's the player they had last year? 49ers left guard, Packers. Aaron Banks. They had Aaron Banks last year, and they replaced him with Ben Barch. That's huge downgrade. I do like Pooney at right guard. Brendel and McKivitz are guys they could upgrade over, but just have chose to neglect upgrading over. So Silverback Williams remains the heart of the offensive line. Kittle's still one of the best tight ends. Purdy's your starter. Mac Jones is your backup. Curtis Rourke is your third stringer. And Carter Bradley, who went undrafted out of South Alabama, is actually pushing Curtis Rourke for the third string job. And then I
evaluated him a few years ago.
I thought he was in the 24 draft, but he's listed as an undrafted player in 25. But he may have been signed by San Francisco in 25. That might be what the SF25 means.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Because I actually evaluated him, and that doesn't surprise me to see him pushing him. I mean, he's a tough guy. There's nothing really that special about him. He's stacked West.
If Bradley doesn't make this roster, I would keep him on the practice squad if I can. You could Rourke can be your third stringer. That's fine, but I would.
With this offensive line, though, we might need that many starters.
I mean, your backups are Andre Dillard. If Silverback Williams gets injured, you don't have Jalen Moore, who is actually effective at times in relief of Williams. You have Andre Dillard, the former Titans and Packers tackle, Eagles tackle. Andre Dillard's your starter at left tackle if Trent Williams gets injured. So that's just – so you go from a code green to a code red. At least when you had Jalen Moore, you went from a code green to a code orange. Code orange is not good, but it's better than a code red. If you lose Trent Williams, you go from code green to code red.
For real.
That's,
this offensive line has absolutely been neglected the last few years. I mean, Shanahan's been concentrating too much on
Burford as a guard early in his career, but he's
positions.
A backup right tackle. Matt Hennessy's your backup center. Colby Connor. I like Colby Connor to Iowa. He's a good backup to Pooney. So outside of the right guard depth, there is outside of Trent Williams in the right guard depth
and
with
Pooney absolutely.
Connor, everything else needs to be upgraded.
Yeah, and Pooney absolutely, solidified his spot, on this line. And, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how he develops, going forward. And if he can, you know, gel some of these younger guys or backups, some of the guys that are trying to take over or not, but yeah.
Right now, the Niners have 6 running backs on the depth chart. They have Juzdik as the fullback, but they have 6 running backs on the depth chart. McCaffrey, Garendo, James Jordan. McCaffrey's a starter. Garendo's the backup. Jordan James is the third stringer, 5th-round pick out of Oregon. And then you have Patrick Taylor Jr., Corey Kinner, and Amir Abdullah. I think 49ers might carry 4 running backs, but it feels like Patrick Taylor Jr., Kinner, and Abdullah are basically competing for that last running back spot. That's at least the vibe I'm getting, William.
Yeah, and the heir apparent to Christian McCaffrey is not Isaac Garendo. He doesn't run as big or as fast as he is on paper. Jordan James, the kid out of Oregon, he absolutely fits his predecessor at Oregon's method of operation. There is a pop every time he hits. He is a runs hard, just like Bucky Irving. And he will absolutely, overtake Garendo in that second role, or they just won't even say it, and he'll just, mix in and overtake Guerrero, because, Guerrero also has a lengthy injury history in college, and, that's another thing. So
I would like to flip the script real quick, because I would like to interview you on the 49ers right now. Is that all right with you?
Sure.
Yeah, but I want to get to the defense after, if that's okay.
Well, the defense is the big part of my interview.
Well, I'll get to the defense, and then we can proceed with the interview, because that'll help you out.
That works.
All right. So the defense, Mikael Williams and Nick Bosa are the starting defensive ends. Thank God they drafted Mikael Williams. Otherwise, Gross Matos would be starting next to Bosa. Jordan Elliott and Kevin Givens are starting at defensive tackle, but Collins and West, the 2 defensive tackles they drafted, are on second team. I mean, this thing was a crisis heading into the draft with Evan Anderson and Elliott as the starters. I can live with Elliott and Collins, but Givens, who was a number 4 defensive tackle on this team a few years ago, is the starter over Collins at the moment, next to Elliott. So defensive tackle could be a question mark. D. Winters, I loved him at TCU. He's taking over for Dre Greenlaw. And they got Nick Martin from Oklahoma State, another guy I was high on, as his backup. And Fred Warner is the middle linebacker, but Luke Gifford's the backup to Warner. So if anything happens to Fred Warner or Trent Williams, you're going from a code green to a code red. And if Bosa gets injured, Yetter Gross Matos is starting. So so if anything happens to Bosa, Warner, or Williams, you're going from a code green to a code red in terms of depth.
Yeah.
And then we got Renardo Green and Demondre Lenore moves from nickel corner to boundary next to Renardo Green. Renardo Green goes from boundary to field corner, taking over for Ward. And Upton Stout, their 3rd-round pick out of Western Kentucky, is the projected starting nickel corner. I was not high on Stout, but he is projected to win that nickel job. Jair Brown and Pinnock are the starting safeties. And Mustafa, who started last year, has been demoted to second team. And Richie Grant is the other backup, the former Falcons safety. But they've got Saron Neal and Marquez Sigel in 3rd-string roles. So there's a lot of safety depth. So that's just an update on the Niners. I'll get to special teams later. They've got Moody and Morstead. But what do you want to ask William? Because I'm kind of curious. We'll wait to break down the Niners' schedule. I want to let Joey do his interview with William first.
Let's do it.
We know that the 49ers let walk a lot of it. Okay? This is a situation that doesn't normally happen with a team that's doing contention. A rebuilding team, yes, but teams doing contention, absolutely not. But the 49ers are still in contention. What defensively, you say they drafted this. We know this was a defensive draft. they can put in there and they can just keep right on rolling. What did they do to solidify this?
You're asking about the defensive rookies?
The overall defensive talent, what they drafted to replace the talent that they lost.
Well, you know, I mean, the thing is, on defense, what the 49ers are doing is trying to replace some of their players that left, like Dre Greenlaw. Chris just mentioned him, and just what's his name that ended up Hufanga that ended up in Denver, and you know they've had some solid rookies lately. Jair Brown for one, Malik Mustafa for another, and just building on the competition of who they ended up taking, like on defensive line, for example. That was a player I mentioned from Georgia.
Malik Williams, a player I think I mocked to San Francisco at that exact spot in my mock, because I was looking at how porous the defensive line was going to be if they didn't address that in the draft. And John Lynch, I know this is Williams' interview, but I want to add something briefly, contribute briefly. And what I'm going to say is I think John Lynch wanted to get younger on defense too, because Lynch and Roseman are probably the two GMs most notorious for moving on from guys on the defense once they turn 30. Those are probably the two GMs most notorious for that.
Yeah. And, you know, Michael Williams, Alfred Collins, and CJ West were absolute need picks, you know, having to move in here because the defensive line, you know, Chris mentioned Gross Matos, and it's just what was happening there was absolutely
you didn't
bad.
draft an edge rusher at 11, so that really wasn't a choice.
And I mean, he was a player they kind of hyped up, you know, coming out of college, and he showed out. He did well at Penn State, you know, but bringing these players. Michael Williams is an absolute. He's not a pass rusher like Gross Matos. I mean, he is, but he's much bigger. He's just a different type. He is a true, you know, defensive end, 4-3 defensive end that can absolutely ball. You know, I mean, his strength is just something that lets him overcome even, you know, the biggest tackles in the league, and he's absolutely going to show out. And Alfred Collins, you know, coming out of Texas, you know, on the inside.
The Niners needed to draft 2 starting defensive tackles, but they only got 1. I like CJ West, but I don't see him as anything more than a backup. So I think they're going to have to draft another defensive tackle this year. So next 2 first-round picks for Williams 49ers, I have Peter Woods in 2026, the Clemson defensive tackle, and in 2027 at pick 14, I have Jordan Seaton. Jordan Seaton was still on the board in 2027, the Colorado left tackle, and Trent Williams is a UFA in 2027. He's going to be 39 that year. So the 49ers, they may draft their left tackle of the future in 2027. As much as I'd like to give them a right tackle to complement Williams, they may just start over and draft their left tackle then, because Trent Williams will be 39 or 37 or 39, somewhere in that age range by 2027.
Yeah, and defensive line is also something that's been absolutely neglected by this regime going back, you know, and it's
Williams is 37 now, July 19th, 1988, but he will turn 39 after the 2027 draft, Trent Williams, and his contract will be up that offseason. So I think they'll move on from him then, even if he still has a year or 2 left in the tank.
I'm so afraid that
great player. He doesn't deserve that, but that's the reality of the business.
I am so afraid that the Super Bowl window for the 49ers has passed, and it's one of those things that just,
I agree.
screaming at Shanahan for letting happen. And it's like, dude, and I don't know, man, that easiest schedule is definitely going to get him up there, but there is that.
Yeah, I've got San Francisco picking at 25 or 26 in this year's NFL draft, and I have them picking at 14 in 2027.
Yeah.
So I think the only reason they get in the playoffs this year is due to the easiest strength of schedule.
Did you have any other questions, Joey? Or did I answer that for you?
The 49ers are rebuilding with their skill position player. Got a lot of young, good skill position player, William. What do you think these young guys, not the established guys, the young guys, what are their expectations for this year?
Expectations for this year? Well, like I said, they have to be able to step up to be able to, fill in these spots on this team to keep that Super Bowl window open that I was just talking about, I mean, that should be expected in that, I mean, by 100% that what will happen is with the easiest schedule, they can get to the playoffs and actually, be one of those teams that's going to be dangerous, and it's going to be one of those teams where no one is going to want to see them in the playoffs because of just who they have, and if this team is healthy with Christian McCaffrey and
I do have them winning a wild card game on the road against the Rams, but I have them losing in round 2 to the Buccaneers because the playoff game's in Tampa.
Yeah. So the expectations should certainly be, seeing what they can build on and how they can fill in and getting to the playoffs, and then, judging in the offseason, depending on what happens, what they need to do and on their direction for next season. Should they?
It's a very tight division. I've got the Cardinals, Rams, and 49ers all at 10-7. And if the Stafford disc injuries linger, that pretty much makes this a 2-team race between the Cardinals and 49ers. If the Stafford injury is a nothing burger, then this is a 3-team race. But
yeah,
anytime
these players
here is very pointed. The quarterback got a big contract. Brock Purdy has been known as the guy that's not going to lose you game, that's not going to win you game. He got his big contract. What do you expect from this year? Do you expect him to take that next step into the next level of quarterbacks, or do you expect him to stay right where he is?
Well, Brock Purdy has always been humble, and he has always been underestimated. Like you said, so many of those guys are saying, yeah, well, he's just a game manager, just this. But I fully expect him to take another step in his development. He didn't get a huge contract. It's not over the top. I'm sure, he didn't want to hurt the team that way. And that's one of the things why this kid is gonna, win a Super Bowl one day. And it's because of who he is and that he gives back to his team, and that he is an absolute leader that can go out there and everybody's like, oh yeah, he's just dumping the ball off to CMC. And it's like, that's absolutely not true. I mean, he had the longest air yards.
Actually, this year's the final year of his rookie deal, but a lot of the dead cap that was added in Purdy's 5-year contract extension was added to this year, 26 and 27. So the earliest they can get out of the contract is 2028. But I don't think that's going to happen unless Purdy has like 3 bad non-playoff seasons in a row. The contract expires in 2031, and the earliest I could see the Niners entertaining the idea of getting out of this contract is 2029. Because even if the team struggles to make the playoffs, I think it would take missing the playoffs 3 years in a row and Purdy underachieving to such a degree that without Williams, without McCaffrey, that he just regresses entirely. It would take something like that for him to be shown the door.
That's not going to happen.
I have seen multiple quarterbacks over the years, multiple players over the years. You got a chip on your shoulder, you're not going to fail. The question wasn't whether Purdy would fail or not. Is that would he take a step into the elite category? I have no doubt that Purdy's not going to fail. He has a chip on his shoulder. He will refuse to fail. And he will succeed at some point. And he will be continuously an NFL star. But he can take the next step into that realm. Because when you have a chip on your shoulder, whether you're a walk-on in college, get to the NFL, or you're Mr. Irrelevant like Brock Purdy, or you have done whatever else, or you've been slayed in the draft process, you get that chip on your shoulder. And I believe Purdy has that. But does Purdy have that to the point that he's going to take the next step? Because right now, we know he can
I think if the 49ers draft well in 2026 and 2027, by the time we get to 2028, 2029, San Francisco can start contending again. But at the same token, and I do think they contend this year, but after they make the playoffs this year due to having the league's easiest strength of schedule, I think we see 2 down years. And after those 2 down years, do they stay patient the 3rd year and let Purdy try to rebound with this supporting cast, or do they blow the whole thing up? Because if they blow the whole thing up, that pretty much signals a rebuild. If they don't, if they're patient, they get rewarded. That's what I'm saying.
So I think
my question needs to be revamped is can Brock Purdy be a top 10 NFL quarterback going forward? I guess that's the big
I believe he can be a top 15 quarterback, but top 10, no.
Okay, so here it is. Brock Purdy can absolutely be a top 10 quarterback. He has been a top 10 quarterback. The only reason this last year was because of all the injuries at receiver, Deebo Samuel. Ended up with Jawan Jennings. Jawan Jennings is an absolute tough guy, just like I've been saying about some of these players today. And but it's just the point that he's not a true number one. What he can do is be like Muhsin Muhammad, but they have to find their Steve Smith, and Ayuk has to stand out. It's great now that the alarm sounded on what was going on with the offensive line and the defensive line. So like now, because there's still time to fix it, and Brock Purdy, he most definitely, he is averaging over 30 points a game,
but is that because of his supporting cast, or is that because he's carrying the team? I think it's the former.
Well, it's not the supporting cast, because I don't see anywhere where Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk was on anybody's top 25.
He's got a top 5 tight end. He's got arguably the best running back in the league and the best left tackle in the league. So that's what I'm saying by the supporting cast. I'm referring to because receivers are important, but I value left tackles more than receivers. But receivers are important. And he had the right
Very
receivers when he was on a rookie deal. That's the other thing you got to account for.
And these are the concerns that are on social media as well, and that's why I'm glad you're bringing them up, to quash, what the thoughts are out there. I mean, Deebo Samuel, like I said, the supporting cast has been good, but still, I mean,
it's just so hard to
I
break into
provided an entire list, and saying that he wouldn't. I had a whole list of teams and their skill positions, and
I think
and
there
there
might
were
be one
about
spot
18 or
open.
20.
I want to get to the
There were
49ers
about
schedule so badly, but I honestly think there's only one spot open in the top 10 at quarterback. Joey, I have got to get to the Niners schedule, and I haven't even finished my Purdy rant. Okay? I haven't finished my Purdy rant. I have to get to the Niners schedule. Let me finish my Purdy rant. We'll do your last question, and then we'll get to the Niners schedule. Let me get to my Purdy rant on why he's not a top 10 quarterback. I will keep it brief and to the point, okay? Now, look at the quarterbacks in the league right now. I would argue you have the 5 AFC stars: Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Herbert, Joe Burrow. You have Jalen Hurts. You have Baker Mayfield. Yeah, the last 2 years with Mayfield, I would argue he's earned the right to be in the top 10. And I think Bucks have a shot at making 2 Super Bowls. So I would put Hurts and Goff and Mayfield in that top 8. And that leaves Stroud. That leaves 2 spots in the top 10 for Stroud, Jaden Daniels, and Purdy. And then you got guys like Love, and you got other guys like May and Caleb Williams who could be in the top 10 maybe in 2 or 3 years. They're not there right now, but in 2 or 3 years, they could be there. They could also be replaced. Who knows how the landscape's going to unfold these next 2 to 3 years. But my point is, they could be there. They could be in that conversation. So is Purdy going to do enough to remain in that top 10, or is he just going to become a top 15 guy like I have, a steady Eddie top 15 quarterback, which is where I think he's at? Because I'm not just looking at who's in the top, who's ahead of him right now. I'm looking at the up and comers as well.
Well, yeah, but you also there are some of the guys that are like Jalen Hurts and CJ Stroud, and Purdy can absolutely. I mean, I put him above CJ Stroud, and
right.
I had.
And that's fair, okay? But I think outside of Hurts, Mayfield, Goff, and the 5 AFC quarterbacks I mentioned, you can make an argument for Stroud. You can make an argument for Jaden at 9, Stroud at 9, Purdy at 9, Jordan Love at 9, Dak at 9 if you wanted to. There's a number of guys you can make that argument for. And if May or Williams breaks out in year 2, they're going to enter this conversation next year, whether you like it or not. That's all I'm getting at.
Yeah.
That's why I say Purdy's more of a top 15 than a top 10 guy. But to each his own.
He absolutely has to stamp, his name in there right now, to.
I love what Purdy's
because
done.
So many people are doubting him.
In the top 5 with the current landscape of quarterbacks in this league.
He has to take that next step,
stars, and upcoming stars as well. That's all.
Yes, yeah, and him taking that next step is absolutely necessary for him to continue in that top 10 conversation, because obviously I'm expecting May to absolutely explode this year.
I think May's going to enter the top 10 by 2028. Yeah. I do. Might not be there now, but I think by the end of his rookie deal, he's going to be in the top 10, whether we like it or not.
But is Jalen Hurts gonna look as good if he doesn't have the supporting cast that he has? I mean, if his supporting cast starts to go away, is he still going to be, that good, or, rated that high?
I've got to use the restroom, and I've got to let and I want to get on the preseason game between the Giants and Bills. I'll keep it on mute. I will. And I got to use the bathroom. So, Joey, do your thing and ask William the question. Then I'll pull up the Niners schedule.
Last question, and I think it is the most important question that I've asked so far. We know the 49ers have one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. But those guys are aging. Silverback Woods, one of my favorite offensive linemen of all time, aging. How do you think the depth and these guys who have not played quite yet are going to be able to stack up when the time comes for them to step up? Because the 49ers are a relatively young team, but the offensive line is relatively old. Where do you think the offensive line and those young guys stack up?
Well, see, that's the thing. And being neglected as they have, they've still had guys like Dominic Tooney get drafted. I believe he was the third round. And having him step up and show that what can happen, McKivitz is obviously a question mark, but when you get Burford's been there for a while, there are some of these guys. Dillard had a little bit of hype coming out of college, and what Alex Gibbs is doing with this line and the zone blocking scheme that he employs, I mean, he is absolutely the best at it. And there are many copies, and him just getting the right players and putting them up there, letting them gel, and they can absolutely stay, a top 10 offensive line for the near future. And
hold on, we got something in the chat room. Never mind. It's just one of those people on Kick tired of streaming. I thought we had an intelligent question from Tracy, but I got rickrolled by the Kick community. But I'm happy our viewership has doubled from 20 viewers to our college football segment to 42 with our NFL segment. That just shows us that shows me that our audience cares way more about the NFL than college, even though I like college more, William.
I definitely like college more.
Joey likes the NFL more, but he enjoys college too, from what I...
That's how I used to be.
So for me, it's like, they're plenty more with the NFL.
That's fair.
So is that fair?
It's a fine line.
Yeah.
Winston's looked good as the starter for the Giants in this Bills preseason game. They're not playing Russell Wilson. Bills aren't playing Allen, but yeah, Winston got the start over Jackson Dart, and he's actually looked good against the Bills so far.
Jackson Dart, from what I've heard, has been.
We got to save the Dart roasting for next week because we're previewing next week. But yeah, I'll pull up the Niners schedule here. If you want me to screen share it, William, I will be happy to do that.
I will do
yeah.
prayers and stay on, and I will make an effort to get a couple TV towards this to try to make Jackson Dart seem relevant.
I have Jackson Dart getting replaced with the first pick in my 2026 mock draft, guys. So that should tell you how little faith I have in this guy.
I'm looking at the Spurs. We're going to see what the Spurs think. I'm not even saying.
I think he's going to make Josh Rosen look like Mark Zuckerberg. I think that's how brutal Jackson Dart's going to be. He's going to make Josh Rosen look like Mark Zuckerberg.
He wasn't.
You cannot play for one guy or one set of Spurs. You're going to do all of it. So I'm going to put all that shit out on the front lawn here and several different religions. And we're going to figure it out because Jackson Dart, he did all.
All right, so I've got the Niners schedule up. I'm screen sharing it. I do have Seattle winning in week 1, but the 49ers, they get the Saints in New Orleans in week 2. Then they get 2 home games against the Cardinals and Jaguars. I have the Niners at 7-1 at home on the year. Their only home loss to the Rams. But that's if Stafford plays all 17 games and this disc thing ends up being a nothing burger. You're not ready to go to that far of the spectrum yet. I do have the 49ers rebounding against Atlanta after road losses to the Rams and Buccaneers. They lose to the Texans, but they beat the Giants. And after they lose to the Rams and Cardinals on the road, they get the Panthers at home. I think they win that game. I think their edge rushers are going to give the Browns offensive line problems. So I do have the Niners beating Shedeur and the Browns in Cleveland. That is a Cleveland game. That's not a San Francisco game. That's a Cleveland game. And the Browns did beat Brock Purdy last time that he went to Cleveland.
Well, it really does depend on how many games Shedeur has had. Because experiences came for rookies. So that's my big problem with the Browns at this point. It's like, how many starts is whoever is going to be the quarterback going to have? So you are very much politically, possibly correct in the 49ers winning it. At the same time, something happens.
If the Browns are going to beat someone, it's probably going to be a home game, and it's probably going to be against a team with weak edge rushers. That's what I'm getting at.
It is. I don't think the Browns have done you, William, or anybody else any favors by being a bunch of little bitches and not telling us who the hell the supposed to say the current quarterback charge. That's what I'm going to say. I don't think they've done us any favors. Any of us. So...
The Cleveland Browns quarterback competition is like a game of Candyland right now. You have the blue piece, the green piece, the red piece, and the yellow piece. And you can pick which quarterbacks are which pieces on the Candyland board, but Shedeur Sanders is the piece that is monkey branching Flacco, that is following Flacco across the board to Queen Frostine's castle. And Dylan Gabriel and Kenny Pickett, they are stuck in the gumdrop forest, and they can't get out of the gumdrop forest. They're the Candyland pieces that can't get out of the gumdrop forest at the beginning of the game. That's basically the Browns quarterback competition. I hate the fact that I'm comparing the Browns quarterback competition to Candyland.
Shots fired. Shots fired. Man down. Man down.
We cannot accurately say 5 games in, 6 games in, that any team can beat the Browns hands down. They can beat the Browns, they can't beat the Browns hands down because we don't know who the hell's going to fucking football. And we're not in for another week. And that is all on the Browns. That's all on their PA. That is them frustrating every single person out here because we go and make our best guess. And we can say the 49ers are going to win this game hands down, but by God, something could happen in the next 2 weeks, and the Browns could switch course, and everything could change because they have decided it's best to leave us all in the dark. I hate it. I know you guys hate it. But hell, with whatever the hell they're playing right now, because we are getting too close to the season to be playing Russian roulette or, in Chris's, a candy ring. And it is just not, it is frustrating as hell. And I'm sure, William, you are frustrated as hell as well, because when the Browns play the Niners, you don't know what the hell you're going to be working with. You don't know what to prepare for. And nobody else does either.
That's true. I'm going to pull up the Niners schedule. I mean, after the Browns, they get a bye week. They host the Titans. I have the Colts beating the 49ers, but only because it's a Monday night game. It's a Monday night game. If it was not a Monday night game, I'd probably give the Niners a win over the Colts.
I want to thank you guys for letting me go on my little rant there because it was a fuck rant.
It was not. It was a the fuck rant, but it was not a what the fuck rant like my Candyland rant. In your defense, it was not a what the fuck rant like my Candyland rant.
Okay. So I did want to apologize to you guys because.
I mean, if your quarterback competition's a board game, what board game do you want it to be? Obviously, you'd like it to be Monopoly or Battleship or Risk. You don't want it to be Candyland. Parcheesi's better than Candyland, but it's not a great situation either. It's kind of the Giants quarterback competition's kind of like Parcheesi, I would say, with Russell Wilson, Winston, and Dart. I would describe the Giants quarterback room as Parcheesi. The Browns are Candyland.
Neither one of them are good. So let's just go with that.
Yeah, you're right. I can't believe Jedrick Wills made Greg Rosenthal's top 100 free agents. At 99, he barely made the list. And I like Greg Rosenthal. A lot of his content's good. He's been one of my favorites at NFL Network for years, but that is just like, sir, you lost a week's paycheck for that take. You're getting docked a paycheck for that take.
I'm giving you a breathalyzer and I'm telling you to go home. No. What is wrong with you?
We're putting Jedrick Wills in the top 100 current free agents on the market? No.
He's playing this year because he wants to be ready for the next year.
And he's 99. I get that he's 99 on your list, but you're not getting a pass for that, Rosenthal. You're getting roasted for that.
Yeah, that is one of the worst. Hell no. Hell no. There's a reason that the Browns did not re-sign him when they had a chance.
But the Niners schedule after the bye week. They get the bye week after the Browns game, but the Niners schedule to end the year versus Titans at Colts on Monday night, which I think the Colts could steal only because it's a Monday night game. If it was a Sunday noon game, I'd be picking your Niners. Bears at home, Seahawks at home. That's the Niners' final 4 games. That might be the easiest 4-game stretch of any team to end the year. So, versus Titans, at Colts, versus Bears, versus Seahawks. That might be the best 4-game stretch to have for any team down the stretch.
You have to look at it like this. You've got what are considered the top quarterbacks in the draft in that 4-game stretch of Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward.
Actually, Shedeur is before the bye week in Week 14. So Shadeur's not part of the 4-game stretch. The 4-game stretch would be Cam Ward, Anthony Richardson, or Daniel Jones, Caleb Williams, and Sam Darnold. That would be the 4-game stretch.
I thought he was
Week 13 is San Francisco at Cleveland. That's a Sunday game coming off a Week 12 Monday night game where the Panthers play the 49ers. So the Browns do get the Niners at home on a short week, with the Niners hosting Carolina on Monday night in Week 12 after Thanksgiving.
They're trying to
So Shedeur might start in Week 13, but it's not part of the 4-game stretch to end the year. But if we just look at the Niners' final 6 games, I think they're going to win 5 of them. They'll probably either lose to Indy, Tennessee, or Cleveland. But I think they'll go 5-1 in their last 6 games. And that's why they're going to get in the playoffs. Even though I don't think they're a Super Bowl team on paper, because their strength of schedule, their last 6 games, versus Carolina Monday night, at Cleveland, then the bye week, versus Titans, at Colts on Monday night, versus Bears, versus Seahawks. They should go 5-1 in that 6-game stretch. But they are going to slip up against either Cam Ward, the Browns, or the Colts. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, because the Guardians have the easiest strength of schedule over the last quarter.
The 49ers ended up edging out the Saints and the Patriots for easiest strength of schedule. This is why. This was the thought process, Joey, because they get the Giants on the road, they get the Saints on the road. This is why they ended up edging out those teams.
And I'm still pissed off that two of the top 4 teams are the worst strength, the highest strength schedule in the NFL. That is just freaking stupid. I will still bring about that because that is just an awful job by the NFL.
And the 49ers, I get that they missed the playoffs, but they should not have the easiest strength of schedule. New Orleans is the second easiest, and the Patriots are third. But I don't think strength of schedule is going to matter with the Saints. I think they're going to be horrible regardless.
Well, yeah,
Especially if Tyler Show starts every game. If Rattler starts early in the season, they got a chance to steal some games. But not a great chance, but they at least have a fighting chance if Rattler or Hayner is starting.
Oh, Rattler's better than that 1-7 record he has.
That is his name. Believe me, they made some really bad mistakes on that in a couple of different.
And yeah, I'll pull up the Seahawks schedule again for our audience on Restream to see. And then I'm going to get into the Arizona Cardinals, the team I have next. The Cardinals could go 10-7 if everyone shows up. But if Marvin Harrison Jr. is a sophomore slump, this team could very easily slip up. So, and that's the thing. If Kyler Murray's 28. If he does not win a playoff game by the time he's 30, they are going to move on from him because the dead cap, they can buy him out in 2027 and they could trade him in 2026. And the Cardinals would be paying the majority of the dead cap if a team took on his contract just for 26.
I have a lot of faith in Kyler Murray.
I do too. I have Kyler making the playoffs this year.
As long as he stays away from Call of Duty.
Well, his backup's Jacoby Brissett. Jacoby Brissett, if you want Kyler Murray on his A game, I want you to pretend you're one of the characters in Office Space and just smash all of Kyle Murray's Call of Duty stuff with a baseball bat, like the characters in Office Space. That's the strategy.
Well, here's the deal. And this is something I've been following for a couple of years. I mean about 10 years.
I don't think Brissett's good as a quarterback, but I think he's enough of a hard ass to keep Kyler off of Call of Duty.
Well, here's the thing. Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray are a good friend.
That's true.
Murray came into Oklahoma. Baker welcomed him. Baker was the star. He was Kyler Murray's biggest supporter. And he has encouraged that.
And what's ironic is I have Arizona playing Tampa in the wild card game this year. I have Arizona playing Tampa in the wild card game. That's one of my wild card matchups.
That'd be cool as hell because the last time those two played each other, they changed jerseys. They were good friends. They're always good friends. Baker has been Kyler Murray's biggest supporter since Kyler Murray stepped onto the campus at Oklahoma. And he has been giving Kyler Murray encouragement every day.
Yeah, but if the Commanders knock out the Eagles as the 7th seed, we get San Francisco versus the Rams. That essentially means whoever wins that Arizona-Tampa game is probably the team in the driver's seat to challenge the Lions for the NFC title. That's the type of stakes you're looking at. Or Washington if they beat the Lions again.
My thought is, if Baker Mayfield has been in his year, you think he's just been in his year talking about all the good stuff? No, he's been talking about, don't do this. I did this, and it did not turn out well. And then last year, Kyler Murray started turning it around. Why? Who do you think's in his ear?
Baker, but Petzing's also in his ear. I mean, the coaches, the supporting cast is the best it's ever been in his career. I mean, with the tackles he's had, with Harrison, with McBride.
Since he was 17 years old. And who are you going to look at for advice? The dude that was in your ear when you were 17 years old?
Well, Kyler Murray didn't just enroll at Oklahoma. He started out at Texas A&M, and then he transferred to Oklahoma. So he was only at Oklahoma for a year after Baker got drafted.
He did, but the one guy who has been in his corners and till they met was Baker Mayfield. And
Baker left Texas Tech after his freshman year because they gave the starting QB job to that Cal QB. The Cal QB in the Mahomes draft, who wasn't any good. I forget his name, but Davis Webb. Davis Webb took Baker's job at Texas Tech, and then Mahomes took Davis Webb's job. No, he didn't. Mahomes was a freshman at Texas Tech when Davis Webb was the starter, and that was the year Baker transferred to Oklahoma. So no, that's not true.
It is true because
I looked it up on. I looked up the college football segment for Baker Mayfield on Wikipedia. It says he was there 1 year, and then he transferred after the bowl game to Oklahoma before Mahomes arrived.
transfer situation that isn't looking at. Guess who gave Patrick Mahomes his orientation visit? Baker Mayfield. Guess who?
That's all he did, though. He gave him the orientation visit.
Guess who was Patrick Mahomes?
Okay, but Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield is a thing because Kyler was the backup to Baker. Kyler was the backup to Baker when he transferred. That is factually true. But if you go to freshman year at college, here's what Patrick Mahomes' college career says. He entered his Texas Tech as the backup to Davis Webb. It says nothing about Baker Mayfield. In fact, Baker Mayfield started at Texas Tech in 2013. And then he transferred to Oklahoma in 2014. Mahomes enrolled in 2014. So outside of maybe doing a recruiting visit with Mahomes, he played no other role in Mahomes' career at Texas Tech. That's I mean, the recruiting visit to Texas Tech, he may have played a role in that, but outside of that, he was no part of Mahomes' career at Texas Tech. That's all I'm getting at.
You know, and it wasn't a big deal, and that's not any part of. I don't even know what you brought it up.
I brought it up because you've said for years that Mahomes played at Texas Tech for multiple seasons. He only played at Texas Tech for one season, and he did win Big 12 Freshman of the Year that year, but the coaches started Davis Webb in the final two games. I heard you say multiple seasons once, but he only played in 2013. Mahomes was at Texas Tech from 2014 to 2016. Baker only played one season at Texas Tech in 2013.
The only thing I ever said is that at one time, they had Davis Webb, Patrick Mahomes, and Baker Mayfield in the same room.
They never had those two in the same room. Joey, that is not the truth. They did not have those three in the same room. In fact, 2013, the quarterback, the starter entering 2013 was not Baker. It was Michael Brewer. He got benched for Baker. He got injured, and Baker took the job from him and never gave it back. And nobody ever heard from Michael Brewer after that.
Well, that's probably
yeah, it is. We'll agree on that much. But Baker only played 1 year at Texas Tech. He had a knee injury in 10 games. He won Big Ten Freshman of the Year, but he had a knee injury and then lost the starting job to Davis Webb. And I just thought that was a boneheaded move by Kingsbury, first in a series of boneheaded moves.
Yeah, that's something else we were agreed on. Kingsbury and his boneheaded move.
Okay.
We agree on a lot, Chris.
I'm not saying Baker and Mahomes don't have history, but they were never on the Texas Tech campus at the same time together. That's all I'm saying. He may have recruited him for a campus visit, but that's all he did. Maybe they got each other's phone numbers, texted each other, kept in touch. That's cool. But that's all that materialized.
They were on campus at the same time. They just weren't on campus at the same time for very long. It was a very quick situation.
Well, this is the problem with Wikipedia. They only mention what the player does during the football season. They don't mention what the football player does from January to August before college football starts. And that's probably, I'm guessing Baker transferred to Oklahoma he transferred to Oklahoma in January of 2014, but had not contacted the Sooners staff. So Mahomes had to have been on campus in December of 2014, but he committed to Texas Tech, but he wasn't officially enrolled as a student yet. So if there was any form of communication between Mahomes and Baker, it was that, and that's all it was.
Yeah, they've been friends from the moment Mahomes stepped on campus. They just like each other.
But Mahomes, it says he didn't play until 2014, but when did Mahomes step on campus? Wikipedia is not giving me that information, and it's not everything with Wikipedia is credible, guys. That's the first lesson you should learn here. But the second lesson is why is there certain information that's being excluded or included? Because you're not giving us the complete backstory.
I've been getting my information from Wikipedia. I got my information from interviews. I don't know the actual dates, but I know there was a month or two where Baker led Mahomes around campus. I know that they were gaming buddies. I don't know how long it lasted. I just know that Baker had a big influence on Mahomes in early days. And I don't know.
Maybe when Mahomes was in high school as a senior, he had some influence on him, but that might be it. That's as far as it goes.
He has had more influence on me than Queensberry did. That was a fucking disaster.
He had more influence on Mahomes than Davis Webb, but Davis Webb did take his job. But this is Cliff Kingsbury we're talking about. We got to move on to the Cardinals. Joey. This has been... We've got to move on to the freaking Cardinals. And William left the show. I'm guessing his phone died, but yeah. I've got a charger, a very quick charger. The iPad's at 29%, phone's at 12%. So I'm going to get the iPad up to 30%, and then I'm going to charge the phone and get it up to 20%. Because this is not a good situation, but this charger is super fast. Like, my iPad was at 9%. It's already at 29% 10 minutes later. So this is a super fast charger. I will check my text. Okay? I will check my text. Text Joey that his background noise is drowning him out. I told him on Messenger, but I don't know if he'll see it. The background noise is...
because I responded to him about that when I was at Dollar General coming back here because...
I got to get to the Cardinals. As much as I'd love to hear your Dollar General story, I got to get to the Cardinals.
Well, the weather had been horrendous, and I let him know that the weather just sucked here.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jackson Dart came in on the second drive. He led the Giants to a field goal in the first drive. But yes, whenever I type ARI instead of ARZ, I get an error for the Cardinals depth chart. But I'm going to pull up the Cardinals right now. They've got Kyler Murray. You got to type ARZ to get the Cardinals depth chart instead of ARI. It's weird, but Kyler Murray's the quarterback. James Conner's the running back. You've got Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride, but I'm not high on Michael Wilson. Greg Dortch showed some flashes last year. You've got Zay Jones as your number 4. Fajoku from the Chargers. He was a third stringer in the Chargers. Number 7 or 8 receiver on the Chargers is your number 5 receiver. And then you've got Xavier Weaver, the rookie out of Colorado, is your number 6. And that's your receiver room. So outside of Harrison and your tight end McBride, it's not a great. Tip Riemann did jump Elijah Higgins as the number 2 tight end. That is encouraging, but I wasn't really high on Riemann coming out of Illinois. I mean, right now, as far as the Cardinals' weapons go, outside of Harrison Jr. and McBride, nothing else on this offense excites me. They did get Will Hernandez back. Will Hernandez, who was on the market for a while after his injury history, has re-signed with the Cardinals. So you have him competing with Isaiah Adams for the right guard job. Froholt and Gaines are competing for the center job. Evan Brown, former Seahawks center, back at left guard. And then you have Royce Newman, the former Buccaneers center out of Notre Dame, as the backup to left guard to Evan Brown. And you've got Paris Johnson, Jonah Williams as your tackles. Kelvin Beacham's your backup left tackle. Christian Jones is your backup right tackle. I do like the depth on the Cardinals' offensive line at tackle. The interior is not great. The interior depth outside of Will Hernandez is not great. I don't like Froholt starting at center either, but, I mean, outside of the tackle depth is good. You have Johnson and Williams as your bookends, and then Kelvin Beacham's your number 3 swing tackle, and Christian Jones your number 4 tackle. And you do have Brissett as the number 2 QB, and Clayton Tune is the 3rd string quarterback. So I'm guessing Murray's hardly going to play in the preseason. It's going to be Brissett and Tune. That's probably what we're getting with the Cardinals preseason.
I'm expecting Murray to take an extra step.
I do too. I think this is going to be his best season because he did not have a number 1 receiver early in his career outside of Christian Kirk, who was good, but did not have the size Harrison had. And he did not have a good tight end until McBride arrived.
Kirk is a good 1,000-yard receiver on the slot position. He is,
We'll talk about him when we get to the Texans, but yeah, you're right. He's a guy who's good with the Cardinals, Jags, and Texans. There's a reason why he's still in the league.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna do anything for Murray other than make sure he didn't fail
During his rookie contract. That's really what his purpose was, is to make sure Murray doesn't fail during his rookie contract.
Yeah, and
that's
fine. That's fine. The big question I have with the Cardinals offense right now, but I do think they have a lot of good young talent.
I think the position they have the most depth at is offensive tackle and running back. They have Connor, Trey Benson's the backup, Michael Carter's the 3rd stringer, DJ Dallas is the 4th stringer, Emmy DiMercato, who was the 3rd stringer last year, is the 5th stringer. So I would argue running back and tackle are their deepest positions on the offense.
The offensive guard position, if either one of those guys fail, and Froholt, who I know intimately is not great, is left to his lonesome, it's going to all tumble apart.
Yeah, because right now, Evan Brown and Isaiah Adams are projected as the starters, but Will Hernandez did sign with the Cardinals, and if Hernandez is healthy and he's back in shape and he's actually busting his ass in camp, I can see Hernandez starting at right guard again to begin the year, especially if they're not happy with where Adams is in his development, entering year 2 of a rookie deal.
That is great because the one thing is a lot of people give Froholt a lot of credit. He has been supported by good guard play from the Cardinals for the last 2-3 years.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Evan Brown, the Seahawks center, and moved him to left guard. That worked out. And they got Will Hernandez, and that also worked out. So Froholt, as good as he's been, the guard play and the tackle play is the reason why he hasn't completely sucked.
Let's face it, he was a 3rd string backup on the Browns, and I watched him only defensive players for 3 years. the Cardinals have done a very good job of building to make sure he doesn't guys. But at some point, if any one of those guys go down, if any bit of that sports system goes down, well, guess what we're going to see? We're going to see the same shit that we saw with the Browns.
Yeah, if Harrison, Paris Johnson, Trey McBride, Kyler Murray, if any of those four get injured at any point in the season, the Cardinals are screwed. It is what it is. If any of those four get injured, your left tackle, your number one receiver, your tight end, or your quarterback, if any of those four get injured, you're screwed because the depth isn't great. If Connor goes down, it's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world either because you still have Benson, you have Carter, you have DJ Dallas from Seattle, and you have DeMercado. You have enough depth at running back to carry the offense if Connor were to get injured. But if Connor's healthy, this is a deadly offense.
Yeah, Connor's available, and the offensive weapons do what we expect them to. Man, this is going to be a tough offense to deal with. Their offensive line outside of center is solid. I mean, it's just, is everybody healthy?
But outside of the stars on offense and the starters on the offensive line, how far can these role players like Michael Wilson, Dortch, Zay Jones, Xavier Weaver, Fahoku, Tip Raymond, how far can these role players elevate the Cardinals? Because if they can't step up and complement what Harrison and McBride do, then you're looking at a 10-17 that gets the wild card and probably loses in the wild card at the very best. As much as I hate to say it, that's the reality.
That's the interesting part about it. Any successful team has great supporting cast.
And Jackson Dart just threw an interception to a fourth-string defensive end, Anderson. Anderson's like the number 7 or 8 edge rusher on the Bills depth chart. He just intercepted Dart.
Anderson, the guy that...
Anderson from the Bills, 44. He's like number 7 or 8 on the Bills depth chart. He just intercepted Dart, but the ball hit the ground, so it got ruled incomplete. But he had that, and he just let it get out of his hands. And Dart basically throws a touchdown on the next play. Jackson Dart is performing voodoo tricks, trying to force me to apologize to him for his questionable decision-making, and I'm not going to apologize.
He literally throws an interception to a guy that you and I have been saying is a nothing burger, and will probably be special for this guy for 2 years.
Or cut and put on the practice squad, and then the next play he throws a touchdown.
What did I say about Jackson Dart?
Jackson Dart, who is this former up?
There was reports. I didn't say anything about this because
Ron Torbert's officiating this game, and in Dart's defense, Ron Torbert's officiating this game. Do I think Jackson Dart is luckier than Ferris Bueller with the breaks the Giants have gotten? Yes. At the same token, Ron Torbert is officiating this game, despite the fact that I think Jackson Dart is luckier than Ferris Bueller with the calls and the plays that have transpired in this preseason game.
I didn't say this because it wasn't relevant at the time, but I think it's about time that I said it. I heard reports leaked from the Giants that they said they wish they would have grabbed Phil Sanders because Jackson Dart was not.
I had a third-round grade on Dart. I think I had 4 quarterbacks ahead of Dart. I had Ewers as my QB3, Shadur was my 2, Ward was my 1, and Milroe I had at 4, and Dart was my 5th best QB.
So you agree kind of with the Giants, perhaps like, we fucked up.
I knew they fucked up on day 1, but I didn't want to say anything. I wanted to let things play out for a little bit. But I kind of had a feeling they fucked up. Why do you think I made the comment that Jackson Dart's going to make Josh Rosen look like Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah, and I don't want to.
I don't like comparing Josh Rosen to Mark Zuckerberg. That is an insult to Mark Zuckerberg and everything he's built at Facebook and Meta.
Yeah,
But I just think Dart's going to be that bad as a NFL quarterback. Okay.
Dart is way too inconsistent, and that's a problem in the NFL. Because if you're inconsistent in the NFL, that means interceptions. That means
yes. If Gregory Rosso or Joey Bosa was in position to catch that bad pass Dart made, that would have been a pick all day. He's lucky this is a preseason game. That's what we're getting at.
It was an NFC North, any NFC North defensive end, and they would have thrown that.
I would argue any AFC North defensive end would have caught that too.
It's like, pick six.
Yeah, I'm going to get to the Cardinals defense on their depth chart. Right now, the projected starters, 34 right end, Darius Robinson, last year's second first-round pick. Dalvin Tomlinson's the nose tackle. Calais Campbell's the 34 left end. The backups are Dante Stills, Justin Jones from the Bears, and Walter Nolan, their first-round pick. They also have L.J. Collier and Bilal Nichols in third string at 34 defensive end roles. So the Cardinals are very deep on the defensive line. They are 8 deep. They only need 6 defensive linemen on their final roster, but they have 8 quality bodies on that defensive line.
I would like to go with Jim Schwartz's thought process. I have loved this for 20 years, is that you take 4 to 6 defensive tackles and you rotate them all. You rotate everything. And then you take another 3 to 4 defensive ends, and you keep rotating them. That's where I like it.
So the Cardinals have 8 quality bodies on their 34 defensive line. They're 3 deep at both 34 defensive end spots, and they're 2 deep at nose tackle with Tomlinson and Stills. Now, if the third string nose tackle's Elijah Simmons, undrafted player. 4th string's PJ Mustipher, and 5th string's Kyan Bars. I don't think any of those 3 are going to make the Cardinals' final roster. But
I don't know, but I do love the fact that they're kind of taking a Jim Schwartz approach and saying, we know.
Well, this is Jonathan Gannon. He was the Eagles' defensive coordinator when they lost Super Bowl 57 to the Chiefs. This is Gannon building up a defense to his identity.
I think Gannon at one point, you might be able to show me wrong, but I think he was an assistant under Schwartz sometime. I thought that Schwartz said that Gannon was his.
Jonathan Gannon? I'll look it up. Because I think Gannon and I'm looking it up right now, and then we'll get to the rest of the Eagles' depth chart. But I'm looking it up because Gannon was the Tennessee Titans defensive quality control coach in 2012-2013. But that's when that's after Jim Schwartz left the Titans to go to the Lions. Then he was the Vikings assistant defensive backs coach. Then he was the Colts defensive backs coach, and then he got promoted to Eagles defensive coordinator after being the Colts defensive backs coach under Frank Reich, who was the former Eagles offensive coordinator.
What about before he was the quality control coach? What was he with?
He was with Louisville as a student assistant and a graduate assistant. So he was in college when Schwartz was with the Titans.
Okay, so it's a complete coincidence that
his first gig was a defensive quality control coach under Bobby Petrino. That was his first coaching gig in the NFL. And he only lasted 1 year. Then he was out of coaching for 5 years until the Titans gave him an opportunity in 2012-2013. And I believe Jeff Fisher was still with the Titans back then.
Bobby Petrino, that just gave me PTSD.
So Bobby Petrino had this guy in coaching purgatory for 5 years until Jeff Fisher gave him a shot, second chance.
Yeah.
And then the Vikings picked him up as an assistant defensive backs coach. And then the Colts made him a defensive backs coach.
So he is a product of a system that.
After he got fired from Bobby Petrino, he got hired by Les Snead as a college scout in 2009, and then he was a pro scout in 2010, 2011. So,
I like Snead.
So Gannon was a college scout when the Rams were scouting Sam Bradford. He was a college scout the year they drafted Sam Bradford. Because
Snead's a guy I really like. But Snead, if he's part of Snead's coaching tree.
Scouting tree. He's part of Snead's scouting tree, and then he became part of Jeff Fisher's coaching tree.
Yeah, it's like that's a hell of a tree because he's got something.
How many coaches are part of two trees? A good scouting tree and a good coaching tree?
Not many, but the fact is, a lot of people don't realize these coaches are all part of a fraternity. They all share their stories and philosophy, and they share with their tree. And he's part of two of those trees. So I gotta look at him and say, boy, you got.
And when he was the defensive backs coach for the Colts, Nick Sirianni was Frank Reich's offensive coordinator. So, and then Sirianni brought him to Philly. That's
he is lucky as hell because he is part of coaching trees that involve
Frank Reich and Bobby Petrino.
Petrino, I don't like well. And everybody.
And he was the assistant defensive backs coach from 2014 to 2017 with the Vikings. Wasn't that when Zimmer was there, Mike Zimmer? Wasn't that when Zimmer was the Vikings head coach? So
Zimmer.
So he was part of the Jeff Fisher coaching tree, he was a part of the Jeff Fisher coaching tree, the Mike Zimmer coaching tree, and the Nick Sirianni coaching tree with the Eagles and Colts.
And interesting thought, he was also there with Kevin Stefanski. So they were all in this thing. So you got to think. And who was the head coach at the time? Who was the head coach at the time?
Former.
I can't remember his name.
Mike Zimmer. Yeah, Zimmer was the head coach, and then he had another offensive coordinator, and then Stefanski was the QB coach under that guy, but then he became the Vikings offensive coordinator, and then he was the Browns head coach. But yeah.
Running back coach, head quarterback coach, it's whatever. But the fact is, Zimmer's coaching tree right now.
Yeah, Gannon, and that's why I'm saying if the Cardinals become a playoff team and they're a playoff team for multiple years and maybe make an NFC championship, then Gannon's going to build his own coaching tree, and that's going to start with Petzing probably, if I had to guess.
And Petzing was part of
Stefanski's coaching tree, and they both work together in Minnesota, so it all adds up.
Yeah, it's a hell of a coaching tree that Zimmer is.
We're getting into coaching inception, but we're also having a little bit of fun here, too. I know we got to get the edge rushers, the linebackers, the defensive backs of the Cardinals, but it's a hell of a coaching tree inception that we've gotten stuck in here.
It is. It really is. And it's fun to think about how far we can go back and who we can connect to the situation.
Yeah, someone in the chat room said, whenever you bring up Bobby Petrino, Joey's like Hank Hill when he goes, ah!
I hate Bobby Petrino.
Yeah, but the Hank Hill sound effect where he goes, ah, like where he's mortified of something. That's what they said in the chat room. That's a great sound effect. It's an accurate analogy, though. That's
It's just like,
Yep. The edge rushers are Josh Sweat and Baron Browning, who they got from the Broncos at the trade deadline last year. Akeem Davis-Gaither from the Bengals and Mac Wilson, former Patriots and Browns linebacker, are the two starting inside linebackers. Ojulari for depth, healthy, back from his torn. He's back at full health, practicing again, and Ojulari's the backup to Sweat. They also have Zaven Collins as the backup edge rusher to Browning. So this is the best depth they've had at edge rusher. They also have Xavier Thomas and Jordan Birch as third-string edges. They have Cody Simon and Owen Papo, Ohio State and Auburn linebackers, as their backups. So I think the depth, not just at edge rusher, but at outside linebacker at 5 technique, is very strong. This team might have the most depth in the front 7 of any NFC West team this year.
Who did you say for the Browns was the depth player, one of the depth players?
I think Alex Wright is the backup edge rusher, but the Cardinals look like a team that could be potentially 6 deep at edge rusher if Browning and Sweat both pan out, Ojulari and Collins stay healthy, and they look like a team that could be 8 deep at 5 technique, 6 deep at 5 technique, 8 deep on the defensive line.
I don't think they're going to be that deep on the linebacker situation, but I think deep on the defensive line,
defensive line and edge rusher, they are going to be deep. Because they have Birch, they have Thomas as third stringers, they have Zaven Collins and Ojulari as backups, and then they have Baron Browning and Sweat as their starters. And Sweat, he played under Gannon's defense in Philly. So
I think they could go 9 deep on the defensive line, but I don't think they're going to be that deep on linebacker.
I'm talking about edge rusher, Joey. I'm saying they are 6 deep at edge rusher because their edge rushers are Cardinals run a 34. The Cardinals run a 34, but they also run a nickel defense. So when they run a 34 base defense, I would argue they are 6 deep at outside linebacker, but there may be only 2 or 4 deep at inside linebacker. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you,
I was looking at full camp and saying they may be 9 deep now.
I think the Cardinals are going to be they're going to be deeper at outside linebacker than inside linebacker, like Seattle, if that makes sense. But at the same token, I'd rather have the Cardinals backups, Papo and Simon, over what Seattle currently has at inside linebacker.
I can deal with that because we also don't know how many of those defensive ends are going to try to transition to outside linebacker.
And the Cardinals are very deep at corner, too. Will Johnson, second-round pick player I loved, number 1 corner. Max Melton's the number 2 corner. Garrett Williams is the nickel. Buda Baker and Jalen Thompson are still the starting safeties. Right now, you have Elijah Jones, Denzel Burke competing for the number 4 cornerback job, and Kentrell Clark's the number 6 corner. But I don't think they're very deep at safety if Thompson or Baker gets injured, but they are very deep at corner. Because I love Denzel Burke coming out of Ohio State last year. And he's like your number 4 corner.
What's his health? Because
if Will Johnson's healthy, not only is Will Johnson healthy, he's been blanketing Marvin Harrison Jr. all training camp.
Because that was the reason he fell, because he was a top 10 pick. But we didn't know. You and I both.
I figured the durability concerns with Will Johnson were a nothing burger, but you wanted to wait and see until training camp to find out what was what.
Because I've had the injuries.
That's fair.
When you have the injuries, you're away.
But when you love a player on tape like I do, you don't care about the injury history. You just take the guy on impulse. And sometimes that works out, other times it doesn't. And initially, it's working out in spades for Arizona. Initially.
But I was that way with Nick Chubb, and it's like it worked out initially, but then after this last one, it's like we can look.
It worked out for Chubb for like 5 years, which is the average lifespan of a running back. And then the injuries caught up to Chubb.
It's like you blow out your knee completely, cause it to explode, and it's like, well, you did it twice. It's like, how much are you expecting? So that makes me wonder what Will Johnson, if he does it again.
I don't think he will. And as long as he's healthy, the Cardinals are going to be a threat to compete for a playoff spot.
It is. I just worry once you blow your knee to the extent that he did, it's like you're basically living on borrowed time. And I wonder how much time he's lost.
I don't like Cottrell Clark or Elijah Jones as starting corners, but I do like Denzel Burke. I think Burke is a really good number 4 corner in this rotation behind Max Melton and Garrett Williams. And if Will Johnson gets injured, I think Burke will get an opportunity to start in this cornerback room. It's just a very good cornerback room right now.
Burke is good. I like him.
So they got Burke in the 5th round. And he's not even starting. He's a depth corner, but that's your number 4 corner right now. So the Cardinals are in a much better place at corner.
I think Burke should be number 4.
Well, Garrett Williams, the guy you liked out of Syracuse, is number 3. Max Melton's number 2, the Rutgers corner, and Will Johnson's number 1.
And that should tell you how good the Cardinals defensive outfield is.
And Starling Thomas, the 5th. And there's 2 corners. Sean Bunting Murphy and Starling Thomas, the 5th, are both on IR at the moment. So when those guys are healthy, holy shit, this cornerback room is going to be incredible.
Yeah, it's like, holy shit, that's an incredible cornerback room. You're going 7
Because you got 4 good corners right now, but Sean Bunting Murphy and Thomas Starling are both on IR. So if those guys are off IR, you're 6 deep at corner. And you have Elijah Jones and Kentrell Clark for depth in 7 and 8 roles.
You're not only 6 deep, you are 6 starters deep. That is freaking amazing. You got 6 starters at corner on your roster, and it's right there.
The drawback is you have no depth behind Jalen Thompson or Budda Baker if injuries occur. That's the drawback. And that's a big drawback. But if Baker and Thompson are healthy, this is going to work out like gangbusters for you.
Well, in that case, you got 6 starters capable, 6 capable starters at corner. So, hey, which one of you can play free safety?
Well, Baker's the only guy with free safety experience. Thompson's a strong safety, and right now their backups are Dadrian Taylor-Demerson and Joey Blunt, an undrafted free agent. They also have Jamie Robinson from Carolina and Keaton Crawford, 7th-round pick, as their 3rd-string safeties. But I'm not really excited about any of those 4 behind Thompson or Baker.
I only bring this up because yesterday I was incredibly depressed after I got done gym. I heard that Jim Lovell had passed.
Yeah, because that's the thing I keep seeing on the NFL news ticker, NFL Network news ticker.
Right here, I'm going to put it right here. He said in all 13 missions, his flight commander said, I don't care what it was designed to do, I care about what it can do. And you've heard me say that many times on this podcast about players. Well, guess what? That's where it comes from. Gene Crane said, point blank, I don't care what it was designed to do, I care about what it can do. That's where it comes from. For several years, I kept that a secret. There it is. Good. And guess what? You got 6 starters at corner. I don't care about what they're designed to do. I care about what they can do. You get one of those 2 starting safeties gone, I care about what you can do. Get your ass.
I would rather play one of those backup corners at safety than either Taylor-Demerson or Joey Blunt. But that's not how NFL teams operate. They don't want to plug backup corners into safety roles, but in this circumstance, I think you have to make an exception.
They don't want to, but if they have to,
I feel like you have to. With the cornerback depth the Cardinals have, I feel like if Thompson or Baker goes down, you have to take one of your backup corners, because I do not trust Dadrian Taylor-Demerson. I do not trust Joey Blunt, an undrafted free agent, to be my starting safety if Thompson or Baker goes down. I would rather try one of the corners at safety and see if we can find a fit there.
Yeah, I will go with Gene Kranz, one of the greatest leaders in the history of NASA. Now I don't care what they are designed to do. I care about what they can do. And right now, the Cardinals have a lot of can do. And the question is, what are the coaches going to do with that can do? Because when you got a lot of can do, it all depends on the coaches. What are the coaches going to do with it?
Jackson Dart is way too relaxed, but I feel like he also hasn't done enough to earn the right to exude authority on teammates yet. Well, he throws an accurate pass, but his receiver drops it. He gives the receiver a high five of encouragement. I would have liked to see more fire from Dart, but since he hasn't earned the starting job yet, I respect the fact that Dart's being humble about this.
Okay, Chris, so I'm going to say, because I heard the Giants were wanting to after the fact, dude, he was playing better in the first preseason game.
I expected Shedeur to play better than Dart, so I'm not going to give Dart or Shedeur any attention, because I expected Shedeur to play better than Dart. Maybe you didn't, but I did.
That's fair. It's like, I just wanted your opinion on whether you thought Shedeur or Dart.
Yeah, both quarterbacks had incredibly high ceilings, but also incredibly low floors. I thought Shedeur's floor was at least higher. Like, I thought Shedeur's floor would be like in the low 70s, whereas I thought Dart's floor would be in the high 60s. And anything below a 70 for floor, that screams warm body. I need at least one season on the bench to learn and process the playbook, process the systems, process the team culture. Shedeur can come in and maybe do something if he's needed to. I don't feel that way about Dart, but I'd prefer both guys sit this year, if possible.
Yeah, because I was just like, we got one game in, probably at this point, about the same amount of quarters. Just get your opinion on it.
But Shedeur played like almost 3 full quarters. Dart sat out the first series. Winston played the first series. And then they basically let Winston play on the bench. And Winston looked better than Dart did, in my opinion, in the one series.
Well, that's Winston. I mean, Jameis Winston is going to give you...
And this is a good Bills first-team defense. The Bills were playing their first-team secondary against Winston, and Winston looked good against them. But they played their second-team secondary as soon as Dart came in, and Dart has looked like crap against the second and third-string secondary.
Shedeur was against the first-team Panthers, and Dart was against the second-team
Bills. Yeah. Third-team Bills defensive line, second-team Bills secondary. But he started with the second-team Bills secondary, and then it was third-team Bills defensive line in the second quarter. So that should tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah. It's like, I think...
You see why I had Shedeur's floor slightly higher than Dart? But that may have been a miscalculation on my end. Not a miscalculation on Dart, but a miscalculation on Shedeur.
Yeah, it's like that.
That tells me Shedeur's floor is higher than I thought it would be, and his ceiling still could be just as high as I think it is. It also tells me Dart's floor is either lower than I thought it would be, or...
I think Dart's floor may be lower.
Because my floor grade for Dart was a 69 out of 99. My ceiling was a 90 out of 99. My floor for Shedeur was a 71 out of 99. I had him as a 73 heading into the season opener last year in Colorado, and my ceiling grade was a 93 out of 99. So his floor might be around a 73, 74, 75. It might be in that range instead of a 71. But Dart and Dart, my floor for Dart was a 69 out of 99, but that might be like a 66 or a 64, depending on who you ask.
Maybe, but Shedeur and Dart are always going to be linked because it's just a weird dichotomy.
I'm trying to forget about this quarterback class because outside of Dart, I didn't see a quarterback with the floor and ceiling to be a day one starter. I'm trying to forget about this quarterback class and just move on to the next two. But you're here to remind me of all the drama and chaos because that's the fun part for you. Whether I like it or not, that is the fun part for you.
What Dart Sanders for me are the three guys that are going to make noise.
Dart's not going to make any noise.
Oh, he's making noise. It just isn't the good type of noise.
It's like a wind fart. It's not even like a toot. It's just like a wind fart. And there's a little bit of a foul stench. It's not something that's going to cause a locker room to evacuate. But
But then you got Shedeur and Ward who are like, oh, these guys are pretty good. We like them. They could be franchise guys. But then you get left over here and like, who's a star guy?
Well, Shedeur, I had my floor grade for Cam Ward was like 85 out of 99, which is like the Andrew Luck tier of floors. But his ceiling was 91. My ceiling grade for Shedeur was a 93. So my ceiling grade for Shedeur is actually higher than Ward's. I'm just not confident. I'm just not as confident that Shadeur's going to reach his ceiling as I am with Ward. That's all, Joey. If you get what I'm saying there.
It's still better than the foul tongue you got with Shook.
I guess it's better than the other QB situations with Milroe, with Dart, with Ewers. Ewers and Will Howard will wait and see, but that's basically what I said. I said 2 QBs, Ward and some other guy from this class will get a second contract and everyone else will become irrelevant or they'll become backups in the league.
Yeah.
That's basically.
Looks like the 2 guys that are gonna rock it out. Everybody else is gonna be like.
I'm not ready to say Shadeur's gonna get a second contract, but I'm ready to say he's gonna get an opportunity to start at some point. Okay, that's as close as you're gonna get from me right now.
That's fair. And it's like, and those are the only 2, to your point, that look like they've got a shot.
I think Ward will get a second contract, but I'm not sure how patient the Titans will be with him. They gave Dan Moore Jr., who I thought was the worst left tackle in that division, even worse than DeJuan Jones, a 5-year, $20 million deal. We're paying him $100 million over 5 years, $20 million a year. And you can't get out of that deal until year 3 or 4 at the earliest. So that's going to hinder the left tackle play for Cam Ward during the majority of his rookie deal. So he's going to have to find a way to overcome that. But looking at the Cardinals, they've got some good players. I'm going to pull up the Cardinals schedule now. And yeah, I'll screen share the Cardinals schedule. And then we'll get to the Rams. And then we'll get to the next division. Because we still have a full other division after the Rams. But yeah, as far...
That division was so interesting. It took us like 3 hours.
We're on 2 hours for this division, by the way, Joey. We're only on 2 hours for the 3 teams in this division.
This division better. They better meet up to our expectations at this point. Because if we spend this much time on them, they better.
Well, next week we're going to preview the AFC East and the NFC East, and I think that's going to move by a lot quicker because I think we have a consensus on where the NFC East is. I think we also have a consensus on where the AFC East is. So I think next week's probably going to move by much quicker.
Yeah, it's like, if it's taking this long, if they want to win, that division better be damn good.
I've got the Cardinals finishing the year 10-7, but I have them going 8-0 at home and 2-7 on the road. They get the Saints on the road in week 1. That is one of the road wins they will get all season. And then they also get the Panthers at home in week 2. They do get the Niners on the road in week 3. I think they lose that game, but if they could steal that game, you were looking at Arizona beating the Seahawks and Titans to be 5-0 if they could steal that road win in San Francisco. But if they don't, they're still 4-1 and in great position. I do have the Colts beating the Cardinals, but that is a game Arizona can steal, especially if the Colts quarterback play continues to be this dysfunctional. That is a game the Cardinals could absolutely steal. I mean, I think this cornerback tandem could get 3 interceptions on Daniel Jones. I think if all the Cardinals corners are healthy, if Williams, Melton, and Will Johnson are all healthy, I think Jones could throw 3 interceptions against the secondary. And maybe that's an understatement. Maybe I'm being too kind to Daniel Jones.
You're being too kind to Daniel Jones. I think this secondary could pick off 5 of those passes.
Yeah, but that should tell you Arizona's got a very easy strength of schedule to start the year, and I think they beat Green Bay at home. But if they can beat the Colts and 49ers on the road, I think Arizona's 7-0 entering the bye week. Then it gets difficult because they got to play Dallas and Seattle on the road. If Dak's healthy, I think the Cowboys beat Arizona on Monday night. Seattle's always a tough place to play in. You get the 49ers and Jags at home, but I think they win those games. They get Tampa on the road. They probably lose that game. I think they can beat the Rams at home. They get the Texans on the road. They get Atlanta at home. They get the Bengals on the road. I do have the Cardinals beating the Bengals as my road upset in Week 17 in a Saturday trap game, and then I have the Rams winning the Week 18 matchup, which will decide the division. Cardinals play the Rams in Week 18, and since I have the Rams, Cardinals, and 49ers all going 10-7, that Rams-Cardinals game is going to decide the division in Week 18. So that's what I have for the Cardinals. But there are some games like the Colts game, if they could steal that game, or they could steal the game against San Francisco, or if Dak gets injured again, they could steal the Monday night game in Dallas. There are like a few games on this schedule. There's also the chance they lose the Bengals in Week 17 on the road. So their floor is probably 9-8, but I would argue their ceiling's 12-5, and I have them at 10-7. So there you go. I might be too low on the Cardinals, Joey, but that is.
Well, I always take into account a very liberal sense of so many people and media approximation say we don't know where the wins are going to come from. It's week 1 of the preseason, guys. Look at the time.
I'm looking at purely what I thought of the player coming out of the draft, what I saw on tape, and where they're projected on the depth chart. I'm not putting any more stock into it unless I see them in the preseason and I actually love what I see. And I actually see the game.
A lot of people are not doing that. They are saying, well, these teams did this last year, so this is what's by damn for sure. I was like, no, guys, no. Don't do that. It's bad. Okay? You know, let's look at what we know. Let's look at what we've seen. Let's look at the preseason. What we've seen. What we've seen from the rookie. What we've seen from the new guys. What we've seen from all this and the other. Progression of the quarterbacks and the other guys. To go. Don't say, I don't know where the ones are coming from. Well, obviously out your ass. Because you aren't paying attention to the rest of it. Come on, guys.
Yeah, when all these NFL fans of certain teams say, I don't know where the wins are coming from, that's how I can tell this is a fan that's a frat boy versus an actual serious, intelligent NFL fan. That's how I can spot the difference. But as far as the eye test goes, let's get to the Rams, the final NFC West team. Stafford's currently starting on the depth chart, but they also have Puka Nakua is now the number 1 receiver, but they also have Devontae Adams replacing Kupp, and Tutu Atwell's still the slot receiver. They did sign DJ Humphries from the Chiefs to be the backup left tackle to Alaric Jackson. They did re-sign Alaric Jackson. Steve Avila's at left guard. Coleman Shelton's your center. Bo Limmer's the backup left guard. Kevin Dotson's back at right guard. Rob Havenstein's your right tackle. McClendon's your backup right tackle. So I do like what the Cardinals have. They are also very deep at tight end. Tyler Higbee's a starter. Colby Parkinson's the backup. And Terrence Ferguson, their second-round pick's third string. They have Davis Allen at fourth string. So the Rams are very deep at tight end to the point where if you have 4 quality tight ends in this final roster, I think you have to use 2 tight end sets frequently. Because not only can you give Kyron Williams extra blockers on running plays, you can control the short intermediate passing game with your tight ends. You can control the red zone with your tight ends. So
because I'm going to say this, no choice, because I've said for years, Matthew Stafford is the best quarterback and quarterback to ever live. Best in the NFL history. If Matthew Stafford has had a major injury, we thought he was done 2 years ago with his arm. Now it's his back.
it's a disc injury.
I am a person intimately able to tell you about back injury and disc injury and so on and so forth. I've been telling D-Wood about Shedeur Sanders. Tick-tock, the time is coming. Tick-tock. I will put that on Matthew Stafford. When I hear back injury to that degree, I think tick-tock. Tick-tock. Because Matthew Stafford's career is at the point where you can tip her the hourglass. You don't exactly know how many grains are staying on the hourglass, but when
If Stafford's healthy, I still think this is the team to beat in the division, just because they have so much depth at tackle and tight end and running back. But at the same token, I think they're pretty thin at receiver outside of Adams and Nakua. I know some Rams fans like Tutu Atwell, but I was never super high on him. He's a good deep threat, but he's not a guy who gets a lot of separation through route trees. And honestly, I think the Rams are better off using a 2 tight end set with Higbee and Parkinson or Higbee and Ferguson than they are with playing Atwell out of the slot. I would only play Atwell out of the slot on like a 3rd and long. I would only play Atwell on 3rd and long with the weapons the Rams have this year.
here's the bottom line. The Rams, if they knew about this before the draft, they were fucking stupid and not drafting.
They have Jimmy Garoppolo and Stetson Bennett, and the Rams know next year's quarterback class is better than the 2025 shit show. That's why the Rams are not stupid, Joey. And they have the Falcons' first-round pick. They have Atlanta's first-round pick in addition to their own. So if the Falcons have a bad year and the Rams have a good year, the Rams can use Atlanta's pick to get their QB.
But at the same time, you have to plan. And if you knew about this,
This came up like the first 3 days into Rams training camp. This has been a nothing issue all off season. During OTAs, this was not an issue during OTAs. This was not an issue during mandatory minicamps. This came up the third day of training camp for the Rams. That's when this first came up.
well, the Rams general manager needs to be getting on his ass and figure out what he can do, because when the spine goes out, let me put it this way. I've been defined jobs I should have had a skill up for my spine 30 years ago. It ain't easy. I have had days where I cannot move my legs. I cannot move. You don't think Matthew Stafford is going through that right now? If the Rams front office is not looking at the future of this and getting his replacement, they need fight.
The Rams have the best offensive line in the division. They have the best running back in the division. They have the best receiver duo in Nakua and Adams in the division. I think Garoppolo could win 10 games with this offense, but I don't think he would do shit in the playoffs. That's
you have to look forward. If you're not looking forward and you knew about this,
nope. The Rams are basically saying Arch Manning, Garrett Nussmeier, Aller, Klubnik. Shadur's a scrub compared to those guys. That's basically what the Rams scouting department said by waiting for a quarterback until 2026. And they may end up being right on that. But right now they look like idiots, and that's basically why you're going to scold them, because they look like idiots right now. And when you're a prisoner of the moment, you look at why the team is idiots right now versus big picture.
This is what is like you're looking at a water to.
And I think 27 might end up being a better QB group than 26. So I'm not going to fault the Rams for passing on a quarterback if they're confident in Garoppolo and Stetson Bennett as Stafford's backup options.
Yeah, because let's face it, Eli and
let's see what they do. But they are both on thin ice. They are both on thin ice. If Stafford misses this year and Garoppolo and Bennett both struggle, they do not get a second chance to come back from that. You're getting your quarterback in the 26th draft. That's where I will meet you halfway there.
Absolutely. And the thing is, when we hear that Arch Manning is going to stay to 2027,
I don't think he will stay if the Rams get the number one pick. Because if the Rams get the number one pick, he can sit behind Garoppolo or Stafford for a year and then be the guy in 27. But I don't think the Rams are going to lose enough games to get the number one pick. And the only way that scenario happens is if the Falcons finish with the worst record in the entire league. That's the only scenario where the Rams get the number one pick in the draft.
Yeah, I'm like, do you really think the Rams are going to get the number one overall pick?
The Rams are not going to get the number one pick by losing games with Sean McVay. Now, if the Falcons have the league's worst record, Joey, if the Falcons have the league's worst record, the Rams get the number one pick in the draft this year. That's how it works. So basically, the Rams have to hope like hell the Falcons suck, because that's their only prayer right now. Right now, they are in purgatory. They are in quarterback purgatory unless the Falcons lay an egg this year.
I did hear this morning that the Saints got the number one pick. Arch Manning will go into the draft because he wants to play for his grandfather's team.
I heard he doesn't want to play for the Jets, Browns, or Saints. I that's what I've heard. But the Colts are a team I mocked Arch Manning to in 2027 because I figured that's a team he hasn't mentioned. That's Peyton's team. I think he'd be thrilled to play there.
Yeah, I just heard this morning that he wanted to play for one of the teams.
We are hearing a lot of Arch Manning hoopla. A lot of smoke screens with Manning right now.
Absolutely. Basically, yeah. It's all it is hoopla. But the thing is, the Rams got to be paying attention to this hoopla because
they've already came out and said Arch Manning's their QB1 if he declares this year. And I think they would trade Atlanta's first-round pick, their first-round pick, and a 2027 first-round pick just to get him. I think they would mortgage that much. And if they have to throw Stetson Bennett in it, too, to make sure they get the guy they need, I think they will.
So what? because, it's like Matthew Stafford, he's on his last legs. I love Matthew Stafford. I have loved Matthew Stafford.
I've got the Rams making the playoffs with Stafford, but I'm thinking the Rams draft Lenore Sellers. Stafford plays maybe one more year in 2026, and then he retires in 2027. That's kind of my thought process.
Yeah, because my two favorite quarterbacks still playing, Matthew Stafford and Joe Flacco. He's going to get old.
Flacco's going to be done after this year. I think Stafford probably plays until 2027, though.
Yeah, and like Flacco said, he came back because he wants to play in a place he loves. And he loved Cleveland. I don't know why, but he said he did. Guess what? He's coming back.
He loves Cleveland because he resurrected his career. I still think Baltimore will always be that first home, first love because that's where he won the Super Bowl. But because Cleveland gave him that second life as a quarterback in the league, that's why he considers it his new favorite.
You good?
Yeah, sorry about the coughing. I'm going to get to the Rams defense. We're going to rant about Stafford forever unless I focus on the Rams defense.
Stafford is an all-time great.
I agree, but at the same token, I like to focus on every position on every team and get as in-depth with it as I can. I feel like with you, you're trying to find the biggest story with each team, focus on the stars, keep things simple until we get a bigger picture of what's going to happen as things progress.
Not always, but with guys like Stafford is a guy that we could talk about for ages.
Yes. I'm going to get to the Rams defense here. Did TalkShoe disconnect on my freaking iPad because of your Stafford rant? I'm going to be pissed if that's the case. Nope.
You cannot blame me for a Stafford rant.
But Joey, I'm this close to pushing the mute button, but I'm not going to because I'm a good person. But yes, the TalkShoe disconnected me because of your Stafford rant. So everyone on TalkShoe does not get to hear our AFC rants. AFC West rants. Everyone on TalkShoe got screwed out of Patrick Mahomes. I am angry about that.
You're angry because TalkShoe did not like Matthew Stafford.
Yes, Joey, you have to limit your rants. You have to limit your rants to one per show. I'm sorry, but this is just, I'm trying to get through everything and just get out of here in one piece. When college football starts in 2 weeks, we're going to have games on at noon. It's just, I'm trying my best, Joey. I really am. I'm being patient. I'm not complaining. I'm trying to keep interruptions to a minimum. Outside of the beginning, I think I've done a good job. Outside of the beginning, but TalkShoe cut me off after 4 hours, and I can't go back and redo it.
Well, TalkShoe's been cutting you off after 4 hours for...
Well, I use my iPad instead of my computer to record. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I should go back to recording TalkShoe on my laptop.
Maybe. I can't remember whether they cut you off on your laptop.
Here's the deal. I'm only doing 30 podcasts on TalkShoe this year. We've wasted one without talking about the AFC West. So how do we make it right to our viewers on TalkShoe? Do we do 3 divisions next week, Joey? Or we can get through the format without ranting about the basic topics. I know I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm upset about the TalkShoe thing. I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm upset about the TalkShoe thing. I'm trying, and I don't think it's not one of those things where I could just reload it and push the re-record button. It has disconnected me and cut me off. So
you're completely right. You're completely right. I'm going to give you a solution. Next week, I come in at 11 o'clock.
No, next week, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. We're not doing 11 o'clock. We're starting at 9 o'clock. That is how pissed I am. That is how pissed I am. 9 o'clock the next 3 fucking weeks. That is how pissed I am right now. Like, I'm...
Then it's going to be all you because I'm probably not going to be at 9 o'clock. But
then me and William will cover the first 2 hours, and you'll come on at 11. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do.
If that works, then that works.
I'm still going to preview the AFC West on Restream, but I'm going to preview the AFC West with William on TalkShoe at 9 a.m. next week because fucking TalkShoe cut me off. And they didn't retweet the fact that this is the season premiere. So, yes, I'm pissed about that. I'm still going to preview the AFC West with Joey today, but
We're going to find that solution.
we have to find a solution. And the only fucking solution I can think of for TalkShoe cutting me off is we start at 9 a.m. the next 3 weeks because there's college football at noon. There is college football at noon. And yes, I'm about as pissed as Satan when fire comes out of his eyes. That is how pissed I am. Joey does not want me that pissed under any circumstances because even when I've interrupted him during the NFL draft, I have never been that pissed where I've seen fire come out of my eyes.
And I don't want you like this, but I understand the fact that TalkShoe's been doing this shit for 3 or 4 years.
Well, I have two choices. I can either do TalkShoe on the laptop where I usually code, or I can continue to do it on the iPad. And if I do it on the iPad, we're going to have this same problem next week.
Exactly.
And we only get 30 lives on TalkShoe this year because we want season 15 to end on 1,000 episodes on TalkShoe. And then for season 16, we will do it every week. Okay? We'll go back to our usual format next year, but this year it's supposed to be special. And I'm just pissed. I'm not pissed at you. I'm pissed at the end result. Okay?
Because technically, we should be able to do this and have our discussion, TalkShoe said otherwise.
And you could schedule for up to 12 hours on TalkShoe. I'm going to attempt to schedule something on TalkShoe.
12 hours on TalkShoe, then why does it always cut you off after 4 hours?
Well, one thing I can do is delete the TalkShoe episode, but if I do that, all the data we recorded with William goes bye-bye. So that's the problem. So we have two choices. And I think outside of the Big Ten data, the most important data is the AFC West division. I did the NFC West to make you and William happy, but I'm also looking at this and saying, what can we do to rectify this? What can we do to rectify this? Is there a way to add a recording to the current episode? Is there a way to add a recording to the current episode? I'm going to go to studio here.
That is a good question.
Go to studio here and past. Wait, we can go to studio. We can go to past. This is where your past meetings will appear. Past meeting has not appeared on TalkShoe yet. Analytics, Drive, because I'm looking at can I select? Okay, select a file. I don't want to download a file. There is one thing we can do. We can upload a file, but I'm not sure if we can, because I was not done on TalkShoe. I was not done on TalkShoe before TalkShoe cut me off. And TalkShoe is free for up to 12 hours. You can stream for up to 12 hours on TalkShoe.
How can you stream for 12 hours on TalkShoe but it cuts you off at school?
Because I think I may have scheduled it for 4 hours. That's probably why. I did not think, because I thought we were just going to boom, 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 tackle through everything and be done in 4 hours.
How long have we been doing this, and how long is 4 hours for that thing?
Here's what we're going to do. I'm deleting the TalkShoe episode, and I'm basically going to repeat everything I've said. Everything I've fucking said. Everything I've fucking said.
Can you re-upload it?
We're still on Restream, but we're not still on TalkShoe, but I am pissed. I'm a perfectionist, and I'm fucking pissed, okay? I'm sorry, Joey. I'm a fucking perfectionist. I'm not going to apologize for being a perfectionist, okay?
You said you uploaded the screen.
You can upload a stream with a Draft Utopia microphone, but you can't create an episode by uploading an audio file to publish to your podcast. I've tried that. That did not work. I've tried Show All. I've done everything I can, Joey. I've done everything I can. So we have two choices. We can delete this episode and repeat everything we said in the past 4 hours, plus the AFC West division, or I'm not going to promote this episode. And
what you do is you reschedule an episode.
I'm not rescheduling. I'm a perfectionist. I consider myself the Tom Cruise of draft experts. Okay? I consider myself that. My ego's that big. It's a problem.
Here's my mind. If they put you off there, you schedule another episode within another half hour, and you start again.
I'm deleting the talk show episode, and you're only going to get the big, and I'm basically going to restart everything. So all the talk show episode is not going to have William. Fuck it. That's how fucking angry talk show has made me. Talk show, you are going to do what I tell you to do, not what you want to do, what I tell you to do. You are a computer. You are human property. I am a person. That means you're my bitch.
And I'm telling you how to make this work. And you're wanting...
Tough shit. Tough fucking shit. I'm a perfectionist. I am a fucking perfectionist. I will repeat everything I said.
You're a perfectionist that's got a sledgehammer on the thing and make them imperfect. How does that make logical sense?
Because I'm a perfectionist. And I'm going to get every single fucking detail down to the core. Down to the core, Joey. God.
This is just philosophical process. How does it practice make things imperfect?
I don't care about imperfections. I'm a perfectionist, okay? I am a perfectionist, and I'm going to have every single detail down to the fucking core because I want to.
Then why are you making things imperfect?
Ugh! TalkShoe deleted my stream. I scheduled it, and it fucking deleted it. I'm not asking TalkShoe. You're going to do what I tell you. You're a fucking program. I am a human being. You are a human doing. That means you do what I tell you. That's exactly what it means. I'll make it 8 a.m. If we are not live on TalkShoe by 3 p.m., 8 a.m. next Saturday. That's where I'm at. That is where I'm at. You don't want me that pissed off. Believe me, Joey.
I'm trying to use...
I'm not using words. I'm using decisions. I'm making a decision and saying, this is where we're going. TalkShoe, take it or fucking leave it. I don't give a shit if people hate that. That's my thought process. We're going to get every single detail I want down to the fucking letter. And if I have to dictate more, if I have to schedule the show at 9 a.m., 8 a.m. like a boot camp instructor so that we can cover more content and minimize your rants, we're going to do that. It doesn't matter. Nothing else matters. That's what we're doing.
I'm pretty sure we can get everything going there.
Okay, now that it's 2:43, we'll talk about the Rams for 2 minutes. We'll talk about their schedule, and then we will get back to the AFC West and the other stuff on TalkShoe. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up with the AFC West on TalkShoe, and then I'm going to repeat every single one of my fucking talking points, because that's the only way to redo a show. You don't want to hear me repeat the same shit we talked about for 4 hours and restreamed, right?
Because we don't have to.
I have to. I have to because I'm a perfectionist. Every single detail matters to me. And when every single when an entire conference gets filtered out I'm going to turn into Satan. I am literally going to turn into a human version of him. Because the AFC West is, the Chiefs are the most popular team in the AFC right now. The Cowboys and Lions are the only teams with higher popularity than the Chiefs. So if Talk Shoe does not get to hear our Chiefs rant, guess what? The episode on Talk Shoe doesn't fucking count. They're not promoting our... I want them promoting our content for us. I want them paying us. They're not doing that. We'll still use their platform for free, but I'm going to dictate the terms and conditions if we use their platform for free. That's where I'm at. If they want to dictate terms and conditions, they got to pay us. That's basically where I'm at. They don't have to pay us, but we get creative control if they don't pay us. That's basically where I'm at, and that's fair. Because we're not...
It's all a thing of, you know, you're emotional.
We're live on... So, yeah.
You can go live, not delete anything.
No, you can't. Because... Joey, stop talking. I don't want suggestions. I want results. I want results, and I'm held on results.
You don't get results without suggestions.
Talk Shoe has blocked my microphone and my camera. So now we're going to go in and click allow. We're going to click allow. No webcam fam. No microphone found. What the hell, Talk Shoe? So the same microphone and camera problems that I had on the computer where I record on Restream, I think the only way I'll be able to record this is if I log out of the computer that I use to code and actually record on Talk Shoe on there. I think that's the only way I'll be able to do this. So I'm going to have to fucking try that. I don't want to do that, but I think that's my only choice at this. Nope, I'm on Talk Shoe. Hopefully, stay Talk Shoe. All right. Allow access. Yes, allow access to everything, Talk Shoe. Allow access to anything and everything. Okay? Allow access by pressing camera and microphone in your address and try again. No. Talk Shoe, the camera and the microphone. How do I, you will need to give your browser permission to use microphone on Talk Shoe. Camera automatically blocked. Oh, that's Google Chrome's fault. I turned it on. I got it fixed. Good. Good. But Google Chrome needs to let me do what I want to do on Talk Shoe and not be a dick to me. Yeah. There we go. Perfect. 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 Okay. Perfect. All right. We're back, folks, and I am ready to break down the Rams schedule. I already broke down most of it. I have them at 10-7. And here's the thing. I'm looking at, we talked about some stuff earlier this morning. You can go to Restream and get the full video, even the rant where I get pissed about Talk Shoe disconnecting, but just fast forward to that part and get to the 4-minute 32-second part of the show if you want some details. Fast forward to that part. But anyway, we talked about some stuff earlier. We went through the Big Ten. Big Ten, I basically said William was on with us to preview the Big Ten, and you know, I'm looking at my notes here really quickly. I had Octavian Smith and Farouk for Maryland, Caleb Tiernan for Northwestern, the left tackle. I have a 91 on him. Nico Imaleva and Jamian Thomas for UCLA. Michigan State players to watch: Aiden Childs at quarterback, Krishawn McCray Jr. at wide receiver, Jack Veiling at tight end. Rutgers, JT Sheffield, Gus Alinkus at center, Eric Neal at right end, Jet Elad at safety. Wisconsin players to watch: Riley Mahlman, right tackle, and then the Wisconsin secondary of Ricardo Hallman, Nazir Forquarren, Preston Zachman, Austin Brown, and then the Washington players to watch: Jonah Coleman, Denzel Boston, Tariq Olufala, Tacario Davis, Efians Pryock, CJ Christian, Minnesota players to watch, Darius Taylor, A.J. Taylor, Javon Tracy. Iowa players to watch, Logan Jones, Jennings Ducker, Ethan Herkett, Aaron Graves, Xavier Nwangpa. Nebraska players to watch, Dane Key. I do think their quarterback, Dylan Raiola, is a player to watch, but he's in next year's draft. USC, Jaden Maiava, Eli Sanders at quarterback and running back, Mekhi Lemon, Jacoby Lane at receiver, Lane McCree at tight end, DJ Harvey at corner. Indiana, this is the first of like 6 legitimate contenders in the Big Ten. Fernando Mendoza is your quarterback from California, Roman Hemby from Indiana, Elijah Surratt, the Indiana wide receiver. I've got a 93 out of 99. Carter Smith at left tackle, Mikhail Kahamar is your edge rusher, 92. Aiden Fisher is your right outside linebacker / 34 middle linebacker. Hosea Wheeler, defensive tackle, D'Angelo Pons, Amari Farrell, and Devin Boykin. Indiana, very good roster. And yeah, if they can beat Oregon, they might do something. In Illinois, Luke Altmaier, Aiden Loutry at running back, J.C. Davis at left tackle, Josh Kreutz at center. I've got a 90 on Davis. He's my highest graded player on this team. Offense, defense, they've got Gabe Jacas at edge rusher, Xavier Scott at 92 for Jacas, 90 for Scott, Torrey Cox, Matthew Bailey. Anything in the 85 territory is a starter grade for me, but there's also good role players on a lot of these teams. But you're only going to get that from the early part of the show on Restream, since Joey and I are in kind of a hurry, because the audio for the previous show that was recorded this morning on TalkShoe, they cut us off after 4 hours, and frankly, I'm not going to tolerate that because I'm a perfectionist, and we're not putting a show on TalkShoe unless we go in depth with Patrick Mahomes. That's not a promise. That is an action I'm going to ensure. Giovanni L. Hardy, Derek Moore, Rashad Benny, TJ Guy, Barium, Rod Moore, Zavada. Oregon, Makai Hughes, Evan Stewart, Kenyon Sadiq, Isaiah World. Those are going to be the players. Emmanuel Pregnan, left guard, Mateo Ugalele at right end, Bear Alexander at defensive tackle, Tuiloe at left end, left outside linebacker, and Bryce Bodicher at middle linebacker, Dylan Thienen at strong safety. Ohio State, they've got Carnell Tate, Jeremiah Smith, Max Clare. Playmakers in spades, they've got a quarterback, Julian Sayin, who's a 2027 guy along with Smith. Ethan Oniwa, Rice left tackle, takes over for Josh Simmons. Sonny Styles, Arvell Reese, Davison, Styles and Reese are really good linebackers. Davidson, Iguinosun, Jermaine Matthews Jr., really good corner fill-ins, and then Caleb Downs at free safety. In Penn State, Aller, Singleton, Katron Allen, Devontae Ross, Trevor Pena, Ione Jr. at left guard, Donnie Dennis Sutton at defensive end, Zane Durant at defensive tackle, Rojas at right outside linebacker, Amari Campbell at middle linebacker, A.J. Harris at corner, and Zakee Wheatley at free safety. So that was the Big Ten, and I got 9 players with 90 grade on Penn State. William had Ohio State over Oregon. Joey had Michigan over Penn State. I had Penn State over Illinois. Those were our Big Ten predictions, and I got all of that done in 5 minutes because I have to mention every single detail. Not only are these shows, I plan these shows out to the very letter, the very detail. And with the NFC West, we just wrapped that up. And Seattle 7-10, San Francisco 10-7, Arizona 10-7, the Rams 10-7. I was just showing Joey the Rams schedule before I got to the AFC West division. I was just showing Joey the Rams schedule here. And then we can get back to our usual programming. Versus Texans, that's a win. At Titans, that's a win. Versus Eagles, that's a loss. At Colts versus 49ers, they should win both of those. At Ravens, loss. They get the Jaguars in London.
Our podcast 30 minutes. This point, you just went through everything.
I told you as soon as we went through TalkShoe, I was going to go through everything as quickly as humanly possible that we covered on Restream, but did not catch up on TalkShoe.
Humanly, I mean, this is not human. This is alien.
Actually, we've only been on TalkShoe for 6 minutes and 28 seconds, but somehow I have superhumanly managed to cover everything we talked about in 4 hours on Restream on TalkShoe in 6 minutes. That's all I need is a platform to recap every single detail I've missed. And then my emotions go from a negative 100 to a 100 in like a millisecond. That's the thing.
Yeah, you got it. It's like you got it so much. I'm like, the hell, wow, shit, you got this.
See, this is why you love me and hate me at the same time, because you hate when I get as angry as I did earlier, but you love the fact that I can process everything that I talked about in 4 hours and 6 minutes, because not many people can do that.
No, you remind me of me before the dozen concussions, and I think that is it, because now I have to stop and think about things where you don't have the concussions, you don't have to stop and think about anything.
Yeah, the Jaguars, I do have the Jaguars beating the Rams in London. That is a trap game for the Rams, I think. And I think Travis Hunter will come into his own by then.
Well, not only that, because, what's the Jags?
London's basically a home field for the Jags.
What's their record? Yeah,
London's a home field for the Jags, and I feel like LA is further from London than any team in the league. I think because they're on the West Coast, they have the furthest distance from London, unless Seattle or some other team is further from London than Jackson from the Rams. But you guys can double check that and get back to us in the chat room if we're wrong.
Yeah, that's a weird thing, because it's like, it may be a business thing, but the Jags, they embrace it. They embrace it.
And after the Rams go to Baltimore, they should just stay in Baltimore that week and go to London, because it's less travel, and then you get your bye week after that game in London. But you host the Saints, you travel to San Francisco. I have them winning 4 in a row after the bye week with wins against New Orleans, San Francisco, Seattle, and Tampa Bay at home. The Rams get all those games at home. They do play the Panthers and Cardinals on the road. I have them losing both those games. I also have them losing to the Lions, but I have them beating Seattle on Thursday night, losing to Atlanta on Monday night, and then they get a Week 18 win against the Cardinals. So 3 NFC West teams made the playoffs. The Cardinals are the 5 seed, the 49ers are the 6 seed, and the Rams are the 3 seed, as long as the Matthew Stafford injury is BS and he doesn't miss any time. But that does feel like a big if right now. Also, Joey, I got my first 2026 NHL mock, not only all the write-ups done, but I actually promoted in a few Facebook groups before William and I went live. So, yeah, I got that in like 22 groups on Facebook before we went live this morning. That should tell you how ridiculous my work ethic is. Because my goal, usually I do not do 2027 drafts this far out, but the Landon DuPont draft in the NHL and the Arch Manning draft in the NFL are going to be so damn good. We are going to make an exception this year, but only for this year. I'm not doing a Bryce Underwood draft next year, Wes. So don't ask. Don't ask. If he wins the Heisman as a freshman, don't ask.
You also had to look at my restraint, because I wanted to go on a rant about CJ's.
I would love to rant about the players in the 26 and 27 drafts, but I'm not going to, because I know we have a ton of topics, so I'm restraining myself in that respect.
Because I wanted to go on about Cephas and how well he's done since he's been called up for the Guardians. I didn't. So, restraint.
It's good. But yeah, that was the NFC West division. Just checking in to make sure we're still connected on Restream. We are 46 views. Love it. Even after my episode, 46 views. Haven't had any gains, but no drop-offs either. 10 minutes in on TalkShoe, and we've got only one division left. And yeah, you'll still get William on Restream, but not on the TalkShoe edition, because I have to make sure my content is on the TalkShoe episodes, because we only get 30 of them. Any detail I miss, it's like when the Top Gun simulation in Top Gun Maverick, where the cadets get hunted down by Tom Cruise. That's basically what happens to episodes of TalkShoe, but just for season 15. But let's get in the AFC West. We got Orange Raiders and I've got them at 6-11, but they are an interesting team. So we'll see what happens here. No, because Google Chrome had my microphone turned off. I never even considered that possibility, but that's why the microphone was turned off. And yeah, looking at the Raiders depth chart here, Geno Smith's the QB, Ginty's the starting running back. Right now, you have Jacoby Myers, your best receiver, playing slot instead of a number one role. And then they have Trey Tucker and Dante Thornton Jr., the Tennessee receiver, as the outside receivers. And then you have Colin Johnston and Jack Beck as your backups. I do not have any ounce of confidence in any of the receivers the Raiders have outside of Myers. I like Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer at tight end. Ian Thomas was a very solid, underrated player for Carolina. He wasn't spectacular, but he's a good role player. So now you add Ian Thomas to the Raiders tight end room from Carolina. It feels like the Raiders are 3 deep at tight end versus 2 deep. And the other thing is, Joey, is that, Ian Thomas, very good season with the Panthers. Not a great season, but solid replacement to Harrison Bryant. Parham's the left guard, Jackson Powers Johnson. Our lad says Jordan Meredith's the center, but I don't believe that. I believe Jackson Powers Johnson's the center for the Raiders. And our lads also has Alex Kappa as the backup right guard. I believe Kappa will be starting at right guard, and I believe Powers Johnson will be starting at center. So I am calling shenanigans on that part of their research. I think our lads, for the most part, does a good job. I just disagree with them on Jordan Meredith, an undrafted free agent starting at center over Jackson Powers Johnson. That doesn't make sense when you can play Powers Johnson at center and Kappa at right guard, which honestly gives the Raiders the best chance to win on Sundays. But hey, they did a lot of topsy-turvy stuff against Seattle, Joey. You were talking about it earlier on Restream. The Raiders did a lot of topsy-turvy stuff. And even though Ginty's the bell cow, you have Mostert as your number 2, Zamir White as your 3rd string, and Sincere McCormick as your 4th string. So there's a lot of running back depth as well as tight end depth on this Raider team. And that's going to be the foundation of the offense. Yes, you have Geno Smith, Aiden O'Connell, and Cam Miller from North Dakota State. But for the most part, the foundation of the offense is going to be tight end, running back, and what Geno Smith does with the tight ends and running backs. And can he elevate these wide receivers, even though this is a way worse receiving core than what he had in Seattle?
I agree, Chris, but Ginty's debut was not exactly Shedeur Sanders. He did not make you say, oh my God, this is a franchise guy. He was good. He was good, absolutely. But he was not somebody you look and say, this is the franchise running back. And this is why I'm glad he's going to be playing week 2. Because
I think Ginty was distracted with the house because he was looking at a house, but he was looking at a $15 million house in Mark Davis's neighborhood. You don't need to throw that type of cheddar down on a down payment right now. Wait till you get the second contract to do that. You got a rookie contract. You don't want to throw all your bread down on that house, and then if you're in a Trent Richardson situation, you have to sell the house 2 years later.
And I think that's the thing, because I worry that same thing about Hunter with Jacksonville. He just got married. He's got a new wife and everything. Ginty's looking at a house. Shedeur Sanders looking like, I want to play fucking football. It's just a thought.
Yes, Shedeur may have irritated and repulsed some scouts with his bling, but he is locked in on playing football. That's the thing. So it doesn't matter if the bling annoys you if you're locked in on playing football and you deliver at the end of the day.
Exactly. These guys are focused on, it's like, my wife wants this. My new wife wants this. I wanted this house. It's like, what does all that matter unless you can fucking...
Well, Marion Hampton is not thinking about a fucking house. He's thinking, how do I take the starting running back job from Najee motherfucking Harris? That's what's going on in Hampton's mind. That's the mindset Ginty needs to have next week when the Raiders play.
Damn straight. And if, we're going to find out these guys who have all these little things on the outside, who are failing with all these little things on the outside against Shedeur Sanders and these other guys who sit there and say, football, 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 football. What am my career going to be? Football.
Yes, Ashton Ginty thinking about a house in the preseason is like Patrick Mahomes throwing a fit when somebody parks in his spot. And that is a thing. Mahomes is a real pet peeve when people park in his spot. So nobody at the Chiefs camp parks in his spot, but opponents don't know where he parks. And if they knew, they would try to do that just to get in his head and rattle him.
Yeah, but it's all the focus of football. I mean, this point in the season, you always have to focus on football.
When you're a rookie and you're trying to prove yourself, yes.
Are the ones that are going to freaking win. They're the ones that are going to get the spots. They're the ones that are going to sit there and be successful.
Jackson Dart might be playing like shit today, but at least he's focused on football.
If he's focused on football, hell, he might end up making Cam Ward, who's focused on football, sure saying he's focused on football. Oh, the hell, him, he's focused on football. God damn it, he might end up being third one because he's focused on fucking football. Focus on your freaking profession. Is it that freaking hard? Focus on your profession. That pisses me off. Focus on your profession.
Exactly. And the Raiders, Malcolm Kuntz and Crosby are the defensive ends. They did have Christian Wilkins. What happened is apparently in a post-game locker room, he kissed a teammate on the forehead, and the player was uncomfortable with that. So instead of benching him, instead of sitting him down and having a man-to-man talk with him, the Raiders' default response to Wilkins kissing a teammate on the forehead was just to cut him from the team. Instead of benching him or suspending him or docking him pay.
Kissing them on the forehead.
It's weird, but it is not a cuttable offense. It's weird as hell, but I don't think that's cuttable. If it was lips or if there was non-consensual sex, that'd be a different story, and you'd have fully legitimate reason to void the contract. But forehead, come on. That is a very stupid reason to cut a player.
That is about as platonic as you'll find. That and the Chief are platonic as hell. The Raiders will be lucky if they don't get sued for about $60 million.
And Wilkins was only through year one of his contract. So they had to burn $30 million in cap space just to buy him out of the contract. That's a very stupid reason to burn $30 million in cap space. If you want to have a sit-down talk with him and tell him this is what we expect, we'd appreciate if you didn't do this moving forward. Fine. We're not saying don't discipline the guy or don't take action. We're saying don't cut a player over that.
You have a talk that people are a little bit upset about this. Some people are offended. We would expect you not to
do this moving forward and have a talk and just move on. Nothing happens, okay? That's all you have to do in this situation. Instead, you cut the guy.
It's a nothing burger. I've done it in my life.
Who made the decision to cut him? Was it Spytek? Was it Brady? Like, I would genuinely like to know who dropped the ball here.
That was probably Spytek. Brady's been through worse. Brady don't give a shit about stuff like that. It is probably Spytek.
Yeah.
Because Brady go through the stuff Brady's been through is like he'd make HR cry. So it is probably Spytek.
Well, Jonah Lalalu, who is a fourth-string defensive tackle on the Colts next year, is now starting next to Adam Butler thanks to the Raiders' decision to cut Wilkins.
Oh, my God.
The backups are Lakai Fotu and Thomas Booker IV, who the Raiders got in a trade when they sent Jacorian Bennett, the Maryland corner they drafted, to Howie Roseman. And he was actually one of the top corners in pass breakups last year. Even though I did not like him coming out of Maryland, I know Raiders beat reporters said a lot of good things about Bennett and how Howie Roseman fleeced the Raiders by getting Bennett as a nickel corner for Booker straight up.
Raiders make me want vodka.
So not only did the Raiders cut Wilkins, they replaced him with a fourth string defensive tackle, and they replaced his backup by trading a good player on the defense to Howie Roseman.
You know what? I am a member of the Kool-Aid Mafia, and my Kool-Aid has vodka in it, so guess what? I'm going to go pour me a glass of Kool-Aid.
J.J. Peggs,
The Raiders.
Tonka Hemingway are third-string defensive tackles. But yes, I think the Raiders are going to have one of the worst run defenses in the league. I do like the linebackers a little bit more. They have Jermaine Pratt. They have Devin White and Landon Roberts. I like the outside linebacker combo of White and Pratt. I think Roberts is past his prime, though, Joey. And I loved Landon Roberts when he began his career with the Patriots. I even loved following his career after he was with the Patriots, but he looked like he was past his prime with Pittsburgh last year. And something tells me he's going to be worse this year. And the backups to Landon Roberts are Tommy Eichenberg, who William and I both liked out of Ohio State, and Cody Lindenberg, a seventh-round pick out of Minnesota. And I think both of those younger linebackers have more fire and more intensity and more energy than Roberts at this point.
I really like Eichenberg.
So, as much as I like Roberts, I would have turned things over to Eichenberg, but I think the Raiders are a little hesitant to do that since the previous regime drafted him.
Well,
and he's a fifth-round pick.
Eichenberg doesn't have the athleticism, but Eichenberg has the football IQ to be a green duck for the next 10 years. And I think that's something Tom Brady respects.
Yeah.
So I think Eichenberg's going to be there for a long, long time.
And as much as I like Landon Roberts, I feel like he's been past his prime for the last 1 or 2 years. And if he gets one more injury like he had with the Steelers, Eichenberg's taking his job and not giving it back. There's a reason the Raiders gave Roberts a 1-year contract. The thought process was, let's give Eichenberg 1 more year to develop and then turn things over to him in 26. That's probably what they were thinking.
I'm not a huge fan of Roberts. I always thought
he was good early in his career with the Patriots. But after that, he hasn't been the same.
Yeah, and he was an overhyped backup then.
I mean, he was a guy we had a backup grade on coming out of Houston, but he did get starting time. He did get starting time with New England.
Yeah, he was solid.
He was a rookie.
He was solid. I'll give it that. He was solid. But he was New England fans would overhype him.
He was a 6th-round pick in the 2016 draft. And he made his first NFL start in the game against Cincinnati, this game where Belichick made the press conference. We're on to Cincinnati. That was his first NFL start.
Yeah, I will give him credit. He has made a great career for himself.
And then he did really well. He was great under the end of Belichick's tenure because he was the defensive captain for the Patriots when they failed to repeat as Super Bowl 54 champions. The Chiefs won that Super Bowl, but the year Landon Roberts peaked, he started all 16 games, 65 tackles, helped the Patriots defeat the Chargers, Chiefs, and Rams. But he only had 1 tackle in the 13-3 Super Bowl win, and then Belichick promoted him to defensive captain. And that was probably a miscue by Belichick. And then the Dolphins gave him a 1-year contract, and he was okay, but he was like He was okay for a few years, but he was never the same player with the Dolphins he was with New England. Then the Steelers gave him a 2-year contract. He honored that. He did okay with the Steelers. He did better with Pittsburgh than Miami, and then the Raiders gave him a 1-year deal for $3 million. But it's only because they're not comfortable with throwing a 5th-round pick in the fire. That's the only reason they gave him that deal.
It is the whole thing of you have a guy that is really good, but not excellent, who became a captain because he was really good, but not excellent.
He was a great complimentary linebacker for Hightower, but then I think Hightower retired after Super Bowl 53, and he got thrown all the responsibilities on him because Hightower called him the boogeyman, had his back, and he just couldn't handle that role, and it's been all downhill ever since Super Bowl 53.
And now he's on the downturn of his career, and you're just asking him to hold on for another year. But it's a solid guy who's always been solid, who's underwhelming as a captain, but can handle the ability of a captain. So you bring him into the Raiders.
And he's a former track and field athlete. He has the athleticism you wish Eichenberg had, so maybe he could teach him some athleticism while he develops for another year, but it's going to be Eichenberg's linebacker unit sooner than later.
Eichenberg is the leader that everybody wants. He's the guy that's going to – he is the type of guy that Tom Brady would salivate over because Tom Brady was the same guy Eichenberg is. He's the same guy. If you follow Tom Brady from Michigan through the pros, you followed Eichenberg from Ohio State through the pros, same guy, different side of the ball. Guess what? Brady learned for a year and a half behind one of the best quarterbacks in football. Bledsoe is one of the top 5 quarterbacks in football when he ended up getting internal injuries from Bart Scott hitting him.
Before Bledsoe got injured, you had a top 5 QBs in the league because right around 99-2000, or right around the 99-2000 season after Elway repeated, Elway had just retired. You still had Dan Marino for one more year. You still had McNair until his injury on Monday Night Football. You still had Brett Favre enter in his prime, but after Favre, it felt like there was a changing of the guard at the position ready to take place. And that's when Kurt Warner entered the picture. That's when Warner entered the picture. Brady entered the picture 2 years later, and the rest is history.
Because Bledsoe was seen as the future. That internal injury, that hit that caused the internal injury, cut his career short by about 5 years and ended his career as a Patriot. That hit springboarded Tom Brady's career.
Yeah.
And speed run the end of Drew Bledsoe's career. And it's a damn shame. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit there and...
Well, Dart only played the first half. Shadur played 3 quarters, and Dart only played the second series of the first quarter. Tommy DeVito's now in for the Giants, and he looks more accurate than Dart, but he's playing mainly 3rd string and 4th string guys on the Bills. So
that does not make me feel more confident about Dart. That does not make me feel.
Wait, that's not Tommy DeVito. That's number 19. That's not DeVito. I thought I thought that was DeVito initially, but the player's tone looks darker.
Because it's like you could say, Shadur played 3 series against the first team.
He almost played 3 quarters of the preseason game.
But 3 drives against the first team. And
That's Winston? They put Winston back in the game after one series, so let me get this straight. They only played Winston one series. They didn't play Wilson all game. They played Winston one series, and they put him back for the third quarter to get more reps.
What?
Yeah. They put Winston back in the game. So instead of playing DeVito, they're basically playing Winston. So that's okay. That should not surprise me. I should not have been.
It was so bad. They put Winston
back in for the second half.
Oh. Oh. Jesus. Oh,
that is saying something.
Wow. I got. Wow.
And Winston just threw a pick, so.
Well, that's when.
Now the football gods are basically trying to make us feel guilty for criticizing Dart.
Hell no. It's like, I have been a Jameis Winston fan since he was at Florida State. I know the Jameis Winston experience.
But there's a penalty on the interception, and it's a defensive penalty for encroachment, according to Ron Torbert, so that's going to negate the Jameis Winston interception. Landon Jackson jumped off sides, rookie for the Bills. Landon Jackson, Arkansas rookie. He jumped off sides on the pick.
Well, here's the thing, Chris. If Disney really wanted to get a roller coaster going, then name it the Jameis Winston experience. And then we really see a roller coaster that we could rely on.
Yeah, but I'm going to go back to the Raiders here. This was a fun conversation. I do need to get to the Raiders secondary, though. This was a very fun conversation. Like, not just the rant about Eichenberg, but the whole backstop with the Bills. It's 17-16 Bills, Giants in the third quarter.
Well, anything with Jameis Winston is always going to be a hell of a conversation because Jameis Winston is Jameis Winston.
Yeah, but we get an early preview of next week with whatever we're internalizing now. But the secondary for the Raiders right now, Eric Stokes is the number 2 corner. Third round pick Darian Porter out of Iowa State is listed as the Raiders' number 1 corner. I was not high on him. I think William liked him, but wasn't crazy about him. But Darian Porter, the Iowa State corner, is the number 1 corner on the Raiders at this juncture. Third round pick Darnay Holmes, nickel corner. He's an okay nickel, but they could do better in that department. Jeremy Chin takes over at strong safety. And Isaiah Polamalu, who is a backup third-string safety on both teams, is now the starting free safety.
I like Polamalu. I thought he had a lot of potential. I thought he needed an opportunity. So I'm interested in seeing, if he takes advantage of that opportunity or not.
Yeah. This will be interesting for sure. But that's the Raiders. I do have the Raiders at 6-11 for this year. I'll pull up the projections here. And yeah, I'm just making sure we have all the data here. Okay, so as soon as I pulled up the Raiders schedule screen shared, I've got the Raiders going 6-3 at home and winless on the road. I do think they beat the Chargers because remember the Chargers, they're moving Joe Alt to left tackle with Slater's injury. We'll get to that later. And they're playing Pipkins at right tackle. So teams with really good left edge rushers, like TJ Watt, like George Karlaftis, like Max Crosby, teams with really good left edges are going to have a huge advantage against the Chargers now that Alt's moving from right tackle to left tackle, and now that Slater's out for the year. So I do think the Raiders win that Monday night game against the Chargers in week 2. I've got the Raiders winning their next game against the Titans in week 6. I do have the Raiders losing a home game to Caleb Williams in week 4. That is a game they could steal, though, if Williams plays shitty. But I've got the Raiders at 2 wins entering the bye week. I think they beat the Jaguars in front of their home crowd. I think they can beat Jerry Jones on Monday Night Football. Show enough heart. Cowboys' run defense is sus. That feels like a game where Ginty goes off. They get the Browns the following week. I did pick the Raiders to beat the Browns in the preseason, but after what I saw from Shedeur last night, I am a little tempted to flip that game. I'm not going to lie, Joey. I am tempted to flip that game. The fact that Wilkins got cut, the fact that some of these players I was not high on are starting for the Raiders, that does tempt me to flip this game to Cleveland. If this game was in Cleveland, I'd be picking the Browns. And I am tempted to flip this game to Cleveland. I am. I really am tempted to flip this game. I'm not going to, but I'm tempted to.
I'm good with you doing that because, like we talked about, the young guys on Cleveland balled out. The young guys and a lot of them.
And the Raiders cut Wilkins too. That's the thing. The Raiders cut Wilkins. So,
the Raiders cut Wilkins
and even though I'm not high on DeJuan Jones at left tackle, his competition that week's going to be Malcolm Kuntz, the right end. The other tackle's going to be playing Max Crosby. And DeJuan Jones is absolutely going to maul Malcolm Kuntz in that one-on-one. So that is a matchup the Browns can absolutely steal.
I didn't even think about that. That just looks ugly. But you have to look at it. The Browns' second team absolutely held their own against the first team of the Panthers, and then you're asking a Raiders team that's here or there.
Cut Christian Wilkins over a forehead kissing incident.
Yeah, it's
how are you going to stop the Browns' running game if without Wilkins in the lineup? I think the Raiders are going to have one of the worst run defenses in the league.
And what was it? It's like the Browns' second and third team running backs.
And Winston not only threw a touchdown after the interception was called back, he got a 2-point conversion as well. The Bills led 17-16. It's now 24-17 thanks to Winston coming back in for Dart. And now Tommy DeVito just has to not screw up in the fourth quarter.
So it's like people were asking, where are the Browns wins going to come from? Well,
this is a game they could steal. This is a game they could steal.
The freaking answers. The other teams are giving us the answers.
The Raiders are the first team I considered flipping a win to the Browns for. And I'm probably a bigger stickler on the Browns roster outlook than you are. So the fact that the Raiders, I'm considering flipping that game, that should tell you a lot about how bleak the Raiders outlook is.
If you are a bigger stickler on the Browns roster than I am,
and I'm considering flipping that game.
Really right there, we might disagree on a couple players, but if you are a bigger stickler on it than I am, that should say something. That should say something to everybody out there, because you are a bigger stickler than the biggest Browns fan in Jacksonville, Florida. What the hell does that say about that Browns roster?
And the Raiders are just a franchise that has a very bleak outlook. Even if Geno Smith does well his first year, they don't really have an established number one receiver. Colton Miller's a UFA at left tackle after this year. They didn't re-sign him. He's in his 30s. They might let him walk for nothing. And they don't really – if Porter – he's in the final year of his contract. They didn't extend him. Final year of his contract. They didn't extend him.
He's like the only stalwart on their offensive line.
Now that Devontae Adams is gone, that is the only encouraging player you had. Who are you going to replace him with? You didn't draft a left tackle at 6. You could have drafted Kelvin Banks, but you took Genty. So that type of short-sighted thinking is why the Raiders are the Raiders.
I said the Browns should have chosen Genty. Well, guess what? Maybe I was right. The Browns should have chosen Genty. But who should the Raiders have drafted? If the Browns would have chosen Genty, who would you...
But if you draft a tackle, the problem is he sits this year if he doesn't win a starting job, and you're basically redshirting him or trading Colton Miller.
Here's the question. If the Browns would have chosen Genty, as the Raiders GM, who would you have chosen?
I would have chosen either Will Johnson or Mason Graham, because those were the only two players I had ahead of Genty on my board.
Okay. That's good call.
But to be fair, the Raiders, if they don't re-sign Colton Miller after investing all that in Ginty, it's just a bleak outlook for not only their team. They're basically saying, Brock Bowers, we might pay you. Ginty, we're probably going to let you walk unless you agree to a fifth-year tender and a franchise tag. That's basically the message they're sending. And that's not the message you want to send to your
Raiders have great skilled position players.
At tight end and running back, they have a lot of depth, but the problem is if you lose that left tackle, you either have to get someone in next year's draft, or you're basically stuck needing a number one receiver, a number one left tackle, and a number one corner if the Iowa State corner, Darian Porter, doesn't work out. And that's a situation that Geno Smith cannot succeed in, even if he busts his ass and gives it his all.
The Raiders need to invest in their offensive line. The Raiders and the Browns are like polar opposites. One invests heavily in their offensive line, the other invests heavily in skill positions. They need to kind of even this shit out between those two teams. If they evened it out, they'd both be top teams in the AFC. But they can't seem to even it out a little bit, because the Raiders have some of the best skill position players in the NFL. The Browns have some of the best linemen in the NFL. Why can't these two teams figure this out?
Yeah, and I do have the Raiders beating the Giants. That's the final game I have them winning. Assuming they beat the Browns in Week 12, their final game home win could be against the Giants in Week 17. It's just a very bleak outlook for the Raiders. If they lose the Browns, you're looking at 5-12 versus 6-11.
Well, I actually think not because both teams are great, but because it could be a hell of a game. That the Browns and Raiders could be game of the week. Not because it'd be a hell of a game.
They're not going to flex that game because the Raiders are playing the Cowboys on Monday night the previous week.
It's not about that. It's not about the skill. It's about the fact that these two teams could potentially go down to the end of the fourth quarter. They could be the game of the week, because they are.
You're just trying to pitch a positive, hypothetical, optimistic.
I am. I will admit that I am. And it's a hell of a hypothetical.
It is a hell of a hypothetical. I'll give you that much. I mean, there are better games that week because I think that's the week before the Thanksgiving games. But at the same token, I'm not going to go back and look at all the schedule. I don't know why this is not loading, but I'm going to stop sharing the screen. I'm going to stop sharing the screen, and I'll worry about the next team we got to preview here because we've got. We got in third place. I've got the Denver Broncos. They could jump the Chargers.
The Broncos going third?
Yeah, I have the Broncos at 7-10. I think Bo Nix is going to have a tougher strength of schedule this year. That's why I think if the Broncos could make the 2026 playoffs next season, but I think as much as I like their defense, there's uncertainty at running back, RJ Harvey, J.K. Dobbins, Estime. There's a lot of uncertainty as to who's going to start at running back in that competition. Ingram comes in to complement Sutton. Marvin Mims is a good slot guy, but he's not a number two. Devon Vele had a good rookie year as a 2024 7th-round pick. I thought he peaked last year. I like Troy Franklin, but he's going to remain on second string. Pat Bryant's a 2025 3rd-round pick. And I like the offensive line they have for the most part. Garrett Bowles, Ben Powers, Luke Wattenberg, Quinn Miners, Mike McGlinchey. And they got Michael Burton at fullback from the Chiefs.
Look. Let's just simplify this a little bit. The Broncos offense could be a top 10 offense.
I don't believe it can be.
The Broncos defense could be a...
The Broncos have a top 5 defense, but they have a middle-of-the-pack quarterback, a top 20 quarterback who's a top 15 guy on his A-game. I think he's a poor man's Purdy. I liked Bo Nix, but I never viewed him as a guy who had a Pro Bowl upside coming out of college like Bo Nix. He had a great rookie year, exceeded my expectations to a point, but I think that's the peak.
Well,
I think that's the peak.
I
Maybe
told
they get the
you-
7 seed 2 years from
I
now.
told you for 3 years, Bo Nix was going to be a very good player. Now, I didn't say he was going to be Sure Sanders.
I didn't think he was going to be as good as Caleb Williams or Drake May. I thought he had a very good floor, but a very limited ceiling. Better ceiling than guys like Mac Jones and Kenny Pickett, but still a limited ceiling. That's why.
I said very good, and I said he would be a very good starter.
High-end starter, not a Pro Bowler, but a high-end starter. That's basically what I said, but I also said he was a floor player and that he would get close to that high-end starter ceiling by the end of his rookie year, and then he would peak after that, or defenses would figure him out. I think he has a sophomore slump, but I do have the Broncos returning to the playoffs in my 2027 mock. To be fair to the Broncos, I don't have them missing the playoffs. If I had them missing the playoffs multiple years, I think you would have the right to question me. I don't have them missing the playoffs multiple years. I just have them missing the playoffs this year.
It's a whole thing of what does their defense do?
I think they have one of the best defenses in the league. I do. I just don't think their offense can win them enough games to get back to the playoffs this year because
I don't have a problem with their offense. I have a problem thinking is their defense going to...
They have a top 5 defense, but I think they have a middle-of-the-pack top 20 to top 16 offense. I don't think they have a top 15 or top 12 offense like some people do. I think it's a middle-of-the-pack offense.
Let's even this out. Top 10, top 15, top 15, top 20. If they're a top 15 team, do they make the playoffs? 15.
I have the Broncos at 12 among my AFC teams. I have the Broncos finishing 12th among AFC teams. And at 7-10.
Good.
I have the Broncos at 7-10. So I have the Colts at 8-9. But if they beat the Colts in week 2, which could very well happen, the Broncos could be in the 10th range, tied with teams like Pittsburgh at 8-9. I have Miami at 7-10 as well, but they own the tiebreaker over Denver, apparently, according to this head-to-head simulation.
Yeah, my thought process is if we disagreed, that means from the areas that we disagreed.
I have Denver going 6-3 at home, but 0-8 versus playoff teams. Denver 0-8 versus playoff teams this year, and they only went like 1-7 versus playoff teams last year. Tampa was the only playoff team they beat, and the Chiefs in Week 18. So they went 2-7.
My thought was if they were number 15 overall, where would they sit in the AFC? Would they be a playoff team?
Maybe. It's possible.
That's all I asked.
That's possible. It's possible because the NFC, is all over the place. So is the AFC. I've got them beating the Titans in week 1. I'm not, if I ever, one thing I've tried to reach out to Benjamin Albright about is a charity wager for fun. Like I pick a team that's the opposite of Ben, and whoever loses donates money to the winner's favorite charity. I've thought about doing a few charity wagers with Albright. If I took the Titans, I think he'd accept. But I think the Broncos are going to beat the Titans. And agreeing to that charity wager means I would just be agreeing to give money to Albright's favorite charity.
Well, if you want a charity wager, you should go...
If you want to gamble with the top personalities on social media, you have to do charity wagers, Joey. That's just how it works. If you want to gamble with the top social media followers and influencers of NFL teams, you have to do charity wagers. You can't gamble real money. You have to do charity wagers.
You go with Grossi and the Patriots because he is doing charity shit out the ass. He is doing charity shit that it 2-3 things a year. You want charity stuff, you go with him and the Packers. Okay.
Actually, I have the Broncos beating the Packers. I actually have the Broncos
guess
beating the
what?
Packers in Week 15. So if, Tom, you're listening to
Well,
this,
guess what?
you might want to
Tom
reach out
Brady-
to me about a wager. Charity
'Cause
wager.
You guys got him.
You know what? We need to set up an Albright Grossi charity wager that week. I will get in on this. I'll I'll even donate to both charities. I'll match the charity number if I have the money in my account to if we set that up, I will match that.
Like,
I'll attempt to match it.
Grossi went like
To Albright.
30 teams in 32 weeks or whatever.
Well, he did that once. He did that once, and it was impressive. But it's like
he also did a couple other things.
Well, he's like the
it's
Tails.
always been-
If
it's always
Urinating
been-
Tree is the Sonic the Hedgehog of YouTubers, Grossi is Tails, and that's not a bad thing because Tails was very
No,
smart. He
it's
was great
not.
with planes. He was very hands-on, great mechanic.
Yeah, he's done a lot of great things.
So-
And he actually won the Fan of the Year for the NFL. Let's.
I sent
give-
you a picture
let's give
of
him-
the Packers coach dining with media reporters, Matt LaFleur, and Grossi was in the background of the picture. You didn't even notice it. That's one of the texts I sent you earlier this week. And you want to bring up Grossi on the show. I sent you a text message of Matt LaFleur drinking wine in front of Packers media, and Grossi's having a party, and you didn't even acknowledge that. So that's the end of your Tom Grossi rant for this week because you put Grossi on hold. You put Grossi on hold, Joey. Actions speak louder than words, buddy. I didn't say you could.
You know how great I am at responding to anything. Okay, I don't respond much, and
The one thing you didn't
So,
respond to was a
it's
Tom
like-
Grossi picture with Matt LaFleur.
I didn't even know it existed.
I sent it to you this week, but I also sent you a bunch of other texts about the preseason and the mock drafts, and I think all those texts got jumbled into an inception. But just trust me. Yes,
18.
18.
It's like you think I'm really gonna sit there when I've got a 9-hour job a day and say, God damn, Chris has sent me 15 texts.
But don't read them
During
all.
this
You just
point
read.
in
You
time.
just scroll through, react to the most interesting one, and we move along.
Like,
You don't have to read them all. See, that's the key, Joey. When if I try to reply to all your texts, Joey, but I got a lot going on with Draft Utopia. And the other thing is, if I find something interesting or engaging that I think you'll reply to, I do send you a text on that. But let's get back to the Broncos.
I try, Chris. I try.
I try too,
You-
but I actually showed you a result. I showed you a picture of Matt LaFleur with Grossi. I know it's jumbled in there with the 18 texts, but
I'm sorry. I'm sorry it got jumbled up in there. It's
it's a great
there's a lot
picture.
going on. There's a lot
It's a
going
great
on.
picture. You don't have to reply to any of the other 17 texts I sent. Just look for that one
I'll look for that one
after the
I'll look
show.
for
If
that
you
one.
don't want to look for it right now, look for it after the show. Okay?
Well, I got nothing better to do right now, so let's just look up.
And
We're
you can,
still looking.
because they're,
We got Smith flipping the double bird.
yep.
It is still going.
I think that was before the Packer text. I could give you an exact count, but I'm also trying to get the Broncos schedule updated. I think they'll beat the Titans.
Get the Broncos schedule. I will keep going.
I think they'll beat the Titans but lose the Colts, but they could easily beat the Colts. They do get the Chargers on the road in week 3, and with Rashawn Slater out, that is a game they have a chance of stealing now. Before, they would have been roadkill for the Chargers. They now have an actual fighting chance of winning that game with Slater out, since they have 2 edge rushers that had 10 sacks last year. The Broncos were the only team to do that.
My God.
So they have a chance to steal that game now. So they could steal both of those road games. And if they do, their outlook goes from 7-10 to 9-8. but I don't know if it would be enough. The Chargers would drop to 9-8 too. Broncos might win the tiebreaker for the last wild card. So we'll see. I do think they lose the Bengals and the Eagles and the Jets in London. But they beat the Giants. They beat the Cowboys. The Broncos lose to the Texans.
Well, the question is, what week do they play the Bengals in?
Week 4 in Denver. Last year they went to
Okay.
Cincinnati. This year it's an early Week 4 game, but it's in Denver on Monday night.
Okay, because my whole thing is Cincinnati will probably lose the Browns in Week 1 because that's what Cincinnati does.
I don't look
They
at
do
what
Week
Cincinnati does. I look at the team on paper, not what they do historically.
But the overall, if you get to Week 4,
Joe
Cincinnati's
Burrow's
probably
only
this
won on
round.
opening day once in his career, and that was in his sophomore year, Jamar Chase's rookie year, and that was the year the Bengals went to the Super Bowl. So, just saying, if they beat the Browns, it means my Bengals Super Bowl prediction's probably coming true. If they beat the Browns in Cleveland in Week 1,
If they beat the Browns in Week 1, they're probably
they're probably going to win the whole
It's that
thing.
Week 1 hump that they have a problem with, and if they breach that Week 1 hump, they might beat the Denver Broncos. If they lose, then it may take a few weeks because we'll know that the Bengals are being the Bengals again.
I'm not falling for that trap. I'm just looking at what the team is on paper and what they've done in the preseason. I'm not falling for what they've done in the past. It does matter to a point. You're not wrong. It does matter to a point, especially when the only opening game you've won in 5 years with Burrow is the game against the Vikings in overtime. That was an overtime game. People forget that was an overtime game in Cincinnati. Bengals won it, but that game did go to overtime. That opener, the Bengals won, did go to overtime.
As much if it wasn't something that they did every year. But since it's something that they do every single
Not every single year. Every year except one under the Burrow regime.
Oh my God!
Every year except one. If it was every year, you'd have a case, but it's not every year. The year they went to the Super Bowl, they beat the Vikings in overtime. That is factually true because I remember that. The other games, they did lose. I know they lost in Week 1 of Burrow's rookie season. They lost the Steelers and Trubisky in 22. They lost the Browns the following year on opening day. And then last year, the Bengals laid an egg against my Patriots on opening day. So I remember. I'm keeping track of this stuff too, Joey.
Yeah, they're just not good early year because if they were, they would be a playoff team.
If they were, they would actually be higher than the 3 seed or the 2 seed. They might be the 1 seed. But they did beat the Vikings on opening day. But that was Chase's rookie year, and that was before the Bengals were on people's radars. So those are the things we got to take into account. The Bengals haven't won on opening day since they became a team on NFL radars. That, I think, was your point you were trying to make.
Basically, yes. It's like
you're not counting the year they beat the Vikings when they made the Super Bowl because that was the year they first began to creep up on radars. And after they made the Super Bowl, they were on everyone's radar every year since then.
Yeah, it's like when you appear on the radars, it's like everybody knows you're there.
The Bengals were basically a blip on the radar until they made the Super Bowl with Chase as a rookie and Burrow as a sophomore.
And since then, they have been really bad early.
Yes.
Why? I don't know. Maybe because Jared
But they are 0-4 on opening day since winning the Week 1 opener in overtime during Burrow's sophomore year and Chase's rookie year, which you're not counting because they were a blip on the radar at that time. Now they're on everyone's radar.
Maybe it's been because Burrow has been injured or not playing early,
no, because Burrow had the 4-interception game against Trubisky, and then the Browns defense just dominated him the following year, even though Watson wasn't that great either. And then the Patriots beat him with Jacoby Brissett in Cincinnati.
So maybe the Browns defense.
But Jerod Mayo just had a great game plan for his first game as head coach.
Well, here's a theory for you. Maybe the Browns defense beats him up, and then he comes up and wins 6 games in a row, and the Bengals end up 7-1.
I have the
Going into the
Bengals
second half of the
actually
season.
finishing 10-7, Joey, but the kicker is I have them starting 4-0. I have them beating Cleveland in Cleveland. I have them beating Jacksonville at home. I have them beating the Vikings on the road, and I have them beating the Broncos on the road. So I actually have the Bengals starting 4-0 this season.
I'm just trying to look at the best.
Yeah, because you're just kind of surprised that I'm in opposite world when it comes to the Bengals. So
Yeah,
I have them losing to Detroit before beating them in the Super Bowl. I have them losing to Green Bay.
Okay.
Then I have them winning 3 in a row against Pittsburgh, the Jets, and Bears at home. Then they get their bye. Then they get the Steelers on the road. They beat the Patriots at home. They lose the Ravens and the Bills. They lose the Dolphins on the road. They lose the Cardinals. So they have a 5-game losing streak from weeks 13 to 17, but they beat the Browns in week 18. And they get in at 10-7, and then they go on a run and win the Super Bowl. That's kind of how and that's the exact opposite of how the typical Bengals season works, Joey. That's kind of why you're surprised. Because that 5-game losing streak, you're not expecting that at the end of the year before week 18. You're expecting that right out of the gate.
I'm expecting it out of the gate, and let's face it, Josh Allen married a supermodel, so he's looking to whoop somebody's ass early. So
And he doesn't play Burrow until later in the season, week 14. That's what I'm getting at. That's why I'm saying the Bengals losing
14?
streak.
I thought they were week 6.
No, week 14. Jordan Love plays Burrow in week 6. That's the game where Bantle gets to go watch Burrow play the Packers. Except this time it won't be a happy ending for him at the Bengals-Packers game. The Packers will win. But his Bengals will still win the Super Bowl.
Okay, my bad. I thought that...
No, the Bengals play Josh Allen on Monday Night Football in week... We're getting sidetracked with the Bengals schedule, but it is a fun talking point.
It's an interesting sidetrack.
Yeah, because after the Bengals play the Patriots in week 12, they get at Ravens Thursday night, at Bills Sunday night, versus Ravens the next week in week 15. They get the Dolphins in Miami week 16, and then the Cardinals in Cincinnati in week 17. And that's where I have the 5-game losing streak for the Bengals taking place before they beat the Browns in week 18.
They have the Raiders?
No, they don't have the Raiders this year, or they have them early in the season.
Yeah, because I thought we were talking about the Raiders, and then the Bengals ended up.
No, we were talking about the Broncos. We were talking about the Broncos, Joey.
Broncos.
They have the Broncos in week 4. We mentioned the Raiders before we got to the Broncos, but yeah, I have the Broncos losing the Bengals and the Bengals improving to 4-0. Then the Broncos get Howie Roseman. They get the Jets in London. So they fall to 2-4. Well, actually, in this scenario, I have them starting 1-5. I have them beating the Titans and losing 5 in a row. They beat the Giants and Cowboys at home. They to get to 3-5, 3-6 after a Texans loss. They beat the Raiders. They're 4-6. They lose the Chiefs in home in week 11. They're 4-7 entering a bye. They lose to Jaden Daniels. They're 4-8. They beat the Raiders 5-8. They beat the Packers and Jaguars 7-8 with 2 games to go. But they play the Chiefs in Arrowhead, and they play the Chargers in Denver in the final 2 weeks, and I have them losing both games to finish at 7-10. But they get to 7-8 entering week 16. But they're going to have to steal one of those early games on their schedule to get back to the playoffs. That was my point, Joey, with the Broncos. They're going to have to steal either the Jets in London, the Eagles in Philly, the Texans in Houston. They're going to have to beat the Chiefs at home, or they're going to have to beat the Bengals at home, or they're going to have to beat the Colts on the road. They're going to have to steal, or the Chargers on the road. They're going to have to steal one or probably 2 of those losses I have to get a winning record, and they're going to have to steal 3 games if they want to make the playoffs. That's my point with the Broncos. I'm not saying they can't do it, but they're going to have to steal those early wins if they want to get back to the playoffs, because they're not beating the Eagles. They're probably not going to beat the Texans, and they're probably going to get swept by Kansas City. They might get swept by the Chargers too. With Slater out, there's a fighting chance they could split that series or maybe win a game, but, we'll see. We're still on TalkShoe. We're an hour in, but we're still on TalkShoe. Haven't been cut off yet. All right, we got 2 teams left, Chargers and Chiefs. Okay, I've got the Chargers at 10-7. They are my final wild card. And even with the Slater injury, I'm not changing my outlook for them. That should tell you how much confidence I have in the Chargers as a regular season team. They did sign Keenan Allen, so the receiver tandem is Ladd McConkey, Trey Harris, Keenan Allen. Quentin Johnston's been demoted to second team. And he hasn't had any drops, but Allen and Trey Harris have just been better in camp so far. Johnston's actually been really good in camp this year, but Allen and Harris have been better in camp. And the Chargers are basing their evaluation off of that. Also, the Our Lads depth charts aren't exactly accurate. So Johnston could be ahead of Allen, and Harris could be the slot. So they have McConkey listed as a slot, but I think he'd be the left wide receiver, the flanker. So that's why I'm taking the depth chart with a grain of salt, if that makes sense, Joey. Alt, Zion Johnson, Bozeman, Mike Becton, and Pipkins are the starters, with Slater out for the year. Disley, Conklin, and Rondre Gadsden are your tight ends. Really good tight end depth. You have Heineke and Lance. You have Hampton, Harris, Kimani Vidal, Hassan Haskins, Raheem Sanders, all splitting carries. Really good backfield. Really good tight end and running back depth. Darius Davis, Keandre Lambert-Smith, Johnston are your backup receivers. Brennan Rice is third string.
Slater hurts. So finding the replacement for him is really important.
Well, they drafted Joe Alt out of Notre Dame to be the right tackle, but they're going to move him to left tackle. That's basically the conclusion I came to, and then Harbaugh came to the same conclusion I did.
Well, that's not a bad conclusion because Alt was a very good
Left tackle at Notre Dame.
But at the same time,
right now you got Pipkins at right tackle, and Jamari Salyer is your swing tackle. And I would play Salyer at right tackle, but the Chargers are more confident in Pipkins and Salyer.
From Harbaugh's perspective, Harbaugh was looking to solidify his offensive line as the best in the NFL, and this serves a wrench into that.
Yeah, because if Slater and Alt are both healthy, you have two of the top 10 tackles in the league as your bookends for Herbert. And because this is the thing, when Herbert was a rookie, he had under 2 seconds to throw. He had to go boom, boom, boom really quick. Once the Chargers drafted Slater, his release went from 1.5, 1.7, 1.9 seconds to 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, but he's still making good decisions as a sophomore. And then it stayed at that pace after Slater had the biceps injury, which is why Herbert's third year, even though he made the playoffs, was probably his worst year as a passer. The last 2 years, he bounced back with a good year 4 before his season-ending injury. And then when the Chargers drafted Joe Alt, his internal clock went up to like 3.5 seconds, but it's because the tackles were buying him that much time to make the right throws. So if Herbert's internal clock was what it was as a rookie, he's going to dominate. But if it's what it was last year, he might struggle. It just depends. And that's the mind fuck with the Chargers this season.
It makes you think. When Herbert was in the combine, I still had my stopwatch.
And I interviewed him at the Senior Bowl, and when he won Offensive Rookie of the Year, his offensive line sucked. When he because remember, Baker was the first QB to approach Peyton Manning's rookie numbers. Herbert surpassed them. And he did it with a shittier offensive line than Baker at the time.
Baker broke Manning's numbers.
And Herbert broke those numbers. So, yeah. And he did it with a shittier offensive line, too. So his internal clock had to be boom, boom, boom. And then once you get Slater, you get more protection, you get more time to throw, but the internal clock also increases as a result.
And if you remember our draft coverage, I had the stopwatch. Every quarterback, for many years I did this. I would give you the time based on my watch. And then over the years I stopped doing it, I don't remember the reasons why. But for a long time, I saw a stopwatch. Release point. 2.1, bang. 1.6, bang. 3.2, bang. It was just bang, 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 release point.
And yes, Herbert's always had a great internal clock, but the thing is, the reason he had the luxury to allow his internal clock to go up to 3 seconds is because he had Slater and Alt. He does not have that luxury this year with Slater out. So what's going to happen? Are we going to see him go back to his roots a little bit, or is he going to stay in that 3-second territory and it's going to lead to less time, more hits, more sacks, and a rough season for the Chargers? That's really the X factor for their offense, because they have the talent to get back to the playoffs, even without Slater.
I remember he had a 2-point-something release point during the combine, and it didn't really get too bad until like 2-3 years in. Last year was pretty good. What's it going to be this year?
And last year, he could afford to wait 3 seconds because he had Slater and Alt. He doesn't have that luxury this year. But it really didn't become a problem until the year he lost the Jaguars in the playoffs. That's really the first year his internal clock was a problem. I think you'd agree with me on that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
In the last 2 years, he did a much better job in that respect, but he only had 1 year where his internal clock was a liability, and that was year 3. Outside of that, he's been pretty good in that respect. So I'm going to trust the data. I'm going to give Herbert the benefit of the doubt, 4 out of 5 years. So, and the Chargers have always gone offense in the first round each draft since taking Herbert. And I don't think that trend's going to change anytime soon. So they are going to have to go defense eventually. But right now, they're confident in their ability to put together an offensive foundation. And yeah, so the Chargers are in a good spot. Defensively, Deshaun Hand, they got him from Miami in free agency. He's going to be playing with Otto Tito Ogbonnia. Those are your 34 defensive ends. Tart's the nose tackle. Caldwell, your 3rd-round pick, is the backup nose tackle. And then you got Naquan Jones, Justin Ego Bigbe as your backup defensive ends. But I think Caldwell's your best depth piece on the interior. And I think the starters, Hand, Tart, Ogbonnia, they're solid, but they're not. None of them are spectacular, but they're all solid pieces for the defensive line. You got Perriman and Henley at middle linebacker again, Tui Pelotu and Khalil Mack are your starting outside linebackers. Kyle Kennard, 2025 4th-round pick from South Carolina, is your number 4 edge rusher. Bud Dupree is your situational edge. And then Junior Colston and Troy Dyer, your backups to Henley and Perriman. Even with the loss of Bosa, I love the depth the Chargers have at outside and inside linebacker. Dante Jackson comes to the Chargers from Pittsburgh as he complements Cam Hart and Tarheeb Still, replacing Asante Samuel Jr., and Derwin James and Alohi Gilman are your... And he also replaces Christian Fulton. So Dante Jackson replaces Fulton, and you still have James and Gilman at safety. But who's going to replace Jackson, Hart, or Still if one of those corners gets injured? Right now, your backups to Dante Jackson, Hart, and Still are Dean Leonard, 22 7th-round pick, final year of rookie deal. Jasir Taylor, 22 6th-round pick, and Nico Reed, an undrafted free agent. Benjamin St. Juste is on 3rd string. Those options are solid, but they're not. You don't have a sure thing. If Jackson, Hart, or Still gets injured, you're going to have weaknesses in the secondary. Last year, it felt like the Chargers had a little bit more depth at corner, even with the injuries to Fulton and Asante Samuel Jr. It felt like they had a little bit more depth at corner. They don't have that depth this year. They're going to need their corners to stay healthy. And they're going to need their secondary. I mean, they've got Tony Jefferson, Elijah Molden as their backup safeties. Molden's okay in relief for Gilman, but the rest of the secondary, they're not ideal backups. So, and I like Tony Jefferson at Oklahoma, but he just never made it in the NFL. Well, maybe this will be his opportunity where he shows he could be an effective relief safety behind Derwin James. We'll see. But he's ahead of R.J. Mickens, their sixth round pick on the depth chart at the moment. We'll see what happens with the Chargers in preseason. But yeah, that's the Chargers. I'm going to get to the schedule now, Joey. We'll get to the Chargers schedule. They lose the Chiefs in Brazil. They lose the Raiders. They're 0-2, but they win 3 in a row. They beat the Broncos. They beat the Giants, and then they beat the Commanders to get to 3-2. They lose to Miami. Then they win 3 in a row against the Colts, Vikings on Thursday night, and the Titans. Then they beat the Steelers. So they go from being 3-3 to having a 4-game winning streak. They lose the Jaguars. They're 7-4. But they beat the Raiders and Eagles at home. They lose the Chiefs. They might lose the Eagles now thanks to Slater being injured. They lose the Cowboys. It's a Micah Parsons bag game. They lose the Texans again. And they beat the Broncos in Denver to end the year. So that is my schedule for the Chargers. I have them at 10-7. They are my final wild card. But if they lose either game to the Broncos steal that game against the Colts, they could jump the Chargers. The Jaguars could also jump the Chargers if they finish 9-8. So if right now the Chargers get in at 10-7, but if they don't go 10-7 and the Jaguars go 9-8, Jaguars would get the last wild card over them. And if the Broncos can split with the Chargers or steal a win against the Colts, you are also looking at a situation where the Broncos could jump them. I have the Steelers at 8-9 and the Chargers at 10-7, but the Steelers go to Los Angeles this year. I know the Steelers beat the Chargers last season. That's not going to happen this year with the Steelers going to LA. So I have the Chargers winning that game this season. And yeah. So looking at the Chargers, I think they are the last wild card once again, but they are more volatile. The Jaguars, Steelers, if they beat them in LA, or the Broncos, if they split, all have an opportunity to steal that wild card from them. I mean, the Colts, I have the Colts at 8-9 and the Chargers at 10-7. If the Colts beat the Chargers in LA and they go 9-8 and the Chargers are 9-8, you'd be looking at a scenario where the Colts get in. I don't think that's very likely to happen. And if that happened, you'd be looking at the most brutal wild card game in history with Lamar Jackson or Mahomes getting Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones. If it's Richardson, it could be a fun game. If it's Jones, you are looking at a brutal wild card game like Drew Brees versus Mitchell Trubisky brutal. That's what you're looking at. That's the scenario you're getting. But that's the Chargers outlook. You want to add anything to that before we get to the final team of the day? I mean, we've been on the air since 10 a.m., so we've been on the air for 6 hours. The Texans-Vikings game is actually starting. And yeah, the referee that got banned from Detroit, or the guy, I forget his name, the referee that called the Lions-Cowboys game, Brad Allen, he's calling the Texans-Vikings game preseason. They're getting these refs in midseason form. Chiefs are the final team to round out the season previews today. And how far are we on TalkShoe and how far are we on Restream? Okay, on TalkShoe, we're at 1 hour, 19 minutes. On Restream, we are at 5 hours, 52 minutes. So we will get through this. I'm not even pissed that I'm not using the iPad. Things are running much smoother on the computer to the point where I probably should do next week's show on the computer for both TalkShoe and Restream. That's the lesson here, Joey. That's really the lesson. If I had done that from the beginning, maybe TalkShoe doesn't cut me off and I'm still on the air. But we've had technical difficulties using the computer in the past on TalkShoe, so I tried the iPad out. And this week it was the iPad that decided to have the technical difficulties. But looking at the Chiefs, you've got Worthy, Hollywood Brown, Rashee Rice, Smith-Schuster, and Royals are pushing each other for that number 4 spot. Nico Ramigo is the number 6 receiver, an undrafted free agent in 2023. He has jumped ahead of Sky Moore. Good for him. Moore and Tyquan Thornton are both third stringers, and they are pushing for the number 7 spot. The Chiefs look very deep at wide receiver once again. Simmons, Kingsley Suamadi is moving from left tackle to left guard. Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith, and Jawan Taylor. Only one more year until the Chiefs can get out of the Jawan Taylor contract. Kelsey, Noah Gray, Jared Wiley, Robert Tanyan's their number 4 tight end. They also have Jake Brenningstool, an undrafted free agent from Clemson, competing for a roster spot that he will not get. Minshew's the backup. Bailey Zappi's the 3rd stringer, and Chris Oladokun is the 4th stringer. And the Chiefs are playing Patrick Mahomes against the Cardinals tomorrow. I would just play Minshew and Bailey Zappi. Only let Mahomes play a drive, but they're going to let him play the entire first quarter. If Mahomes goes down with an injury, you're going to look like idiots, and you're going to create chaos of unparalleled proportions. Pacheco, Hunt, Mitchell, Brashard Smith, your 7th-round pick. Carson Steele moves to fullback. Had a good rookie year as an undrafted free agent last year. Chiefs have a really good offense. Even with some of the turnover, they still have a lot of depth up front at tight end, running back, wide receiver. So I'll give them that. Defensively, Karlaftis and Mike Donna remain the defensive ends. Mike Pennell takes over for Chris Jones. But Omar Norman Lott, who I thought would start week 1, is still the backup to Mike Pennell, and Jerry Tillery's the backup to Chris Jones. So the depth at defensive tackle, even with the loss of Deshaun Hand and even with the loss of the Florida State defensive tackle that went to the Jets and Hand, even with those 2 losses at defensive tackle, they've found a way to keep things steady. Drew Tranquil and Nick Bolton are your weak side and middle linebacker. Leo Chenal will play in Sam situations. And then you have Jeffrey Bassa from the Oregon 2025 5th-round pick as your backup weak side linebacker. Cochrane's your backup Mike. But if Leo Chenal, what I think is the backup Mike, as well as the starting Sam. You have Jalen Watson and Trent McDuffie with Christian Fulton moving to nickel. And then you add Then you had Brian Cook and Jaden Hicks out of Washington State. Looks like he's going to take the strong safety job from Jamari Connor, who moves from corner to strong safety. And you have Mike Edwards as a backup free safety. But, if something happens to McDuffie or Watson or Christian Fulton, your backup corners are Noah Williams, 3rd-round pick out of Cal, Nazee Johnson, 22 7th-round pick, and Kevin Knowles. Joshua Williams, who once started as the number 2 corner next to McDuffie, has been demoted to 3rd string in his contract year. That is not good for Williams. If you are a team that is depleted at corner and needs an extra corner, I would call the Chiefs and see if they are willing to give up Williams for a 7th, because they would probably do that if they demoted him to 3rd string. They'd probably take a 7th to get him off their roster right now so they don't have to cut another player. Because those are the trades teams try to make before cut day. And I know we haven't really touched on that, Joey. You've got a lot of stuff to go over. But yeah, I think we pretty much covered the Chiefs. Butker's back, Ariza's back, Andy Reid, Spagnuolo's back. So I think we covered the Chiefs in a nutshell. But they're my brother's favorite team, and they're the most popular AFC team in the league. So I wasn't going to record a show on TalkShoe or Restream without mentioning them. But I've got the Chiefs at 14-3 on the year. I have them losing 3 road games to Jacksonville, Buffalo, and Dallas on Thanksgiving. I have them winning the rest of their games. So, and I have the Ravens at 15-2 and the Bills at 17-0. And most years, 14-3 would get you the number 1 seed. But I have the Bills at 17-0 and the Ravens at 15-2. So 14-3 gets the Chiefs the number 3 seed this year, and a wild card matchup with Joe Burrow in my current projections. But I'll break down the AFC East in depth next week, the NFC East in depth next week. I am starting at 9 a.m., but Joey can come on at 11. It'll be me and William the first 2 hours, because I think that'll go a lot smoother next week. And yeah, if you made it through all of this show on Restream, give yourself a pat on the back. I'm Chris Ransom. That's Joseph Potter signing off on TalkShoe. All right, still on Restream for a few minutes. Just McCarthy just took a really. How has our audience increased even after my outburst? We went from 46 to 49. It's a slight bump, but I'll take the field goal from our audience. Really good stuff. We got 4 on Kick, 4 on Twitch, 1 on YouTube, 0 on Facebook or Rumble, but Rumble I mainly use for college football, but this and last week's show, which is a 1-hour show with William, are the 2 shows where but yeah, you got 6 hours of coverage today. That was not my intention, the execution plus the rants. But I think if we do William from 9 to 11 and then Joey from 11 to whenever, not only do I give Joey more time to rant about whatever, I knock out more of the topics, the structured topics I want to knock out with William. And I think that makes the show easier and more fun for both of us because I'm looking at the Ohio State-Texas game at noon. I'm looking at the the Iowa State, Kansas State games in 2 weeks in Dublin when I want to preview the Big 12. So I'm taking that into consideration. I'm taking Ohio State into consideration against Texas 3 weeks from now. We cannot start at 10 a.m. We probably start at 10 a.m. next Saturday, but because of all the fuckery I had to go through today, 9 a.m. just for next week. And then the next 2 weeks will be 9 a.m. as well. I didn't want to start 9 a.m., but I didn't think we would have a 6-hour show right off the bat to start season 15. But if you made it through all of this episode on Restream, thank you very much. And there's also the condensed version on TalkShoe, which is only 1.5 minutes.